Who would believe a prisoner? Indiana Women's Carceral Institutions, 1848 to 1920. Written by the scholars of the Indiana Women's Prison History Project Michelle Daniel Jones, Anastasia Schmid, Kimberly Baldwin, Laura Campbell, Nicole Hayes, Reen Kelly, Christina Kovatz, Natalie Medley, Molly Whitted, and Michelle Williams. Edited by Michelle Daniel Jones and Elizabeth Nelson. We are proud of every scholar who had a hand in the work that follows. Cynthia Averett, Kim Baldwin, D. Antoinette Burns, Susan Bird, Laura Campbell, Michelle Daniel Jones, Shelley Dillman, Lori Fussner, Gracie Garrio, Leslie Hawk, Nicole Hayes, Jennifer Hayes, Lisa Hochstetler, Sonia Hulfakor, Chelsea Johnson, Reen Kelly, Christina Kovatz, Cynthia Long, Aziza McNeil, Natalie Medley, Carissa Miller, Bianca Nugent, Selena Porter, Lori Record, Anastasia Schmid, Lisa Van, Molly Whitted, Michelle Williams, Kelsey Wilt. Contents. Preface by Kelsey Kaufman. Methodology, We're Doing a New Thing. Michelle Daniel Jones. Part I, Indiana's First Prisons, Homes, and Reformatories for Women. 1 Sally and Eva at Indiana's First Prison, Jeffersonville 1. Sally and Eva at Indiana's First Prison, Jeffersonville. Michelle Daniel Jones. 2 Rhoda and Sarah toured the home for friendless women. Michelle Daniel Jones. 3 Belle at the home for friendless women. Kim Baldwin. 4 Sally and the women and girls at the reformatory. Michelle Daniel Jones. 5 Jenny and the economics of the reformatory. Kim Baldwin, Molly Whitted, and Michelle Williams. Part 2, Sex, Sexuality, and Control over Women's Bodies. 6 Mary Jane and Dr. Parvin at the reformatory. Anastasia Schmid. 7 Johanna Kitchen, the Grand Lady of Stringtown. Anastasia Schmid. 8 The Duchess of Stringtown play. Michelle Daniel Jones and Anastasia Schmid. 9 Hazel at the Indiana Girls' School. Nicole Hayes. 10 Feeble-Minded Women at Harper's Lodge. Molly Whitted. Part 3, Indiana's House of the Good Shepherd. 11 Sisters. Christina Kovatz. 12 Billy. Natalie Medley. 13 Poor Stray Sheep. Reen Kelly. 14 Minnie and Mamie. Laura Campbell. Conclusion. Michelle Daniel Jones. Afterword. Elizabeth Nelson. Acknowledgements. Notes. Image credits. Preface. Kelsey Kaufman. The Scarlet Letter, the great morality tale about 17th century America, begins, quite literally, at the prison door, through which Hester Prynne emerges, ostracized and condemned for the crime of adultery. Nathaniel Hawthorne's story of sin, psychological violence, and hypocrisy was an instant bestseller when it was published in 1850 and is still considered one of the finest early American novels. Prisons remain a great American morality tale, perhaps the greatest, alongside slavery. More than 2% of Americans languish in prisons or jails today, more than all the enslaved people in the United States in 1830. Though only 5% of the world's population resides in the United States, U.S. carceral institutions hold a quarter of the world's imprisoned people and 1/3 of the world's imprisoned women. Like all that pertains to crime, Hawthorne wrote of Hester's prison, it seemed never to have known a youthful era. Yet prisons as we know them today are barely out of their youthful era, having been conceived by Americans not in Hester's day, nor in ancient Greece or ancient Rome millennia before, but rather in the aftermath of the American Revolutionary War, in part as a reaction to the many bloodthirsty punishments of the colonial era and in part as a response to the North's gradual abolition of slavery. No longer were prisons to be mere holding grounds for those like our fictional heroine Hester Prynne or for her real-life predecessors like Anne Boleyn or Saint Perpetua, for whom prisons and jails were where they awaited their real punishment. In the New World, prisons would be the punishment for crime. As is fitting for a morality tale, the founders and chief proponents of the modern penitentiary were some of the greatest religious and moral leaders of the Revolutionary period, men like Benjamin Rush and Benjamin Franklin. The Quakers of Philadelphia were strong proponents, and their spiritual descendants in the 21st century are among the penitentiary's staunchest critics. By the time Hawthorne wrote The Scarlet Letter, 6 decades after the American Revolution, the ideal of the penitentiary, where prisoners, like monks, quietly contemplated their misdeeds in solitary cells, had already been displaced. Moneyed interests now saw prisoners as workers who could be treated as little more than slaves, while the arbiters of acceptable society used prisons as a means of banishing the unwanted and the offensive. In Hester Prynne's day, indeed until after the U.S. Civil War, women and men were held together in prisons and jails, often in the same cells. Females were few in number, but the conditions for them were horrific. It was not until 1873 that the first state prison for women was opened in the United States, the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. And it was not until the 1950s that the last of the American states finally built separate prisons for women. Like their male counterparts after the Revolutionary War, the founders of the first women's prisons in the United States were lionized for their personal and civic virtue. Yet the stories of the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, and of the Catholic women's prisons that preceded it, are full of arrogance, cruelty, and, as one of the authors of this volume puts it, counterfeit decency. Rewriting the history. The Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, now known simply as the Indiana Women's Prison, is the oldest continually operated women's prison in the United States, though it is now located a few miles from the original site. Historians, journalists, and civic leaders have long lauded the prison's founders for their character and vision in establishing the first women's prison, which still attracts visitors from around the nation and the world. A large portrait of the founding superintendent of the prison, Sarah Smith, holds a place of honor in the prison's administration building. During the 1990s and the first decade of the 2000s, IWP was also praised for its progressive programming, including a well-regarded college program. Then in 2011, the Indiana General Assembly abruptly withdrew funding for the college program. As a member of the prison's Community Advisory Board, I proposed restarting the program with an entirely volunteer faculty and without government funding. The prison superintendent, Steve McCauley, was skeptical but supportive, as were prison staff. The program grew quickly from 18 students our first semester to more than 100 students a year. Later, nearly 20% of the prison's population. Our annual budget, raised via GoFundMe campaigns, was just $5,000. Everything was strictly rationed, including paper and pencils. Forcing students to forego margins, and forcing faculty to decipher cramped writing as best they could. We had 10 ancient computers, most still using floppy disks. Yet, ironically, the blessing of a supportive administration and the absence of funding gave us far more freedom than most college programs allow, whether inside prisons or out, and gave us the unexpected advantage of an outstanding volunteer faculty, most of whom had retired from Central Indiana's best colleges and universities. On the downside, our students had no access to the internet, The prison's minuscule library contained mostly romance paperbacks, and interlibrary loans took months, if the books arrived at all. Students had none of the usual ways to learn how to do research. What we did have at IWP, though, were original documents pertaining to the founding of the prison, including all the original annual reports and a registry from the Indiana Archives and Records Administration that contained detailed information on every woman incarcerated at the prison from its founding in 1873 until 1900. In the summer of 2013, I recruited some of our best students, 12 undergraduates and 5 graduate students who had completed their bachelor's degrees under the old college program, and told them we were going to spend the summer writing a history of the prison that we would then publish as a pamphlet. The students would learn how to do original research using primary documents, and prison officials would have a nice pamphlet to give to visitors. We divided into teams that first semester. One group focused on life inside the prison. What the women ate, what books they read, how life for the girls in the prison differed from life for the women, and what the prison's annual expenditures were, all topics richly described in the annual reports. Another group researched relevant histories that would provide important context and timelines for the 19th century, United States, Indiana. Women in the United States, women reformers, Indiana. Men's prisons, and other total institutions. 1. Selena Porter was tasked with trying to visualize the physical prison, its layout, construction, and appearance, as no plans or photos exist. Lori Fussner was assigned the Quaker founders of the prison, Sarah Smith and Rhoda Coffin. The 5 students who had already completed their bachelor's degrees at the prison had broader mandates. Reen Kelly initially tackled the sociology of the prison. Kim Baldwin focused on female criminality in 19th century America and the role prisons played in the U.S. economy at that time. Leslie Hawk, who comes from a long line of friends, wrote knowledgeably about 19th century Quakers. Anastasia Schmidt chose to research the mental and physical health of the imprisoned women, topics dear to her heart. Michelle Daniel Jones, who had the best quantitative and computer skills in the class, took on the task of digitizing and analyzing the prison's registries. My original plan began to unravel at the beginning of our 3rd week. Michelle memorably announced at the beginning of class, "Dr. K, we have a problem. There were no prostitutes in the prison in the 19th century and only one for any sex crime at all." We brainstormed how that could be. Indiana clearly wasn't libertarian at the time. Indeed, a stated impetus for founding the prison was the inundation of prostitutes in Indianapolis after the Civil War. We found a handful in the city jail, but if news accounts were correct, the women made merry at the jail for a few days, paid a small fine, and were released. Where were the hoes, as Michelle so delicately and persistently put it at the start of every class? Stumped, we begged for help from the head reference librarian at the Indiana State Library, Monique Howell, who enlisted the assistance of her staff. After weeks of searching, they turned up a most confusing article not from the mid-19th century but from the mid-20th century, telling us that the Sisters of the Good Shepherd were leaving Indiana, having come a century before to found the first women's prison in the state. Yet we knew by then that not a single Catholic worked at the Indiana women's prison in the 19th century. Christina Kovats's chapter in this volume takes the story from there. Suffice it to say that the search for the prostitutes led to the discovery of a large network of women's prisons in the United States that preceded IWP and were far more important than IWP and other early state prisons for women, but that had been forgotten long since. That was the first but far from the only disruption of my original plans for that summer. The second disruption concerned Theophilus Parvin, the prison's doctor for its first decade. Dr. Parvin has been justly celebrated by historians for his erudite annual reports, documenting everything from eye surgeries, to his successful search for causes of a typhoid outbreak, to efforts to vaccinate all the women, to his embrace of germ theory, which had only begun gaining traction in Europe but not yet in the United States. Indeed, while Parvin was at the prison, he was elected president of the American Medical Association and would go on to become the nation's most celebrated obstetrician gynecologist of the late 19th century. Anastasia, who had been tasked with writing about the mental and physical health of the women, took an instant dislike to Dr. Parvin. Why, she demanded to know, would such a high-caliber doctor be working at a women's prison in what was considered a backwater state at that time? I chided her for her skepticism, but she persisted, until at last I searched for and found some of his scholarly publications written while he was at the prison and soon thereafter. The next morning, I went straight to the prison superintendent, Steve Macaulay, to ask his permission to bring the articles into the prison. Why did I need to ask his permission? Because the articles were clearly pornographic, with Parvin's detailed, really quite gleeful, descriptions of digitally raping the women at the prison, and were deeply misogynistic and racist. Yet the articles had been written by the prison's own doctor and had been published in the leading gynecology journals of the day, so Steve gave his consent. Parvin's articles didn't just expose a very fruitful and original line of inquiry, they, more important, paid tribute to Anastasia's skepticism and her fearlessness in asserting her own epistemic privilege, as someone who had lived experience of the prison world, over mainstream historians, regardless of their prestige, who had never been incarcerated. The scholar's epistemic privilege became critical to all that was to come, not least because it set in motion dynamic tensions between me and the students, wherein they claimed insights based on their lived experience, and we demanded supporting evidence for their theories. This tension played out across many issues, from the character of the prison's founders, to the economic exploitation of the girls and women, to the possible trafficking in corpses, and is felt everywhere in this book. It is why the book is scholarly in nature yet also deeply personal and accusatory in tone. By the end of our first summer, we had many more questions than we had answers. So we pressed on during fall 2013, then spring 2014, until eventually the ever-transforming research project that led to this book became a year-round affair for close to a decade, first inside the prison, then eventually both inside and out. Membership was in constant flux. Some opted out after the first semester, but others joined. Some who might have become core members, like Gracie Guerrera and Lori Fussner, were released or transferred to other prisons. Still others were prevented from participating because of disciplinary actions that were often frustratingly petty. For example, we lost our best writer, Leslie Hawke, in the middle of the first semester when she was sent to solitary and then banned from the education building for 18 months for the crime of writing "I Heart Sue Jenny" on the inside of the chapel's almost inaccessible bell tower after having volunteered well over 1,000 hours to the chapel's renovation. We lost another excellent student, Lisa Hochstetler, when she was accused of kissing her friend on the cheek while out on the rec yard, a charge she denied and insisted that the surveillance cameras would prove she was right. She spent a month in solitary and was banished from our program for nearly 2 years, until the prison was finally ordered to view the video, and she was exonerated. A more lasting loss occurred in the spring of 2016, when Kim Baldwin, one of the project's intellectual leaders, was exiled to remote Rockville prison for being a perpetual thorn in the administration's side, a situation that had come to a head with Kim's determined efforts to expose the prison's culpability in the excruciating death of a young mother in Kim's cell block, Tanya Moore. But enough core members always remained, and new ones joined to sustain the project's focus and energy. Ours might have remained an insular academic exercise had not my neighbor, an American history professor at DePauw University, suggested the students give a panel at the annual meeting of the Indiana Association of Historians. The IA meeting is a modest affair, attended by a few dozen historians and their students, but it would provide a fairly safe challenge for the women, none of whom had ever been to, much less spoken at, an academic conference. Superintendent Macaulay gave permission for the women to use the prison's antiquated video conferencing system. The students spent an intense 3 months researching, writing, and practicing their presentations, including engaging in mock panels during which I and other faculty at the prison peppered them with the toughest questions we could think of just in case. When the day came, only 6 people showed up for our session. 4 were undergraduates at the host university, who appeared to have wandered in. To our good fortune, the other 2 were Wendy Gamber and Eric Sandweiss, who were then, respectively, Director of Graduate Studies and Chair of the History Department at Indiana University. Likely because of them, we began to receive other invitations, including one from the American Historical Association asking for an article about our work for its magazine Perspectives on History, which Michelle wrote. Michelle and Laurie Record, another excellent student who joined the project, also published the History Project's first peer-reviewed article in the Journal of the Indiana Academy of the Social Sciences, Magdalene Laundrie's, The First Prisons for Women in the United States. It was the journal's most read article of the year and would go on to win an award for the best article published in 2014 by the GIAS. In a little more than a year, the women in the project had moved from writing what I initially expected to be a glowing account of their own prison's founders to writing an increasingly sophisticated and well-received critique of the origins of women's prisons in the United States. Over the next 6 years, the students presented papers from the prison at dozens of conferences, including some of the top academic gatherings in the nation, such as the American Historical Association, the American Studies Association, and the Organization of American Historians. That they were able to do so was largely thanks to the dedication of Carol Foster, the Director of Educational Programming at the prison, who volunteered dozens of times on her days off to supervise the presentations, and Gary Curto and Stevie G. Hazy and their amazing tech team at Indiana University, who enabled us to connect to the rest of the world. Our growing success, however, created problems. I had long struggled to keep up with requests for research materials to bring to the prison, especially given the demands of directing and teaching in the overall college program, of which the History Project was just one part. As the history students got deeper into their own research topics, their requests increased not only in number but also in obscurity. Meg Galasso, a librarian who had once been a student of mine at DePauw University, and Sharon Moss, another DePauw student, were a great help, as were Monique Howell and her team at the Indiana State Library. Still, students often were forced to wait months for us to fill their requests, only to discover that what we had brought was not what they needed. Then in March 2015, Slate magazine published a story about the project. The story was one of only 2 requests for media coverage that we agreed to in the early years of the project. The Slate article generated offers of help from around the country. Perhaps none was more surprising or appreciated than that from an unhoused man in San Diego, California, who spent most of his days at a university library. For more than a month, he sent a torrent of relevant and helpful information, including Sarah Smith's British origins, the identities of wealthy funders of the homes for friendless women in Indiana, and the disposition of convicted prostitutes by the state of Indiana after the Civil War. I loved that. Incarcerated students in Indiana were being assisted in their quest to rewrite the history of prisons by a homeless scholar in San Diego. Then just as abruptly, his emails stopped, and we never heard from him again. Fortunately, the students were beginning to acquire some outstanding intellectual mentors, none of whom was more important than Michal Zeigel, a professor at Indiana University, who is both terrifyingly demanding of her students and utterly devoted to them. She agreed in fall 2014 to allow Michelle and Anastasia to join her graduate seminar via video conferencing. By the time we received permission from everyone at the prison and the university, the IU Tech team had figured out how to securely connect us, and I had acquired the books. The course was half over. Undaunted, Michelle and Anastasia secluded themselves in their cells over a long weekend, devoured the 7 books the IU grad students had read over the past 8 weeks, and emerged ready to engage as equals. Their success in that course led us to establish a pseudo-graduate school program at the prison, in which an amazing roster of scholars participated as faculty or mentors, including Alex Lichtenstein, Michal Zeigel, Alex Typei, John Dittmer, Mariam Kazanjian, Andrea Smith, Elizabeth Hinton, David Roediger, Talitha Eli Floweria, Khalil Gibran Muhammad, Heather Thompson, Baji Pak, Marlon Bailey, Caleb Smith, Pippa Holloway, Marcus Reed Eicher, Lorna Rhodes, Emmeline Davis, and Charlene Fletcher Brown. We were delighted when the students' work, individually and as a group, began to receive recognition. The Indiana Historical Society awarded us its Indiana History Outstanding Project for 2016, which was especially meaningful for us as 2016 was Indiana's bicentennial. That same year, Anastasia Schmid received the Gloria E. Anzaldúa Award from the American Studies Association for her outstanding work as an independent scholar. Meanwhile, 3 of our excellent undergraduates at the prison swept the annual Peggy Zeigel Awards for Best Undergraduate Papers in the State on Indiana History. Christina's paper on Magdalene Laundries won first prize, and Molly Whitted and Michelle Williams's paper on the economic exploitation of the girls at the reformatory won honorable mention. More recently, Michelle Daniel Jones received the 2020 Angela Y. Davis Prize, awarded annually to a scholar who has applied or used their scholarship for the public good. While still at the prison, Anastasia and Michelle wrote a full-length play about Indianapolis's leading madam in the 1870s, known locally as the Duchess of Stringtown, and her relationships with key power players of the day, including the prison's founders and Dr. Much to our delight, Supt. Macaulay approved 2 performances of the Duchess of Stringtown as long as the playwrights deleted some of the racier scenes. With help from Brian Fonseca, who was Indianapolis's leading independent theater director, and from beloved actor/director Gigi Genuine, 20 of the women rehearsed all winter and spring of 2017. The first performance, held in the prison chapel, was for invited guests only, including a busload of historians from around the country who were attending the National Council on Public History conference in Indianapolis. The second performance was for the prison population itself, the best possible audience. Their delight in the performance was exceeded only by their pride that some of their own had written, directed, and performed such a play. I have never enjoyed a theater performance more. 2. Despite this triumph, the history project was already beginning to fracture as key students and key administrators left. As noted, in 2016, Kim was banished to rural Rockville prison. In spring 2017, Anastasia was transferred at her request to another equally remote women's prison, in Madison, Indiana. Soon after, Christina Kovacs was sent to a jail in the hills of tiny Dearborn County, and in August, Michelle Daniel Jones was released from prison to start work on her PhD at New York University. Meanwhile, two critical supporters of the project Department of Correction, Commissioner Bruce Lemon and Prison Superintendent Steve McCauley, retired, and were replaced by far less supportive administrators. The very week Steve left, I moved to California to help raise my newborn grandchild. By all rights, the History Project should have died. That it did not is due primarily to Elizabeth Nelson, then a recent history PhD who took over my role as History Project Director in 2018. Unlike me, Elizabeth is a trained historian whose own academic expertise on psychiatric institutions fit well with the project. She inherited a strong group of remaining students, including grad students Laura Campbell, Natalie Medley, and Reen Kelly, as well as undergraduates Molly Whitted and Michelle Williams, and brought in two new students, Nicole Hayes and Lisa Hochstetler. In some ways, the departure of Michelle, Anastasia, and Kim, who had focused on the origins of the Indiana women's prison, made space for equally important investigations of Indiana's Magdalene Laundry and for consideration of women and girls in contemporaneous institutions, such as the Fort Wayne School for Feeble-Minded Youth and the Indiana Girls' School. Not long after Michelle Daniel Jones arrived in New York for her graduate studies, she met Ellen Adler, the publisher of the New Press, who took an immediate interest in the project. A few months later, the women in the program were offered a book contract that posed some interesting dilemmas, the most critical being how royalties would be split were the book ever to turn a profit. So many women had been involved in the project that we could see no fair and accurate way to figure out what proportion of the final product each individual had contributed. Worse, we feared that if we tried to divide the contribution and profits, we would destroy the strong sense of sisterhood among the women. Thus, Michelle, Elizabeth, and I agreed that once the project's expenses had been covered, all profits would go to a fund to support similar projects benefiting women in prison nationally. Before signing such a contract, of course, we needed the understanding and the support of as many of the women as we could find, especially those who were still incarcerated. We sent a draft to the prison and to the Indiana doc. With the consent of the new warden, I returned to IWP to meet with my former students. Our joyful reunion was cut short when a friend on staff at the prison, deeply embarrassed, informed me that a senior administrator in the Indiana Doc's central office had learned that I was at the prison and had ordered me escorted out immediately, because offenders don't write books. In that moment, the prison history project was transformed from one that was openly celebrated and facilitated by the prison system to one that was constantly threatened with being shut down. Yet, under the steady leadership of Elizabeth Nelson, it survived and quietly thrived. Indeed, the Prison History Project grew beyond the course at IWP to become a dynamic collective of incarcerated and formerly incarcerated scholars. Dividing her time among prisons and working with those who were out, Elizabeth inspired, enabled, cajoled, and reassured her authors, who eventually produced the chapters of the book you have in hand. In doing so, she was ably assisted at various stages by undergraduate students at DePauw and Indiana University, Purdue University Indianapolis, Pepper Langhout, Marlon Huska, Jerome Bingham, and, especially, Monica Deck, who also played an important role in editing chapters and providing the project with essential administrative support. Of the 10 named authors of this volume, 5 are now free: Anastasia Schmid, Michelle Daniel Jones, Nicole Hayes, Christina Kovacs, and Molly Whitted. However, Kim Baldwin, Laura Campbell, Reen Kelly, Natalie Medley, Michelle Williams, and dozens of other women who worked on the project remain caged. My greatest hope in the publication of this book is that readers like you will come to see in a new light not only the origins of women's prisons in the United States but also the women who inhabit those prisons today, especially the authors of this volume. No good is served by their continued incarceration. I hope you will help us set them free. Kelsey Kaufman. Greencastle Inn. June 2022. Methodology: we're doing a new thing. Michelle Daniel Jones. Consider the plight of the incarcerated historian. At the Indiana Women's Prison, we did not have access to the internet. That is still true at the time of this writing. Our library was minuscule and was primarily stocked with romance novels. Interlibrary loan requests could take months to process, if they were completed at all. And we obviously could not visit archives or other repositories ourselves. We consistently faced challenges while researching this book, some of which were compounded by our unavoidable institutional restrictions. We also had to place our research on Indiana's early carceral institutions for women in context. To begin, we studied the origins of prisons in the world, 19th century U.S. history, and the contextual reasons that motivated the establishment of a separate prison and related facilities for women. We explored multiple additional fields of inquiry relevant to the various topics within the project, including historical definitions of crime, prison economies, and histories of medicine and public health. Our professors and assistants invested countless hours searching for relevant material at the Indiana State Library, the Indiana State Archives, and across the Internet. They spent hundreds of dollars photocopying material for us. Our research requests were always filtered through another person's understanding of what was needed for each topic. As our focus developed and shifted, following up on leads took weeks or even months. Some students received more information than others did. Sometimes, the sources found by our proxies weren't relevant or useful. While this was certainly a challenge, the consistent contact and engagement with these volunteer collaborators enabled us to grow and to develop expertise. This improvised research process required asking pointed questions in order to expedite source discovery. For example, after we digitized and analyzed the prison registries and studied Indiana's history, we realized that women convicted of crimes of a sexual nature like prostitution weren't at the prison in its early years. Yet our reading of contemporary accounts of postbellum Indianapolis convinced us that women were indeed charged and convicted of sex crimes. We asked our professor and a state librarian to search county jail records for women convicted of prostitution, and when that failed to reveal the missing women they kept searching. It was this extensive search that led us to a critical article detailing the 1873 opening of a private facility for women prisoners, run by the Sisters of the Good Shepherd. Incidentally, this was the same year that the women's prison opened. This discovery sparked for us a new chapter of inquiry of historical Magdalene laundries and their heretofore unknown role in the incarceration of women in Indiana. We were also extremely challenged with access to technology. Our research team shared 5 old laptops dedicated for our use. When possible, we used the computers used by the undergraduates enrolled in college courses. Some of us whose work assignments provided access to computers negotiated with supervisors for more computer time. These unusual methods, stemming from the difficulties inherent to the pursuit of academic research inside a prison, set in relief the riches of discovery, the expansion of ideas and viewpoints, and the development of a clearer view of history. We are doing something new. We are doing something new. Our qualitative inquiry centers the captive and tells the truth in ways that counter dominant narratives that historically exclude and devalue captive voices. The standard methodological procedures and approaches to research served as our starting points. Ultimately, however, they proved inadequate to reflect the work we are doing as incarcerated and formerly incarcerated women scholars, and they did not take into consideration all that we have read and all that we have lived. Our work has three components: researching women's carceral institutions in the state of Indiana, excavating subjugated knowledge, and critiquing the carceral state writ large. Formal shoes did not fit our feet. They were crafted by typically white, male, non-incarcerated academics who deem our feet unworthy. In this book and in all our work, we cobble our own shoes and we walk a new path, research conducted through the eyes of captive women. Scholarly research rarely depicts incarcerated people as skillful, competent, and worthy human beings. Most research starts with criminality and assumes deviance. This research is never objective. As Linda Tuhiwai Smith writes, research is not an innocent or distant academic exercise, but an activity that has something at stake and that occurs in a set of political and social conditions. One subjectivity is inherent in all research, especially in ethnography. Nicholas Wolfinger iterates that the ethnographer is actively shaping the data by what they choose to notice or not to notice, to record or not to record. A critical yet often uncriticized aspect of research about incarcerated people conducted by non-incarcerated people is the message that we are unworthy human beings viewed exclusively as research subjects and as policy objects through the lens of reform and rehabilitation. 3. The risks and consequences of research conducted on incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people are relatively unseen by investigators themselves and by readers of their research. The risks and consequences of such research are the burden of the captive. 4. As incarcerated and formerly incarcerated scholars, we seek to privilege our experiences of incarceration so that the past, our stories local and global, the present, our communities, cultures, languages, and social practices are not only spaces of marginalization, but, also, spaces of resistance and hope. 5. Incarcerated scholars intimately understand and experience marginalization, secrecy, and subjection. We are also better able to comprehend, through our own experiences, the systematic subjugation of others. Unearthing human stories and the structures and formations that created their subjugated experiences is a vital strength we bring to our work. Approaching an archive against the grain of traditional research methodologies and institutional formations is a bold decision that celebrates our humanity and our right to value ourselves fully. By researching and by writing history, we make the experiences of incarceration useful beyond notions of rehabilitation and reform. 6. We bring our whole selves to the work. Just as it is impossible to cut away one's race, gender, and class when approaching the archive, it is impossible to wall off the influence of our lived experience of incarceration and its afterlife from our research. In our experience, this reality is rich and fruitful. As Joy James explained in Imprisoned Intellectuals, the scholarship and analyses of imprisoned intellectuals both deconstruct dominant ideologies and reconstruct new strategies for humanity. Writings proffer reactive and proactive readings of struggle and freedom. 7. James's conclusions are concordant with our own experiences. Patricia Hill Collins utilized the concept of the outsider within to describe the African American woman inside both the white master's house and the traditionally white academy. She privileges the orientation of the outsider, a stranger who is then possessed of a particular perspective as the marginal intellectual that may reveal aspects of reality obscured by more orthodox approaches. 8. This is also true for the incarcerated and the formerly incarcerated woman scholar. Much like the stereotyped black woman described by black feminist scholars. Incarcerated women, especially black women and other women of color, carry the burden of stigma and derision expressed in the dominant social narratives informed by academic research. 9. In the black feminist tradition of self-definition and self-valuation, we epistemically privilege our right to be knowers. We also privilege our right to use our background and our history with the criminal legal system, especially the prison, to be one lens through which we view the archive. In decolonizing methodologies, Tuhiwai Smith demonstrates how research in the Western imperial and colonial context is the standard by which proper research is measured and in which indigenous people historically are represented as other. Conversely, many indigenous people regard proper research by Westerners as forms of amateur collecting, journalistic approaches, filmmaking or other ways of taking indigenous knowledge that has occurred so casually over the centuries. 10. Another word for this method of research is extraction. Smith situates indigenous researchers in a place of primacy when conducting research with their own people and with other indigenous populations. Indigenous peoples across the world have other stories to tell. These stories not only question the assumed nature of those ideals and the practices they generate but also serve to tell an alternative story, the history of Western research through the eyes of the colonized. 11. Within our work, our ability as incarcerated scholars to ask critical questions and to excavate subjugated knowledge is nurtured by the process of qualitative inquiry. Our research is not confined to quantitative measures, which criminologists critique as profoundly limiting what is possible to know about crime and punishment. 12. Qualitative inquiry, as opposed to statistical measurement, focuses on lived experiences and on the complexity of people's lives. It cares about the ephemeral processes of human endeavors. It is idiosyncratic. Qualitative methods recognize that subjugated knowledge may be delicate and fragmented, and that it requires reconstruction using various sources. Qualitative inquiry requires a willingness to wrestle with the pieces and parcels of knowledge to complete a different historical picture of the dominant narratives. For example, the dominant narrative surrounding Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith, who in 1873 founded what is now called the Indiana Women's Prison, is about pioneering, benevolent prison reformers who fought to create a haven of reform for fallen and wayward women and girls. 13. This narrative presents the founding of the first state-run prison for women as progress. However, in sifting through the collections of knowledge from the women and girls themselves and in privileging their right to be knowers of their own experiences, a more complex picture of Rhoda and Sarah comes to fore. Most important, the process of qualitative inquiry allows for the excavation of subjugated knowledge. This process supports intellectual inquiries such as genealogies and critical histories of the present. 14. Genealogy as practice is, then, a sort of attempt to subjugate historical knowledge, to set them free, or in other words to enable them to oppose and struggle against the coercion of a unitary, formal, and scientific theoretical discourse. 15. Genealogies throw into question institutionalized narratives, such as the perspective of 19th-century Indiana women reformers as selfless and benevolent, like we see in the portrait of Sarah Smith as presented by the authors of her 1900 memorial. 16. Through genealogy, we expose the imperialist, patriarchal underbelly of racial and cultural formations. such as the cult of domesticity. We witness how Rhoda and Sarah sanctioned the use of ducking, sexualized physical abuse, and deprivations to control women's and girls' sexual expressions. And we discover how the prison doctor, Theophilus Parvin, boldly used incarcerated women and girls as subjects of experimentation and gynecological research. Research then becomes a viable collection of information that reveals the roots of problematic institutionalized practices and ideologies that plague the carceral state today. In resurrecting subjugated knowledge, narratives are always incomplete. Michel Foucault suggested that subjugated knowledge is hidden within the dominant historical narratives and has to be desubjugated, excavated, and justified because it is disqualified by the powerful. 17. In our case, as incarcerated scholars in the Indiana Women's Prison History Project, we grappled with two forms of disqualification: the disqualification that comes with our incarcerated status and the disqualification of the perspectives of our historical subjects. Incarcerated people. What is at stake in this double disqualification? Failing to recognize that knowledge continues to be subjugated is an ongoing struggle. What knowledge is and whose stories are heard and believed remain fields for engagement. At stake is the potential loss of our collective stories and of our experiences as incarcerated people. At stake is the loss of our common humanity, our interconnectedness with one another. At stake is the perpetuation of penal policies that assault the personhood of the incarcerated and dehumanize and demean us all. When incarcerated scholars privilege their experiences of incarceration as one lens through which to view the archive, we question the authority of the dominant scholars who write about the jailers and the jailed. We question through our actions whether those scholars can create an accurate and valid capture of history, knowledge, and experience. By so doing, incarcerated people, and incarcerated scholars in particular, defy and denounce the stereotypes and labels that superimpose false limitations on our intellectual reach and capacity. Just as Black feminist scholars create their own standards for evaluating Afro-American womanhood and value their creations, we also create our own standards for evaluating the carceral archive of captive women in Indiana. 18. While I disagree with famed sociologist Irving Goffman on many things, I agree with his statement: there's no way in which, if you're dealing with a lower group, you can start from a higher group, or be associated with a higher group. 19. I disparage the use of terminology like lower and higher, but I agree that problems of understanding across perspectives exist when power imbalances persist. What does it mean to imbue a viewpoint with epistemic privilege? This question should be considered in context with the force that operates in direct opposition to epistemic privilege: epistemic injustice. Prejudice regarding the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated is linked to structural discrimination. It produces an indelible taint of criminality. 20. This prejudice is naturalized in society, floating in the background of minds and hearts as productive othering. Gayatri Spivak, in her work on the practices of silencing, uses the term epistemic violence to explain how this othering happens to the lowest strata of the urban subproletariat in the United States. 21. Miranda Fricker's work on the believability of witness testimony in legal proceedings considers the ways race, gender, and class discrimination intersect with the right of the witness to be a knower. In courtrooms, people of color, women, the poor, and the working class are denied the basic respect of knowing their own experiences. This is epistemic injustice. 22. Epistemic injustice has a significant impact on the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated. In this country, our voices and contributions are devalued. In most cases, we are silenced. 23. Millions of people in the United States and in the world who have criminal records experience epistemic violence. We are defined and othered by the dominant group, who are not ensnared in the carceral state and who are not subject to the worst effects of the biographic mediation process. Biographic mediation facilitates lasting discrimination. It affixes labels that justify stigma and exclusion. Institutional agents demand personal information as a requirement for access, including information that is directly linked to inherent and entrenched biases. For example, when a person has completed a sentence and has been released, a university admissions office can demand that the hopeful student produce officer arrest reports and court documents that narrate their conviction through the lens of criminality. From this vantage point, institutions create the frameworks within which we must tell our stories. 24. The institutionalization of organized prejudice and discrimination disadvantages the incarcerated and formerly incarcerated at our space of being and is thus a form of epistemic violence. Many acts of discrimination come fast and loose, attacking and exacting a cost not seen on the body but experienced in one's being, in one's ability to be and move about the world. It is disruptive and confusing and can cause targeted people to regress and not to progress. We are not participant observers. The very definition of participant forecloses this standard practice of ethnography from our usage. If we are using the lived experience of incarceration to inform our reading of the archive and incarcerated people cannot go home, then we are not participants, because the fact of doing research as incarcerated scholars is not voluntary. Anthropologist Hugh Gusterson argues that participant observation is not enough on its own and that polymorphous engagement offers opportunities for greater understanding and greater experience of a subject or topic. 25. A polymorphous engagement, in our case, is the fact of our involuntary confinement, coupled with our gender, race, class, sex, and academic work. Participant action research is oriented toward enacting social change through elevating the experiences of the participants in the design and implementation of research projects, using standard research methodologies, like participant observation and ethnography. PAR is designed also to inform the researcher, their processes, their findings, and ultimately their actions. Another goal of PAR is the empowerment of the participants as contributors to social change, based on collection and analysis of data, which can inform the actions that a group could/should take. PAR is not only research that is followed by action. It is action that is researched, changed, and researched within the research process by the participants. 26. Critical participatory action research is realized in the work of Michelle Fine and Maria Elena Toure, who expand the reach of PAR to include and foreground social justice and change for marginalized people. They critique the extractive nature of traditional ethnography, particularly with regard to justice-involved people. 27. CPAR is an approach to research in which research collectives intentionally investigate these power differentials and inequities that hide under the banner of normality as part of their methodological praxis. 28. PAR and CPAR are powerful and extremely valuable methodologies for research conducted about, on, and for incarcerated people. In a similar fashion, our method elevates the experience of the incarcerated researcher as an individual and carceral expert. However, while PAR and CPAR do not entirely foreclose the possibility of investigating conditions of confinement through historical archival research, they also don't require centering the condition of confinement as a unique key component in conducting historical research on captive populations, as our methodology does. Historians contend with which sources to use, the accuracy of those sources, and how to credit them. Historically, the voices of women and girls in Indiana's carceral institutions have frequently gone unrecorded. Our methodology acknowledges the voices of women and girls and privileges their accounts. Our methodology considers the reality and the everyday consequences of living in prison. At no point would facility staff and the Indiana Department of Correction permit us to research our current living conditions and experiences as incarcerated women in the same way we researched the living conditions of women and girls in the 19th and early 20th centuries. They would have shut us down if we had set out to expose abuse perpetrated by currently employed prison officials. The choice to focus on a historical time period is therefore a key aspect of our methodology. Researching, writing, and publishing about the facility's 19th century origins proved to be a safe project, at least in the eyes of facility authorities and the doc. Bringing primary source data to the facility and analyzing a supposedly distant past did not seem to pose a threat. To many administrators, it seemed safe enough for us to present our research at local, state, and national conferences, using the facility's video conferencing equipment. The chronological distancing afforded by history is essential to our methodology. By researching incarcerated women of the past using primary source documents, we could revive and tell their stories while slyly critiquing the current carceral state. Lastly, additional courses offered us rich continuing education experiences that fed directly into our reading of the archive and into the development of the methodology we used in writing our book. As we researched and wrote based on our unique perspective, our faculty looked for opportunities for us to publish and to present at local, state, national, and international conferences, and we followed up on all opportunities. Our 40-plus conference papers often served as the starting point for publications, which helped several of us to pursue higher education post-incarceration, creating opportunities for incarcerated scholars. Professional development is germane to this methodology. There is a precedent in Indiana history for aspects of this methodology. Harry J. Bonka was incarcerated at the Jeffersonville Men's Prison from August 12, 1868, to May 20, 1871. He proclaimed at the start of his book State Prison Life. By one who has been there, a true narrative of state prison life can be written only by a convict, in a convict's cell, for he, and he alone, knows that life in all its phases. 29 Bonka wrote to reveal the horrors happening inside the Jeffersonville prison because he understood that the outside world knew very little about the inner workings of a prison. 30 He believed that he owed it to himself, to his fellow incarcerated men and women, and to humanity to tell the story. He argued that his viewpoint is critical and necessary to counter the nicety narratives and the reports of House, Senate, and Select Committee officials. Bonka promised that he shall write truth. And if it is stranger than fiction, it is truth, still. 31. His writing countered that of a person with a contented mind, benevolent fancy, and flowing pen, who sought to smooth away the sufferings of prison life. What I write, I shall be able to prove. 32. Most important for this work, Bonka's account includes first-hand observation of the women who were incarcerated at Jeffersonville prior to the founding of the separate prison for women. In particular, he recounts the horrible experiences these women faced at the hands of the warden and guards. 33. Our methodology has much in common with Bonka's, such as humanizing the incarcerated, countering dominant narratives, privileging the narratives of the incarcerated, and critiquing the ideology and practices of the carceral state. Access and audience are also key elements of the methodology we have built. Because prisons are cordoned, secretive spaces, and because the people in them are often forgotten or ignored, we knew that our work had to reach more than just those in academia. Funneling our research into public-facing projects has been important to us, to ensure that more people can engage with our work and can experience this new understanding of incarceration. Included in this book is an excerpt from the original play by Anastasia Schmid, which brings new life to characters and key historical moments in our research through script and storytelling. Schmid also wrote a play about Mary Schweitzer, one of the women in prison, and the illegal operations performed on her by Dr. Parvin. We have made a point to present our work to as many diverse groups as possible, engaging with feminists, historians, undergraduates, activists, researchers, and teachers. We even have challenged our own faculty and program administrators in legitimizing the artistic production of our research. Converting our traditionally trained historians to our cause and gaining their support required them to see research as art. Our 2017 production of The Duchess of Stringtown, performed at the prison for the National Council on Public History Conference, is evidence that art and research work together to shift narratives and open opportunity. Our goal is to transcend traditional disciplinary and stylistic boundaries to share our methods and knowledge widely. What then is epistemic privilege in the context of academic research performed within conditions of confinement? For us, it has a specific meaning: the recognition and the validation of the voices of incarcerated and formerly incarcerated people through time. From the very beginning, our work on this project has sought to privilege, elevate, and center our lived experiences with the criminal legal system, and with the prison in particular, and to use our experiences as a lens through which we analyze the archive. As C. Wright Mills said, "The most admirable things within the scholarly community do not split their work from their lives. They seem to take both too seriously to allow such dissociation, and they want to use each for the enrichment of the other." 34. Our methodology is not quite participant observation as seen in standard ethnography, because it is embodied in forced captivity. And it is not quite participatory action research, because it reaches through time to better understand the origins of the present moment. We offer a new terminology, the embodied observer, one who views the archive from the position of the captive, from the inside of their experience. For example, as embodied observers, each one of us took seriously the allegations of sexual and gendered violence reported by the women and girls incarcerated in the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. From the moment it opened, no other scholar captured the investigations of abuse perpetrated by the two prominent Quaker reformers who founded the reformatory. No other scholar recognized that the histories and stories of those imprisoned women and girls are likely factual and need to be told. We, as incarcerated scholars and thus embodied observers, know the truth of the conditions of confinement, the realities of carceral trauma, and the presence of gendered and sexual violence in our personal prison experiences. All this informs our examination of the archive. We captured the voices and the experiences of those women and girls, captives like us. Presenting these narratives alongside the stories of the prison reformers provides a more complex, nuanced, and accurate history of these spaces in this period. The concept of an embodied observer captures the difference between the body under literal confinement and that same body subjected to the taint of criminality, a type of confinement post-incarceration. The embodied observer, however, is not limited to the experience of incarceration or the physical prison. Carceral geographic spaces writ large are key for the inscription of confinement that remains on the body, and therefore this methodology could apply to other carceral spaces, like asylums, orphanages, hospitals, mother-baby homes, Magdalene laundries, juvenile homes, and schools, and jails. Indeed, as our research expanded, we considered the histories of related Indianapolis institutions, such as private, religiously affiliated homes for fallen women and the state facility devoted to the care of the feeble-minded. We maximized our position as new researchers, as embodied observers, and we embraced the difficult answers and complexities of understanding that came from our pursuits. Others have written histories of the Indiana Women's Prison and its related carceral institutions, but we have uncovered much that previously has been omitted or unknown. We are committed to the pursuit of true contextual insight from our primary sources, and we engage with our secondary sources to form strong and compelling arguments. There is great power in incarcerated women writing these histories because we know which questions to ask. We are here to counter the dominant narratives, to expand the canon of knowers and knowledge, and to rewrite history justly. Part I. Indiana's first prisons, homes, and reformatories for women. 1. Sally and Eva at Indiana's first prison, Jeffersonville. Michelle Daniel Jones. Sally, likely Sarah Martin, was incarcerated at the Indiana State Prison South from 1865 to 1867 when she was a woman in crisis. Prison officials had sexually assaulted her numerous times. By the time she spoke with Harry J. Bonka, an incarcerated man who in 1871 would publish an exposé on the conditions at the prison. 2. She told Bonka that prison officials would regularly summon her to the warden's office or guard's quarters to be raped. Well, the worst of those brutes F______R, has ordered me to be prepared to receive nightly visits from him, and he is coming this very night. Oh, it was bad enough before, to be called to the warden's office, or waylaid when about my work in the guard's quarters, and outraged by the chief devil of the state hell. You know very well, Mrs. B, that there is not a day passes but I or some other girl is insulted by Col. Merriweather. But that is enough. This devil dog must now come and bid me entertain him by night. Oh, if I were out of here, I would kill him. If he touched me, here, he will kill me if I oppose him, he told me so. Next will come the guards, then we poor girls, instead of being mistress to 2 men, must act mistress to 20. 3. If not for Bonka reporting what he saw and what Sally and other women said to him, the voices of these victimized women from Jeffersonville would be lost to history. Personal narratives are one of the most potent forms of resistance. They tell any reader or listener that control of one's story won't reside solely with one's oppressor. Fortunately, Sally's voice echoes across time, and her anguish and anger foment from the loss of control of her own body. Her voice scathingly condemns the designing men, lawmakers, executors of the law, and grasping brothel-owning women who took advantage of her and her body and, in turn, labeled her deviant and consigned her to prison. While Sally spoke for herself, she also spoke for the other women who suffered alongside her. Before, I prayed for night, now I shall pray for death, for night and day will be hell alike. And they convict us of crime, and send us here to reform. We, who have fallen through misfortunes and temptations that they have never known, we, who have been led step by step astray, until obliged to commit crime to save us from starvation or shield us from cold. First death or some unseen calamity throws us upon the world. Do men reach out a strong hand to guide us in the straight course that leads to respectability? Do our own sex throw over us the protecting mantle of sisterly love? No. Sleek, smooth-tongued villains, the very men, perhaps, who help to make our criminal code with glitter of gold and protestations of love, tempt us to ruin, rob us of our virtue and self-respect, crush the last spark of womanly love from our hearts, and then fling us from them as a thing to be despised. Female devils stand ready, the law licenses them to trade in our shame. When we have fallen so low that none will traffic with us, we are arrested, tried by the very law that aided in our ruin, sent to prison by the law, outraged by the executors of the law, who fight each other like devils to see who shall insult us first. Did I ever commit a crime so bad as will be done in this cell house today? Mrs. B, there is no use, no use. I wish I could die and end it all. 4. Although Sally often used the pronoun we, if we read deeply into her speech, we can hear her personal story. Harry Boncott, in telling Sally's story using titillating Victorian prose, aimed to capture the reader. His sensational style of writing was common for the era. Nevertheless, we can hear Sally's anguish and can extract the meat of her story. Sally had been pursued by a man holding a political, possibly judiciary, position of some power and influence. He helped make our criminal code. This man was affluent, glitter of gold, and approached her with protestations of love. She believed in him and was willing to lose her virtue, most likely with the belief that marriage would shortly follow. Her tone was bitter because she probably loved this affluent, law-enforcing, respectable man, and he broke her heart. He robbed her of self-respect and crushed the last spark of womanly love from her heart. Discarded by her lover and left with a ruined reputation, Sally became a sex worker to feed and provide for herself. She lamented that no respectable man would marry her now. Sally's story is not unusual. Many ruined women were left with few options, as many employers would not hire them. 5. In her story as told to Boncott, she was taken advantage of by brothel owners, female devils who failed to offer her the mantle of sisterly love and to help her rise above her desperate circumstances. Sally found herself degraded, sunk so low that none traffic with her. Sally was likely imprisoned for petty larceny. It was the most common charge women received in Indiana in this period. 6. Sally expected the prison to be a place of reform. To her horror, she discovered a warden, a deputy warden, and guards who threatened, violated, and exploited her, in a place where night and day would be hell alike. Her story takes us deep inside the blurred lines between sex workers and unfortunate women ruined by men, according to the societal standards of the day. Prison reformers like Sarah Smith, who would found Indiana's separate prison for women in 1873, believed they could draw a line between the two, saving unfortunate women while condemning prostitutes. The reality was more convoluted and complex. Sally was not even able to find peace, to find rest, in her cell. The inebriated deputy warden forced her to have sex with him repeatedly and strangled her into silence, promising to twist her infernal neck off if she alerted anyone. 7. Sally was made to perform degrading sexual acts, beaten with a cat o' nine tails, and raped repeatedly for 3 months straight. 8. She couldn't fathom how the deputy warden could justify sexually abusing her along with the use of the cat. She cried, "Oh, you brutish dog, you ravish me 1 minute and whip me the next." 9. This particular beating occurred after the deputy warden accused Sally of having sex with someone else. Sally's story gives us a glimpse of women's experiences in prison in the 1860s. The state of Indiana opened its first prison in 1822, just 6 years after achieving statehood. When it opened, the prison housed a single man. 10. From the beginning, the prison operated under a convict lease system, meaning that a private contractor leased the physical prison as a whole and the incarcerated men within it 11. A cost-effective way to pay for a prison. The convict lease system disregarded decent living standards for the incarcerated. 12. In 1846, famed prison reformer Dorothea Dix visited the Indiana prison and reported in a local newspaper that the lodging cells are worse beyond all comparison than any cells I ever saw, allotted to human creatures. They are horribly disgusting, filthy, and wretched. 13. She made other observations about poor ventilation and the failure of the administration to keep a punishment record. Dix suggested that the prison be abandoned. In 1847, it was. The state prison moved to Clarksville, Indiana, located just outside Jeffersonville, but most people continued to erroneously call the prison Jeffersonville. 14. Moving the location of the prison did little to change the conditions for the men incarcerated there. The convict lease system subjected the men to a private contractor whose primary goal was to extract as much labor and make as much profit from the men as possible. As Bonka explained in State Prison Life, the needs of the men were only marginally accommodated. 15. They worked long, arduous hours at brickyards and lumber yards, farms, docks, railroad stations, and the prison. Some were skilled tradesmen and worked as blacksmiths, shoemakers, carpenters, and coopers. 16. The lessee in charge when Dix visited the prison was Samuel Patterson, who won his first contract in 1836. 17. Some legislators and governors argued that the lease system in Indiana was exploitative, but nothing was done about it until 1846, when the Indiana General Assembly learned about Patterson's abusive methods. It was his aim to get the last stroke of work out of the men with just as little outlay as possible. 18. According to Bonka, the prison's first warden, William Lee, actually reduced the abuse the men experienced. However, after 1849, the warden Colonel Lemuel Ford permitted wide use of the cat-o'-nine tails. Officers swung the weapon and cut and slashed to suit their own ideas. 19. Eventually, the revelation of abuse, and even torture, at Jeffersonville led the state legislature to appoint a warden to oversee the government of the prison, and the legislature later appointed a board of directors as well. In 1856, Patterson's lease expired. He fought to renew it, but a report from the new board of directors to the assembly sunk his bid. The administration building at the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls in the 1890s. We beg leave to the state, that at the time we took charge of the prison it was in a very dirty and filthy condition, and very much out of repair. The bedding was miserable, being nearly worn out, and dirty beyond conception, and entirely unfit for a human being to sleep upon. The clothing of the prisoners was very shabby, and a number of them were suffering from an attack of scurvy, superinduced, no doubt, by bad diet and loathsome bedding, and their general appearance indicated a mode of treatment most assuredly not contemplated by the laws of the state. 20. Convict lease practices did not end, however. They spiked during the Civil War. The state of Indiana ran the prison as cheaply as possible and allowed the warden and board to lease individuals for labor, even though a smallpox epidemic removed several men from the contract rolls. 21. In 1865, a turnover of Jeffersonville staff took place. Many of the new officials and guards were Civil War veterans. As Bonka described them, men whose sensibilities had been blunted by camp life, and whose consciences had been seared by years of debauchery in the lowest haunts of our worst cities. 22. In the wake of the war, the conduct of the staff prompted Governor Conrad Baker to enlist the help of Rhoda and Charles Coffin to investigate the northern and southern Indiana state penitentiaries. 23. Affluent Quaker leaders and a true power couple of their time, the coffins were known for their reform efforts throughout the state, including establishing the House of Refuge, a reformatory for juvenile boys, in Plainfield, Indiana. 24 When they visited the prison in 1868. On the request of Baker, several incarcerated men told the coffins about the widespread violence against the women held there. At that time, there were about 20 women confined at the Jeffersonville prison, in a building designated for them. Here is one report from an incarcerated man, as recounted in Rhoda Coffin's memoir. A number of the guards had keys to the women's prison and entered when they wished to gratify their lusts. If the women could be bought up, they gave them trinkets or goods out of the government stores. If they did not yield, they were reported as incorrigible and stripped and whipped in the presence of as many as wished to look on. 25. Prison officials also made up cruel, sexually exploitative games for their own entertainment. In one such game, a group of women were stripped naked and made to race one another along the prison grounds. In the court of the prison there was a large reservoir where the men prisoners were obliged to bathe once a week. On Sabbath afternoons, the women prisoners were brought out and compelled to strip, and thus exposed, required to run from the opposite side of the court and jump into the water, the guards using, if necessary, their lashes to drive them out, to the howling amusement of the guards and their friends who were permitted to be present, keeping it up as long as they pleased. 26. Coffin saw that rape and sexual violations were easy and frequent at Jeffersonville, and that the all-male staff worked together to tyrannize and silence the women. 26. Women were incarcerated there between 1823 and 1859. The matron locked the women in the female department at night, but she did not reside on the grounds, and was therefore unable to protect the women in her charge. Colonel J.B. Merriweather, the prison's warden from 1865 to 1868, was abusive, often inebriated, and just as culpable as his subordinates. He instituted the practice of keeping a mistress in the female department, a practice that the officers and guards quickly imitated. 27. As a result, women lived under the constant threat of violation and violence. Harry Bonka, incarcerated at Jeffersonville from 1868 to 1871, described how Merriweather commanded a young woman working in his residence to sing for him. 28. When she refused, the outraged warden left to retrieve the cat o' nine tails. It was only the intervention of the warden's wife that prevented the assault. 29. According to Bonka, Merriweather shamelessly charged prison officials $10 a month for open-ended use of the women in the female department. One prison official who took advantage of Merriweather's offer was the hospital steward, Joe Vanoi. In addition, when a staff member discovered Merriweather sexually assaulting a woman in her cell, the employee received a sudden promotion, ensuring his silence. 30. Allegations in the local news that the warden practiced concubinage in the facility recast the prison into a vest bawdy house. 31. In 1866, a young woman named Eva Green entered Jeffersonville and was immediately set on by the hospital steward, Joe Vanoi. Bonka described Eva as a very beautiful girl. Vanoi took advantage of Merriweather's open season and coerced and then blackmailed Eva into frequent sexual intercourse with him in the doctor's office. To Eva's horror, he infected her with a sexually transmitted disease, most likely syphilis. The disease caused lesions and scarring of her face and body. 32. Once Eva was infected, Vanoi discarded her. Before Eva's release in 1868, covered with the eternal marks of her disgrace, and smarting from the keenest of anguish, she sat and wrote a complete account of Vanoi's abuses and demanded an investigation, with her physical body as evidence. She was not denied. 33 At the trial, Eva presented her case. Standing before the prison directors, she revealed that Vanoi infected her with a loathsome disease, which festered and covered almost her entire person with putrid sores, and she was no longer beautiful. 34 Several other Jeffersonville women testified about Vanoi's deeds and stood with Eva for justice. According to Bonka, the women convinced the prison's board of directors of the hospital steward's guilt. 35 Vanoi reportedly hung his head between his legs as Eva bared her disfigured face and pointed at him. Eviscerated with guilt from her simple but truthful tale, Vanoi asked to leave. Yet he was cleared by the directors. This is not surprising. Col. Merriweather was Vanoi's counsel in the presentation before the board of directors, and two of the directors were also lawyers. Merriweather summed up Vanoi's argument against Eva with a resounding imperative: "You can't believe that woman, caught her in 1,000 lies." 36 The gavel sounded to deny justice for Eva. It echoes through time as the carceral system continues to strip confined women of their personhood, to deny them justice, and to invalidate of their experiences. The prominent Quaker couple mentioned earlier, Rhoda and Charles Coffin, visited the prison in 1868 to investigate allegations of abuse and corruption. They published their findings the next year in their report of the Committee on Prison, together with the evidence of the officers and others before the committee at the Southern Prison. They noted that very grave charges were presented to the committee against officers and guards formerly in charge of the prison, of drunkenness and treatment of prisoners, prostitution of female convicts, and demoralization generally. 37 The Coffins report triggered a legislative investigation. 38 Col. Merriweather and the guards presented a fit and decent prison to the investigating committee. Some incarcerated men were paid to play along, and the warden kept the committee tied up in long conversations with the men in the shops and dorms. 39 The Legislative Committee's report after visiting Jeffersonville was glowing. The brutish warden and his conspirators evaded exposure. 40 Bonka recorded all this arrogance, Merriweather's certainty that he would never be taken down, and certainly not by an inmate of the prison. After all, as Bonka wrote, guard's word is always taken in preference to the prisoner's. 41 Yet Bonka refused to let such flagrant abuses of power go unaddressed. In his 1871 expose, he addressed the corrupt Jeffersonville guards directly. You think you are safe from exposition, because the frowning walls of a prison shut out the world, and you think a prisoner dare not raise his voice or pen against us. Besides, you argue, who would believe a prisoner? Well, we shall see. I expect to live, please God, to see you work your own ruin. 42 The title of this book comes from Bonka's exposition about the prison officials. Bonka was keenly aware of the epistemic injustice that protected violent state employees while discrediting the testimonies of people like himself who had experienced incarceration. He still asserted the power and validity of his own narrative, writing and publishing to raise public awareness about the horrors at the prison. Bonka was not the only person concerned for the well-being of the women at Jeffersonville. The Coffin's 1869 report took their informants' claims of widespread and systematic sexual violence seriously, with additional evidence likely presented by the number of children born to women incarcerated longer than 9 months. After the failed investigation of 1868, Giovanni and another prison employee went on a 30-day debauchery spree in the town of Jeffersonville. The citizens demanded their Immediate dismissal, and col. Merriweather bowed to the public pressure. 43 Vonoe pressured the warden for his job back. When the reinstatement wasn't forthcoming, Vonoe decided to tell the prison's board of directors everything he knew about what col. Merriweather allowed to occur inside the prison. Much of it was reported in newspapers. 44 Vonoe charged that Merriweather was a murderer, adulterer, abortionist, swindler, cruel tyrant, and father of the prisoner woman's babe, and a monster guilty of every crime that it had been possible for him to commit. 45. Col. Merriweather came before the prison's board of directors. After hearing the evidence presented by Vonoe, they suggested Merriweather resign to avoid prosecution. 46 Before he went, Merriweather had the young pregnant woman swear the child on Vonoe, which ensured Vonoe wouldn't be rehired. This failing of the state of Indiana in prison management found its way to the New York Times in 1869. Illustration in Harry J. Bonca's Last of M_R. The legislative report in which all of these outrages are related abounds with such sickening details that the conclusions at which the members of the committee who framed the report arrived appear exceedingly tame, and the honor of the state requires most imperatively that the villains who perpetrated these atrocities should not be permitted to escape the punishment due to their crimes by merely resigning their offices. 47. Unfortunately, none of the villains were prosecuted. But Bonca rejoiced, col. Merriweather has resigned. The removal of the warden was enough for him. Considering that children were born into what was essentially a state-operated sex trafficking ring, it is no wonder Bonca was relieved. The Greencastle Press reported these scandals, adding that the guards provided incarcerated women with whiskey, tobacco, and opium, such that the women in the prison wing led lives not a whit better than before their imprisonment. Such a thing as reform was never heard of. 48. Upon Merriweather's resignation, he, like Vonoe, began to tell about his experience in the prison. He sent a letter to the Senate committee, and a second investigation was launched in 1869-49 col. Merriweather came before this committee and readily admitted that he had sex with the women, was drunk on the job, allowed guards to board at his mansion, and made use of state supplies, but he denied that he beat or allowed a man to be beaten to death. 50. Merriweather alleged that two members of the prison's board of directors, F.M. Meredith and M.P. McGee, extorted money from him regularly, essentially making him pay for the privilege of being warden. They frequently wrote me for money, and I sent it to them, Merriweather claimed. 51. He alleged that these two board members made contractors pay for the privilege to exercise of their official authority, and that Meredith was compensated by an incarcerated man, John L. Matthews, to obtain a pardon on his behalf. 52. Feeling unable to keep up with Meredith and McGee's demands for funds, Merriweather started asking employees to help him pay. Was this the moment in which Merriweather began charging the guards $10 a month for open access to the women? Of course, Meredith and McGee refuted Merriweather's testimony, and with a new warden, Colonel Lawrence S. Schuler, officials expected changes for the better. 53. Col. Schuler, like Merriweather, was a former military commander. At the outset of the Civil War, Schuler recruited a company of soldiers and quickly earned a captain's commission. After being injured in battle, he returned home, entered politics, and was promptly elected auditor of Hendricks County, Indiana. When Col. Merriweather resigned in 1868, Col. Schuler Applied for the position and was appointed warden of Jeffersonville. His arrival offered a reprieve from Meriwether's cruel and exploitative regime. 54 Boncar reported that Schuyler got rid of the indiscriminate use of the cat, and put on notice the guards who had served under the previous warden to change their behavior or be dismissed. 55 Boncar offered a glowing tribute to Schuyler, describing him as wise and decent to the incarcerated men. In praising Schuyler's reformation in the management of the prison, Boncar included snippets of dialogue between Schuyler and the guards who were resistant to reducing corporal punishments and testimony from newspaper clippings presenting the findings of the First Legislative Committee. 56. By 1871, however, Col. Schuyler was himself under investigation. 57 Like Meriwether, Schuyler had a problem with the women held in the prison. The matron charged that Schuyler used inappropriate language with the women, allowed incarcerated husbands to visit their incarcerated wives in their cells, acquired a pardon for one woman who became pregnant, and maintained an inappropriate relationship with Nancy Clem, a notorious murderess. 58. Many formerly incarcerated men, Jeffersonville businessmen, local officials, and guards and other prison staff testified that Schuyler used incarcerated men to work outside the prison, and enhanced his private property using state equipment and incarcerated labor. In contrast to the testimonies against Meriwether, the testimonies against Schuyler were that he failed to provide the discipline of the cat o' nine tails. To make the men work, he allowed several men to escape on his watch, and he permitted Harry Youngman to write a book. 59. Regarding Harry Boncar's book specifically, the chaplain stated the following: I know the book spoken of. The book was written by Youngman, a convict. He commenced writing the book before Schuyler became warden. Soon after Col. Schuyler took charge of the prison, he was appointed as my assistant in the library. He brought all his manuscript with him and had perfect liberty to write when not engaged in his duties of distributing books to the prison. I did not assist him in writing the book, not one word, and so far as reference is made to acts done while I was there, they are true. I mean so far as the printed book conformed to the manuscript. Youngman got access to the records of the prison by the consent of the warden. 60. An investigation into Schuyler's tenure, published in 1875, showed gross fraud and misappropriation of state funds, not only in contractual obligations to the lessee but also in the conversion of his private house and grounds into a luxurious estate. 61. Meriwether's and Schuyler's prison leadership proved ineffective, dangerous, and corrupt. The effects of their leadership, or lack of leadership, touched everyone in Jeffersonville, especially the incarcerated women. In the 1869 congressional session, Governor Conrad Baker implored legislators to create a separate prison for women. I therefore urgently recommend that a separate prison for female convicts be established with the least practicable delay, and that there be connected with it on the same grounds and under the same direction and management, but in different buildings, a reformatory for girls. I commend the subject to your careful consideration, with the expression of the hope that the result of your deliberations will show that the cause of these unfortunate women has not been presented in vain. 62. Col. Schuyler, the deputy warden, the director, and the moral instructor were all dismissed in the wake of the investigation. By then, just over 160 women had been incarcerated in the chaotic and corrupt environment at Jeffersonville since its opening. In 1873, in preparation for the transfer of women to the new reformatory, approximately 13 women were discharged or pardoned. 63. Interestingly, approximately 5 women were incarcerated at Jeffersonville after The reformatory opened, but all the women were gone from there by 1877. From what we can surmise from the existing records, Sally and Eva Green were not transferred to the new women's prison. One hopes they were able to heal from the trauma they experienced in the Indiana State Prison South, aka Jeffersonville. A portion of this chapter was presented via video conferencing by Michelle Jones, Rhoda Coffin, and the fallout of the cult of domesticity in Indiana's Gilded Age, presented at the Indiana Women's Bicentennial History Conference. Hoosier Women at Work, Indianapolis, Indiana, March 26, 2016, Michelle Jones, Failing the Fallen, Sexual and Gendered Violence on Incarcerated Women in the Gilded Age, the American Historical Association Annual Conference. Atlanta, Georgia, January 7, 2016, Michelle Jones, Origins of the Indiana Women's Prison and the Criminalized Sexuality of Incarcerated Women, American Correctional Association Annual Conference, Indianapolis, Indiana, August 14, 2015, and Sexual Violence is an Old Hat, Criminalized Sexuality of Incarcerated Women in Indiana in the Gilded Age, presented via video conferencing by Michelle Jones to women and gender historians of the Midwest Annual Conference, June 12, 2015. I would like to thank everyone at those early conferences and institutions that gave us the opportunity to present our research via video conferencing. 2. Rhoda and Sarah toured the home for friendless women. Michelle Daniel Jones. Sarah Smith, a Quaker minister from England, believed God called her to save fallen women and girls. Relying heavily on her Quaker faith to change the women in her charge at the new Indiana prison, she said, in 1874, I can thankfully record that in both departments I am assisted by earnest Christian workers who labor faithfully for the temporal and spiritual improvement of those under their charge. One Smith's birth name was Sarah J. Willen, and she was born on October 31, 1814, in Dewsbury, England. To her father, recorded her birth in his diary, a little daughter born this morning. I dedicate her to the Lord and to his service. 3. There is no accounting of what happened to her mother, but Sarah grew up in the Friends boarding school, Ackworth, and later in a Quaker home. Friends is a term used to describe members of a Quaker congregation and is synonymous with the word church. The Society of Friends is in essence a Quaker church. It is likely that Sarah remained at Ackworth through her teens. At 18, she heard Joseph John Gurney speak and was inspired. Gurney was a minister of the Religious Society of Friends, a branch of Quakerism that espoused evangelical Christian doctrines concerning Jesus Christ, atonement, and the Bible. Sarah began to feel a divine calling to reform women and girls living sinful lives. She and James Smith, a fellow Quaker and Sheffield native, were married in 1836. When Sarah was 22. Together, they had 3 children, Eliza, Maria, and John. Smith applied herself to temperance work, ridding her community of the abuse of alcohol, and formed mothers' meetings to aid and instruct those needing help and sympathy. Foresighting concerns for her health, Sarah emigrated in 1849 from Manchester, England, to America with her husband and children. 5. They settled in Wayne County, Indiana, on a farm in the town of Milton. They lived there with the McLaughlin family, which at the time of the 1850 census comprised 9 members. 6. The Smith family joined the Indiana Yearly Meeting, where they met Rhoda and Charles Coffin. In addition to raising her children, Sarah Smith visited public institutions, including prisons, and traveled with Elizabeth Comstock, a Quaker minister, abolitionist, and social reformer, to Cincinnati, Louisville, Jeffersonville, and other cities. 7. Sarah preached to the sick and dying, and many sought the salvation she described in her talks. Sarah's service during the Civil War included working with freedmen and soldiers, distributing clothing, helping the sick, and holding religious meetings. As a part of the Committee on Freedmen, she went to Louisiana and Mississippi to work with newly freed African Americans and taught the then very ignorant class how to use their freedom. 8. Smith, and likely Rhoda Coffin, was spurred to action by watching Angelina Grimke and her sister lecture across the country about the evils of slavery, the need to reform the spiritual and moral character of America, and the way women were uniquely fit to meet said challenges. 9. By all accounts, Smith was a devoted Quaker minister who took very seriously her work serving and teaching the poor and unfortunate. Rhoda Coffin, a preeminent Quaker prison reformer, speaking at the National Prison Congress in 1885, after 20 years of working with fallen women and wayward girls, communicated her ingrained beliefs about incarcerated women and elite white men. Portrait of Sarah J. Smith. Men cannot reform debased women. It is an impossibility. Most women who have descended so low as to be incarcerated in a prison under sentence, have lost self-respect and the finer sensibilities of her character. 10. For Coffin, the debased woman was beyond reformation if left in the hands of men. Smith echoed the statement. Woman is competent to govern the depraved and desperate of her own sex by womanly measures and appliances, without a resort to the rigorous means which are generally means supposed to be necessary in prisons governed by men, and intended wholly or chiefly for male convicts. 11. Rhoda Coffin was born on February 1, 1826. Raised in an affluent Quaker home and instilled with strict religious values, she had a firm sense of herself and of her place in the world. 12. She married into another upper-middle-class Quaker family. Her husband, Charles Coffin, was a leading Quaker and citizen of the Richmond, Indiana, community. Rhoda was a homemaker, devoted and faithful to her husband, and followed his lead. She bore 6 children, 5 boys, and 1 girl who died young. By her own account, Rhoda raised her children to be studious followers of the gospel. She presented the perfect home, proudly capturing in her memoir the many prominent friends and others she received in her home, and fondly reflecting on placing family first and above all things. 13. From the outset, Rhoda desired to be visible in the public sphere. 14. In the space between having pride in the perfect home and desiring to be visible in the public sphere is a tension that Rhoda didn't address explicitly. She was bored in the role of homemaker and decided to step out of that sphere, declaring, "I must be about my father's business." 15. She expanded the Victorian dictates of the female sphere and the cult of domesticity to include activity for women in the public sphere with a reliance on spiritual justification, domestic skills and volunteer labor. 16. Women activists worked within the bounds of womanhood to accomplish their goals, even as they forged these pathways into the public sphere. 17. Charles Coffin's career advancements, as president of the Richmond National Bank and as clerk of the Indiana Yearly Meeting, afforded the employment of domestic workers in their home by the 1860s. 18. At that point, Rhoda Coffin was free to seek her own interests. 19. Portrait of Rhoda Coffin. From the start, she focused on benevolence. Rhoda's early benevolent activities involved serving on a board of visitors and inspectors for a public high school and assisting in the establishment of the Marion Street Sabbath School in Richmond in 1865, which served poor families of all faiths suffering in the aftermath of the Civil War. 20. She and Charles positioned themselves to serve in the various reform efforts within the Quaker community. 21. In their Travels throughout the state of Indiana and the wider United States. Rhoda and Charles shared their faith, preached the gospel, and made a point to visit jails, the poor, and other Quakers. 22. Rhoda became known to many as she and Charles gained notoriety, both nationally and internationally, as leading experts in prison reform through prison visitation and frequent communion with other leading prison reformers in the United States and in Europe. The benevolence that Sarah Smith and Rhoda Coffin pursued in Indiana built on the work of antebellum women reformers from all faiths and races that started in Pennsylvania. Women from Protestant, Quaker, and Catholic backgrounds organized themselves around the care and concern for humanity. African American women started the first organization, the Female Benevolent Society of St. Thomas, at an African American church in Philadelphia, that focused on benevolent work. In 1793, 23 free African American women created their own organizations, rather than dealing with the inconsistencies and condescension of white paternalism, particularly in areas where the population of African Americans was highest and where the free outnumbered the enslaved. 24. In 1795, white women established the first benevolent institution independent of a church body, called the Female Society of Philadelphia, and dozens more were established in the 20 years that followed. Women in cities such as New York and Boston gathered and created independent civic organizations, which proved to be an extraordinary historical step, one that forever altered the social field, in which women could undertake collective religious, political, ideological, and economic activities. 25. In their work of organizing, women in the new nation formed associations to achieve personal and group goals, and in the process shaped new experiences, representations, and expectations of womanhood, and saw their work grow from small-scale neighborhood benevolent work to large-scale movements. 26. White, black, and indigenous women's lives of the antebellum era were typically subject to the will of men, and even women's organizations privileged masculine and patriarchal ideas. 27. Yet women were not completely without choices. 28. For example, while women could not enter into contract without the permission of a man and could not vote, they could exercise agency within the home and through the elements that flowed from the home. Sometimes commodities, but mostly culture, ideologies, and beliefs. 29. The late 18th and early 19th centuries therefore saw not only the growth of cities and industrial processes, but also the growth of women's organizations, which developed from private coffee table meetings to public actions and movements. Quaker women like Angelina and Sarah Grimke exemplified that shift. 30. Their work represented a link between the abolitionism and women's rights organizing, two movements that did not always work in tandem. 31. From the late 1830s, the Grimke sisters spoke publicly in cities across the country against the ills of slavery, moving women into the public sphere and forging a path to the development of women's rights and organized women's groups. Raised in Charleston, North Carolina, a southern city with 60,000 slaves and 20,000 whites, where slavery was ubiquitous, the Grimke sisters' abolitionist and evangelical work helped open the way for other women to publicly engage in politics in their own farming, rural, and anti-revivalist communities. 32. Religion played a key role in the Grimke sisters' activism. 33. The Second Great Awakening emphasized the sacred power of individual will, which protected the abolitionists in their fight against the rule of law, or the social order. 34. This awakening empowered a new middle class to seek salvation and to empower themselves to be free of sin. 35. Sarah, and then Angelina, came to Quakerism largely because of its opposition to Slavery, and because of the lack of abolitionist activism in their own Episcopal Church. By 1835, the sisters were members of the Anti-Slavery Society. 36 The two sisters would go on breaking tradition by speaking in public, preaching the abolition of slavery, and publicly asserting that women were the spiritual and moral equals of men, even as fellow abolitionists began to complain that the issue of women's rights clouded the arguments for abolition. The Grimke sisters left the Anti-Slavery Society in 1838, and the group splintered over the issue of combining the cause of women's rights with the abolition movement. Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Stanton organized the first convention of women's rights in Seneca Falls, New York, and saved the women's rights movement from fracturing the anti-slavery movement. 37 By the 1850s, the women's rights movement attracted temperance organizers and members of the moral reform movement, as well as those who advocated for marriage and property rights for women, effectively changing the lives of most middle-class white women. 38 Unfortunately, in the women's rights movement, those interests did not have large support for including African American women. 39 In the years following the Civil War, the women's rights movement split completely over the issue of race and the interpretation of the 15th Amendment, which included race but not gender in the language of who could vote. 40 African American women fought to keep themselves in the conversation and in the legal fight, as leading African American men like Frederick Douglass absorbed black women into black people, and white women leaders like Cady Stanton opposed African American men from getting the right to vote before women got it. Ultimately, African American women abolitionists like Frances Harper and Sojourner Truth, famed speakers of African American and women's rights, remained on the fringes of the two major white women's suffrage organizations that never fully embraced them. After the Civil War, African American women like Ida B. Wells, a gifted educator, lecturer, and writer, formed separate suffrage organizations. The Victorian cult of domesticity developed amid the rise of capitalism and supported the capitalist infrastructure. 41 The 1820s and 1830s saw the proliferation of periodicals published to educate young girls, young women, and mothers on how to live the right kind of life. Such texts were written by both women and men, with a focus on reinforcing a woman's place in the domestic sphere through religious ideologies that fashioned the world in stark contrast to the home. 42 As the industrialization of the European and American economies led to increasing numbers of men working away from the home, women were left in charge of creating a proper home and raising children. These duties reinforced contemporary notions of a woman's proper state as pious, clean, chaste, obedient, and childlike. For Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith, a woman's proper state included teaching the gospel and living a godly life. 43 The home, the female sphere, was the counterpart to the competitive and treacherous world of capitalism, and the home demarcated the boundary of women's influence. 44 Married Victorian women were devoid of legal personhood, owned little to no property, and rarely labored outside the home. 45 These conditions reinforced the cult of domesticity. Indoctrinated into this cult, Coffin and Smith learned to embody the ideal American woman and wife through religious piety, purity, submissiveness, and domesticity. 46. Coffin and Smith did not challenge the social precepts emphasizing domesticity, marriage, and children. To their best ability, they upheld them as aligning with Quaker beliefs and life. 47. The female sphere, particularly after the 1830s, became less about subservience and the inferiority of women and more about definitive and inherent difference of place. Within this domestic sphere, influence shaped virtue and implied a more rigid difference between men and women, depicting women as more naturally suited for benevolent work. 48 It was in this space that women publicly sought education, sisterhood, personal strength and power, and even openly displayed opposition to men. 49 Ironically, the primary reason Coffin and Smith could venture into the public sphere was that their husbands were wealthy enough to hire help to perform domestic duties. A wife was considered successful if she could produce these outcomes in her home. Failure to maintain a proper home supported arguments that women like Coffin and Smith, who dabbled in the public sphere, were out of place, so hiring domestic help was of the utmost importance. Therefore, the two women found that female domestic workers were imperative to creating the proper home as they crossed out of the home and into the public sphere. Both women sought to expand the Victorian dictates of the feminine ideal and its cult of domesticity to include activity for women like themselves in the public sphere. Donning the mantle of religious morality, Smith and Coffin reconnected sphere with the well-being of society. 50 Armed with this declaration of purpose, these women countered the correlation of the public woman to the prostitute and crafted a public presence that overtook the masculine legitimacy of civil virtue. 51. The cult of domesticity created hierarchical roles based on gender, race, class, religion, and even marital status. Only married, white, affluent women like Coffin and Smith saw themselves commanding leadership roles in the public sphere. Conversely, African American, immigrant, undocumented, and criminalized women dealt with systemic racism and pervasive discrimination, which constrained their efforts to reach beyond the female sphere in the same way. This highlights an important point about the variable agency afforded to women in the late 19th century. Quaker women's middle-class status led them to believe they were distinctly equipped to reform the fallen and wayward women and girls of lower social classes and to put them on a path of their ideological making. Only women with Smith's and Coffin's social privilege could even imagine expanding the female sphere and creating institutions in the public sphere that they themselves would control and lead, which contained women of all races. Indiana in the time after the Civil War was particularly challenging for women. While William Robeson Holloway, a chronicler of Indianapolis, reported that businessmen and the state of Indiana reaped great economic gains from opportunities stemming from the Civil War, women for the most part lost. Many women had lost their income-producing fathers, husbands, and sons, creating precarious lifeways for them. Even though many women had worked the family farms and plantations, they were enmeshed in marginalized economic and political positions and remained so after the war. Many Indiana Democrats remained convinced the white man must stand above black men and all women. 52 In addition, women had few opportunities to earn a living wage, and those who were working earned definitively less than men did. 53 Even though some women used their homes to take in boarders, most women were powerless in a system they did not control. Sex work, theft, and fraud became, in many cases, the only alternative to destitution and death. 54. Sex workers were the bane of Indianapolis society after the Civil War. Commentators proclaimed that they were everywhere. In 1870, one observed that among the worst evils the war brought was the inundation of prostitutes. They flaunted their gay shame in every public place. They crowded decency, in its own defense, out of sight. Their bagnios polluted every street. The military camps were not always, with all the vigilance of centuries and rigidity of discipline, safe from their noisome intrusion. The jail was nightly filled with them and their drunken victims. And the remuneration of their vice was so ample and constant that a fine was a trifle. Even if it could not be paid, the alternative of a few days. Confinement only restored them in better health, with strong allurements and appetites to their occupation. 55. In hegemonic spaces of power and control, there will be resistance. In lieu of decent jobs, these women flouted convention to exercise their sexual agency, constituting material survival strategies in the scarcity and lack after the war. The mayor felt compelled to find some place for them to go. Land was donated just beyond the southern suburbs, just beyond the city limits for county courts to send sex workers. The message: keep the deviant influence of prostitution far from our city of good and pure women. State officials were to send sex workers to a prison for the vicious and intractable as a home for the more mild and teachable. 56. In Christian doctrine, women stood responsible for prostitution, as Eve stood at fault for Adam's fall. Eve was the tempter, the seductress, who caused Adam to sin. Many believed that without the check of reason over her emotion and instincts, woman was always in danger of going astray, and that check has come from white men, using the Bible, force, coercion and the language of purity and righteousness and the fear of falling to control and subdue the female body. 57. Instituting patriarchal control of women and their bodies can be seen as emerging directly from Christianity, and in Indiana, the Coffins often led in those efforts. By Quaker standards, the Coffins and the Smiths were progressive in their ecumenical reform efforts, and they bonded over the importance of engaging the world at large with the gospel and reform. 58. They visited prisons, asylums, and institutional homes. The Coffins and the Smiths' interests stood in opposition to the strict Quaker tenets of isolation, quietism, and reserved dress. The Coffins and the Smiths stood against the rigidity and the repression of Orthodox Quakerism, a battle that fell largely along generational lines, with the elders dominating the meetings and the various aspects of Quaker life. 59. The younger generation tended to follow the branch of Quakerism founded by George Fox. Fox rejected absolute male hierarchy, which reinforced that being a wife and mother was not the only approved role for a Quaker woman. 60. Popular women's culture and feminism itself identified and highlighted the root of conflict between men and women as an imbalance of power, which in Fox's Quakerism did not manifest itself in the same way. 61. The tension between Quakerism, evangelical Protestantism, and notions of traditional gender roles is present in Rhoda's voice when she said, "I never could follow closely in a groove laid out by another. I tried hard to do so, for I realized my position was an important one. I was in a position to exert some influence, and it was important that I should act so as to exert an influence which should not close the way or in any way hinder the service of either my husband or myself. I honestly tried to walk as they directed, but it was all an utter failure." 62. Coffin tried to adhere to the strict tenets as much as possible for her own sake, and for the sake of her husband's position, but, as stated, she broke most determinately from them all. Sarah Smith and her husband followed the Coffins in this shift. Encouraged by Quaker friends and imbued with the revolutionary spirit, the Coffins made room for major changes in the Quaker faith. These changes included singing and speaking in the meetings, encouraging evangelism, and advocating for ecumenical benevolent work and social reform. The Coffins also encouraged the promotion of Quaker values and precepts through the mass production of religious tracts and pamphlets, which increased the visibility of Quakers and their faith. The Richmond Preparative Meeting was organized in the first month of 1865. It was an offshoot of a prayer meeting commenced of Charles and Rhoda Coffin. The Richmond Preparative Meeting established Sabbath schools, Bible classes, reading circles, which met at different homes, tracts and tract readings, cottage prayer meetings, etc. 63. The Coffins also developed the Friends Foreign Mission Association and traveled to various nations ministering the gospel. Sarah and James Smith were extremely active in this work alongside the Coffins. In Rhoda Coffin's memoir, she conveyed that the purpose of the new meetings was not to cause division but to expand the church's reach and to make their faith more palatable and accessible. 64. Their moral superiority underscored their gendered and elite perspective and was informed by their religious backgrounds and the political climate of their time. How did Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith arrive at the conclusion that debased and depraved women who are devalued and deemed lower in character and class could not be helped or rehabilitated by men? What ideas and opportunities informed their understanding of the differences between women convicted of crimes and women like themselves? Sarah and Rhoda's beliefs about women's activism and how and why these two took on the reformation of women and girls in Indiana become clearer when these benevolent prison reformers are explored within the historical context of the Victorian era and when the dominant narrative of these women as purely benevolent is disrupted and the human complexity of their motivations and their work is revealed. A Sabbath school is a religious school wherein Bible study, discussion, outreach, and fellowship are key components. Once the Marian Sabbath school was up and running, Rhoda Coffin shifted her focus to the creation of the Home Mission Association of Women of the yearly meeting in 1866. As the association's first president and key founder, Coffin desired to give Quaker women the freedom to organize and to play active evangelical and missionary roles in the church. 65. Working with her husband and other friends couples, she observed the lack of women's input in the church administration. The HMAW was a platform for young friends, including men and husbands, to participate in church missionary work in a time of much religious revival and conversion. 66. The HMAW represents a major benchmark for Rhoda Coffin. She took matters into her own hands and communicated to the Quaker meeting her desire to create a women's organization that would generate other organizations led by women, continuing the legacy of the women reformers before her. 67. Traditionally, Quaker membership in Indiana remained largely white. There is no evidence that Smith and Coffin formed alliances with freed African American women before, during, or after the Civil War in various movements organized for alleviating social ills, even though Smith served African American families during the Civil War. Contrasted against the abolitionist and women's rights movements in New York and Philadelphia that included freed African American women, the organizations formed by Smith and Coffin were led by decidedly white, middle-class, Protestant, and Quaker members. 68. Within the available archive, there is no evidence to support that Quaker women's benevolent organizations in Indiana reached across the racial line as the many women's benevolent groups along the East Coast did. 69. The white women and African American women in these areas created their own separate benevolent organizations, to flee from the inconsistencies and condescension of white paternalism in anti-slavery, poverty organizations, and the like. 70. In Indiana, these activist women maintained race and class distinctions, established themselves independent of men, led and directed the work, and situated themselves in positions where poor men, women, children, white, black, native-born, recent immigrants became their dependents. 71. The HMAW operated successfully for 6 years without men before Rhoda advocated for inviting men to participate and incorporated the organization into the church body. 72. After the Creation of the HMAW, Smith, and Coffin were then integral to the creation of the House of Refuge, a reformatory home for boys, and a home for women. The HMAW established the Indianapolis Home for Friendless Women in 1867 as a home for sex workers, which introduced Coffin and Smith to state and local lawmakers. 73. One of many similar institutions in the country, the HFFW brought the domestic roles typically performed in the home, preparing food, providing alms, and promoting family values into public organizations and facilities. 74. It is likely that Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith heard the clarion call of Elizabeth Fry, who in 1827 stated, "May the time quickly arrive, when there shall not exist, in this realm, a single public institution shall not enjoy the efficacious superintendence of the pious and benevolent of their own sex." 75. At 18 years of age, Smith had learned about Joseph John Gurney, the English Quaker minister whose beliefs led to a schism in the faith, and his sister, Elizabeth Fry, an English prison reformer, philanthropist, and Quaker, and sought to imitate Elizabeth. 76. Taking their cue from Fry and others, Coffin and Smith were convinced that any unfortunate woman or girl could be helped only by institutions organized and operated by women, like the HFFW. Indianapolis Home for Friendless Women, located at what was Tennessee and 9th Streets. Lawmakers in the state sought Rhoda Coffin as the best candidate to manage the Indianapolis Home for Friendless Women because she was the president of the HMAW, and the HFFW Richmond location was well managed. According to Coffin, however, because of all her other work, she herself could not run the home, so she handpicked Sarah Smith to run the new facility in Indianapolis. It began receiving women in 1867. 77. Smith managed the home for 6 years, until the new prison for women opened. 78. A second institution, the Richmond Home for Friendless Women, opened in 1868, and it served as a home for convicted women, helpless women with children, friendless girls, strangers passing through the city, and diseased, deformed, and illegitimate children. 79. The home was one of the first brick buildings in the city and included 40 beds, a chapel, a laundry, a nursery, and 18 chambers. 80. Because of the appalling conditions women faced at the men's state prison in Jeffersonville, and impressed with the Indianapolis HFFW, county commissioners, authorized by new legislation, incorporated the Richmond HFFW as a city prison, and Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith were made deputy sheriffs. 81. The deputization of Coffin and Smith is unusual, as no other carceral institution in this book had women administrators empowered to arrest and transport convicted women. What was it about Smith and Coffin and the conditions of Indiana's criminal justice system that allowed this to occur? Desperation? Lack of interest? Respect for Smith and Coffin's work? A woman, likely a white woman, charged with theft drove the push for county commissioners to approve the costs for outfitting a room at the HFFW as a prison. 82. In fact, the completion of the prison occurred in anticipation of her conviction. Upon her plea of guilty, the woman was taken into custody by Smith and Coffin, acting as deputy sheriffs, and placed in our county prison for women in Richmond. 83. Coffin proudly related the woman's religious conversion to Quakerism and her eventual friend's marriage. Thus begins Smith and Coffin's entrance into penal administration and reform. While Rhoda's husband, Charles, and other elite Quakers lobbied state legislators at the government center, Rhoda and Sarah went to the nearby Bates Hotel to convince the governor to create a separate facility to reform young boys. Neither woman allowed her gender to deter them from their goal. The board of the Indiana House of Refuge was organized in the spring of 1867, and Charles Coffin was elected as its president. 84 By the following year, the facility began receiving boys. Lobbying for the House of Refuge and orchestrating the opening of both homes for friendless women represent Coffin and Smith's entrance into Indiana political activism, a space in which they were quite successful. With the influence gained from Sarah's missionary work and the two women's positions in the Quaker community, Rhoda and Sarah were able to shape Greater Indiana. Their efforts were noticed by Indiana city officials, and in addition to becoming a sheriff, Sarah was named City Missionary of Indianapolis. 85 Sarah and Rhoda became a part of the very fabric of the political infrastructure that governed the state. They plainly felt that power should belong to them, and others like them, in the administration of public facilities, especially those involving women. 86 According to historian Laurie Ginsberg, Antebellum New York, politicians' support for women's moral reform organizations rested on the fact that by granting assistance to women's benevolent organizations, local politicians implicitly acknowledged that the women's efforts directly relieved governments of much of the responsibility for poor or aged citizen. 87 I suggest that this was likely true for Indiana politicians in the 1860s as well. In helping Coffin and Smith, Indiana politicians would not need to bother with women and girls who were abandoned, had fallen, or were convicted of crimes. Therefore, with the state's support, Coffin and Smith's efforts surpassed visiting children, the sick, and the poor to encompass building carceral institutions. These two women envisioned a path out of the separate female sphere and into the public sphere. Once plans for the reformatory were underway, the Coffins went on an expedition in the United States and around the world and attended the International Prison Congress in London. In 1872, they visited prisons, jails, and houses of ill repute and in general surveyed reform efforts at home and abroad. The couple made influential connections everywhere, advancing their cause and growing in recognition. In acquirement of their position, Rhoda related that they traveled with official documents given to us by our own governor with the noble seal upon it, which gave them access to closed prison doors internationally. 88. After the Civil War, Indianapolis had its hands full with sex workers. Many of those women were sent to the HFFW. Unfortunately, a fire on September 23, 1870, reduced the building, except for a few outer walls, to ashes. And yet the number of sex workers arrested, charged, and convicted by county courts continued to rise. After the HFFW burned, what happened to these women who were forced or consented to engage in sexual promiscuity, and thus were considered fallen by the standard of the day? By all accounts, survival strategies of fallen women were particularly constrained. To quote historian Estelle Friedman, arrest, conviction, or imprisonment for offenses against chastity, decency, or public order carried a unique penalty for the 19th century female criminal, the label of fallen woman. No longer the perpetrator of a single immoral act, those who crossed the boundary of chastity gained a lifetime identity as a fallen woman. A 19th century fallen woman experienced a greater stigma than did contemporary male criminals or than had women criminals in the past. Many women and men refused to associate with or employ even a suspected fallen woman. Thus, outcast, the first offender often entered a vicious cycle which led her directly into the criminal class, often as a prostitute, as case histories illustrate. 89. In 1897, a journalist for the Fort Wayne News put it succinctly. In the minds of legislators and public men generally, a woman fallen is down forever. That an unfortunate or criminal woman or girl is so much worse than a criminal man or boy, that there is no hope for her reformation. 90. 3. Belle at the Home for Friendless Women. Kim Baldwin. On November 26, 1873, Belle Ward, an unwed pregnant white woman from Lawrenceburg, Indiana, died after giving birth at the Home for Friendless Women in Indianapolis. For a brief moment in time, her unnamed, unclaimed body had profound implications for some of the most powerful and influential women in Indianapolis. Then she was forgotten. Belle's story reveals a great deal about prevailing class and gender conventions after the Civil War and forces us to revise the prevailing historical view of late 19th century social reformers. Belle, born in 1840, was the youngest of three girls from Lawrenceburg, Indiana, a waterfront town on the Ohio River frequented by flatboats and sailing ships. Growing up, she would have seen people bought and sold. Perhaps she even saw people freed through the Underground Railroad that ran through the area. She survived the hardships of the Civil War only to die mercilessly on a cold, rainy November day at the Indianapolis HFFW, a benevolent institution dedicated to the rescue and reform of fallen women. By 1873, Belle and her two sisters were orphans, the mother having died some years ago, the father having been killed by a train. The country was in the early stages of what would come to be known historically as the Long Depression, wherein currency was devalued. Small banks failed, and public infrastructure collapsed. Amid this economic insecurity, Belle's two older sisters traveled to Indianapolis in search of work. Both were fortunate to find jobs as seamstresses for prominent families. Meanwhile back in Lawrenceburg, Belle found herself the victim of a cruel deception. Her fiancé wanted her and her sisters to sell the small house they inherited from their parents and to give the money to him. The house was worth only about $400, but it was all they had of value. Not willing to part with it, they refused his offer and he in turn broke off the engagement. Pregnant, with nowhere else to turn, Belle fled to her sister's tiny boarding house room in Indianapolis, where together they came up with a temporary solution, the Home for Friendless Women. 3. The HFFW was around 3 years old when, on November 1, 1873, Miss Mary E. Brower replaced the inimitable Sarah Smith as the home's matron. For among Mary's first actions was to meet with Ettie Ward, one of Belle's sisters, and to make arrangements for Belle. For $40 a month, 5 Belle, under the alias Smith, would occupy one of the home's 49 rooms. 6 Belle was 33 years old when she arrived at the 3-story brick building that sat just outside the city limits, on North Tennessee Street. 7 She stayed there until she died 3 weeks later. Like any other expectant mother, Belle would have been dreaming about her baby, choosing a name, planning a future. Ultimately, she would labor in great distress and deliver her baby without a doctor present. After giving birth, Belle began convulsing, and she died. 2 days later, the assistant matron and 3 other inmates were present, but again, no doctor was in attendance. 8 Matron Brower tried to ship Belle's corpse via railway back to Lawrenceburg, but without a death certificate verifying that the body was clear of transmittable disease it was forbidden, and health officers were alerted. 9 Out of options. Brower summoned the undertaker and asked him how long the body of the dead woman would keep. After his examination, he determined not long. The next day, he received orders to put the body in a coffin and to place it in his vault the next evening. 10. Richmond Home for Friendless Women. Anxious to visit Belle and the new baby, her sisters, who had not been notified of her illness, went to the home and were horrified to learn that she was dead. 11. They demanded access to the body, because a certificate of death from an attending physician was necessary. To release Belle's body to them, a doctor furnished a blank certificate for them to fill out, and only then were they able to take Belle home. 12. As for the baby, the sisters resolved to send it to an orphan asylum until they could secure the means to raise it. 13. 9 days later, their personal tragedy was made public when the Sentinel printed "Mysterious Doings, a dark transaction at the home of the friendless." 14. Through some unknown means, hinted the paper, news was brought to the health officers that the dead body of a young lady had been shipped over the Indianapolis, Cincinnati and Lafayette Railroad recently, in a manner having the semblance of mystery. 15. Over the next several days, the paper denounced the home and its administrators, accusing them of bringing about Belle's death by withholding medical care. 16. The Sentinel reconstructed Belle's lonely ordeal, asserting that the matron provided no nurse or watchers for the woman in her distress, that she was allowed to occupy her bed unattended and alone, that in a home for the friendless, this unfortunate lady died without a friend at her side to tell how she died. The death certificate notes the cause of death as puerperal convulsions, induced in part, it is claimed, from want of care and attention in the hour of peril. For this criminal negligence, if such it was, the matron of the house is alone responsible. 17. The paper suspected the home of a raft of offenses, in addition to Belle's death. Some were financial in nature. The matron, the paper charged, must have been guilty of conniving at or countenancing crime, in undertaking this job for money, since the home was supported by public funds. 18. The paper wondered, might the home have maintained a lucrative blackmail business? Apparently, two gentlemen, having read the Sentinel's articles, paid a visit to the newspaper's editorial room to share letters they received from the matron asking them to cover the charges related to the confinement and labor of women they supposedly impregnated. 19. When the matron publicly refuted all charges against her, the paper printed even more accusations against the home, including the treatment of Belle's body after her death. The paper imagined the matron thinking to herself coldly, at all events the poor woman was dead, and the body must be gotten out of the way. 20. The doctor neglected to report the death of his patient to the Board of Health, as required by law, because, the paper reasoned, he was in league with the matron in keeping the sad affair from the public. 21. In the face of the Sentinel's well-publicized indictments, the home's Board of Managers called an emergency meeting. The ladies of the board devised a plan to clear their names. They would ask the home's trustees to form an advisory committee to investigate the charges. A public hearing would be held for that purpose, at which they would testify, review all the facts, and set the matter right in public. The president called a full meeting of the Board of Managers for Friday, December 12, at 9 in the morning. 22. The board guided the process toward their own exoneration by holding the hearing in one of the home's chambers, ensuring that they could exclude witnesses who might offer inconvenient testimony. A trustee of the institution presided, while another trustee conducted the examinations of witnesses. 23. No cross-examinations would be allowed. At least 2 of the 5 members of the advisory committee, trustee Charles Todd, husband of board treasurer Margaret M. Todd, and trustee Gus H. Sharp, husband of board member Elizabeth C. Sharp, were married to members of the board they were supposed to be investigating. 24. On the day of the hearing, the advisory committee of gentlemen convened, along with witnesses and reporters. Miss Brower was the lead witness. 25. She vigorously defended her actions and refuted all accusations. She testified that when Belle's sister Eddie first came to the home to inquire if Belle could be admitted, she had told Eddie that Belle not only was welcome to stay there but also would not be charged for her stay. 26 Eddie, however, insisted on paying. Moreover, it was Eddie who had inquired whether Belle could be there under an assumed name. The matron claimed that she had given her the alias Smith for the sake of saving the sisters from the shame of exposure to Belle's ill fame, and that neither she nor anyone else personally received any money for Belle's care. All payments were placed into the board's fund. 27 As for the quality of care that she and the home provided overall, Brower insisted that people in the home attended to Belle during delivery and afterward, and declared, "I could not have taken better care of my own sister than I did of her." 28 Brower also discussed the selection of shrouds and the health of the baby, noting there were no clothes for the child when it was born and that the women at the home were busy making them. 29. Eddie Ward testified that she gave Miss Brower $10 for the care of her sister, and then, perhaps in fear of being blackballed and unable to earn a living, she echoed Miss Brower's claims by affirming, "My deceased sister told me that no one could have treated her better than did Miss Brower and the inmates of the institution." 30. Dr. Bigelow, who had never seen Belle alive or dead, testified that he provided the undertaker with a certificate, stating that a certain woman who died last week had no contagious disease. 31. Dr. Jones, whose role in the saga was distinguished more by his absence than by his presence, noted that he had not been paid for his visits but had little else to say. 32. Not so the board's officers. Reverend Mitchell traveled all the way from Lawrenceburg to serve as a character witness for the ward ladies. He simply reiterated what was published in the Sentinel as to the good standing of the sisters, explaining that changing Belle's name did not suggest an attempt at secrecy except insofar as the sisters would naturally wish for, to keep the shame of their sister from the public. 33. Likewise, a parade of leading women in the city testified to the virtue of the matron and the home. 34. Mrs. Newcomer, incensed at the scandal, spun the hearing in an intensely interesting direction. With a good deal of spirit, she pointed listeners toward the exonerating nature of all the previous testimony, from which she hoped the reporters would gather a lesson that they could find a good deal more wrong if they turned their attention toward the men. 35. This category, as Mrs. Newcomer articulated it, referred to the seducers who were charged with the room and board of women kept in the home. The room full of board members erupted in agreement, and several voices insisted that the reporters be investigated as to the source of the odious charges. 36. At the insistence of Mrs. Todd and on behalf of the board, Mr. Fishback, editor of the Sentinel, was pressed to explain why he circulated reports of scandalous dealings in the home, and to retract the stories. 37. He testified that the whole matter had originated from the knowledge that there had been a violation of the ordinance, and that a rumor had been afloat for some years that there had been a blackmailing scheme played upon the seducers, and this had a great deal to do in prompting the publication of the details in the particular case in question. 38. The last witness called was Dr. Wands of the Health Department, who was critical of the handling of Belle's labor and subsequent death. Moreover, he was defensive of the gentlemen who considered the extraction of payment to house the women they had impregnated a form of blackmail. For this, he was badgered most unmercifully. The Sentinel reported that at this critical moment the ladies plied him with questions as to whether he had informed Sentinel that there was no physician in attendance at the time the woman was confined, and other information which tended to prove the alleged transactions at the home. The doctor, however, maintained his equanimity through it all. He inquired of them then in return whether it was not a fact that no physician was in attendance when Belle gave birth, but as there was no answer, it was of course taken for granted that there was no contradiction to the statement. Having settled that point, the doctor propounded to them the question whether any of them would be willing to allow a member of their household, in puerperal convulsions, to go a whole night without the presence of a physician. They were at a loss what to reply. Some of them said it was a very common thing, but did not say that they would be willing to be without one under such circumstances. At this point the assembly began to disperse, leaving Dr. Wands and the ladies of the board in a confab of words, and the meeting in a commotion. 39. After a brief consultation, both the Board of Managers and the Board of Trustees Advisory Committee nonetheless returned with a verdict to acquit Miss Brower of all charges. The Board of Managers declared that the matron's conduct had been noble and exemplary in the highest degree and that the evidence had fully and completely vindicated her character, and that a vindication could not be more triumphant and complete. The 5 trustees in attendance concurred, "We are satisfied that the affairs of the institution, under the Board of Managers, has done and is doing a noble work, that it is entitled to and should receive the fullest confidence of our people." 40. 2 weeks later, the following was recorded in the board's monthly meeting minutes for the home. A girl, who had been brought there in the early part of had been delivered of a child on the 24th and died on the 26th. The case was an interesting one and called for deep sympathy. The only known relatives were 2 orphan sisters, highly respectable, who were intensely anxious to shield themselves from the disgrace, which they feared might attach to them if the name of the unfortunate girl were to become public property, hence the adoption by the matron of the name Smith by which she was known at the home. The real name was however made known to the board. 41. The great dislocations occasioned by the Civil War left thousands of women, often young mothers with small children, widowed or abandoned, and with few opportunities to earn a sufficient income. The economic crisis of 1873 exacerbated a situation that was already desperate for many. Working-class women and their children labored for starvation wages, often less than half of what men earned, and were denied the positions in factories they might have occupied, even at such diminished salaries. The few opportunities that did exist for women were in industries that did not rely on factory production, such as men's clothing, dressmaking, and millinery work. 42. To survive, many struggling women turned to petty crimes, such as stealing food, jewelry, small sums of money, and even clothing and household goods. Some engaged in sex work, as it offered the highest economic return. Sex work operated under the cover of saloons, dance halls, and gambling houses, and was attractive to a variety of women who were barred from other forms of employment. 43. The criminalization of sex workers made them vulnerable to a growing network of institutions designed by reformers to contain the poor in the net of the law. Criminal charges related to sexuality were not limited to the exchange of sex for money. Myriad criminal charges connected the law to sexuality, punishing adultery, fornication, and masturbation, alongside prostitution. In addition, a subcategory of public order offenses, sometimes called crimes against chastity or decency, applied almost exclusively to women, and punished a wide range of behavior, including lewd and lascivious carriage, stubbornness, idle and disorderly conduct, drunkenness, and vagrancy. 44. Each charge carried penalties for women of all classes, but it was poor women without the means to pay the fines imposed on them or to hire an attorney who were jailed, and it was their children who were sent away to poor farms, exacerbating the great divide between the upper and lower classes. 45. The criminalization of sexuality, and in particular of women's sexuality, created a vast group of people subject to immiseration in prison and therefore in need of uplift by the benevolent elite. The reform movement blossomed with this grist for its mill. Reformers denounced the vice of a bad home and eulogized the virtue of a good home, contending that one was chaotic, promiscuous, unsettled, sensual, dirty, and unhealthy, while the other was orderly, modest, stable, rational, clean, and healthy. What was true of a woman was true of her children. The virtue of the children was dependent on the virtue of the mother. In the name of protecting the children from their idle and immoral mothers, reformers were willing to separate and condemn mother and child to their various and respective institutions of reform. By focusing on the moral regulation of poor women, reformers were able to effectively shift the blame for society's ills from the affluent and powerful to the poor and powerless, women who were widowed, divorced, separated, and unmarried with children. Poor single mothers suspect since colonial times and ostracized from mainstream society, were prominent members of what was known as the dangerous class. They were seen as a threat to American culture and to the very survival of the nation. 46. Upper-class white women, who were themselves victims of sexism and gender bias, resisted and rallied against the dictates of conventional subordination by launching their careers as administrators of social reform. They set out on a mission to reclaim fallen women. As in all movements of major social change, almost by definition whether because of a sense of possibility, the collapse of existing mechanisms of social control, or a religious or moral conviction, those previously subordinated often use such moments to take their place on the historical stage. Religious reformers strategically used what they called God's work to divide people into us and them, to maintain control over female behavior and to conserve the established order of society, traditional families, and social structures. The idea of a calling, or the religious belief that one is divinely endowed with a life task or mission, provided reformers with a powerful moral justification for their worldly activities. 47. Capitalism fit neatly into this tradition, as reformers equated poverty and failure with sin, thus promoting a social and economic structure that elevated their own status and further devalued the status of others. 48. Thus, despite the religious frameworks in which they operated, well-connected reformers propagated the belief that the formerly powerful institutions of church and family could no longer adequately instill morality in society and that their newly established institutions could. In this context, the homes for friendless women were born. The Indianapolis HFFW was initially funded by the local Young Men's Christian Association under the auspices of Charles Coffin. As we have seen through Bell's story, the Board of Trustees read like a who's who of wealthy and politically connected men in Indianapolis: lawyers, bankers, doctors, and real estate moguls, while the Board of Managers consisted of their socialite wives, with the exemplary Sarah Smith initially in charge of operations. This arrangement solved knotty problems for the wives. As married women, it was socially unacceptable for them to be employed or to exercise power publicly. So they strategically positioned themselves in a way that gave them agency. By having their husbands serve on the Board of Trustees, the women were able to simultaneously maintain control of the institution and combat the stigma projected onto working women. 49. The arrangement was not without its problems. Issues arose in the HFFW, including unwanted publicity when a member of the Indianapolis police force was caught cavorting with residents of the home. 50. In addition to scandal, the everyday conditions of the home were troublesome. The Premises were too small and the operational costs were too high. After an 1870 fire, a larger, more suitable location was secured in a better part of town. The new HFFW's construction was funded primarily by city and county funds, as well as by private donations. 51 As the home continued to expand, its well-connected founders convinced the Indiana legislature to enforce the collection of fines for breach of the ordinance of said city for the suppression of vice or immorality, and for the suppression of houses of ill fame, and for the punishment of the keepers, frequenters, and inmates thereof to be paid to the city treasury and then released to the HFFW. 52 What was ostensibly a private philanthropy was now an institution financed by taxpayers and by fines levied primarily on the lower classes. With the specific conditions in Indianapolis and with the general conditions in late 19th century America spelled out, we can now understand Bell's predicament in fine-grained detail. Bell was subject to an overlapping set of economic and moral constrictions placed on working people, the poor, and women, and on sexual and gender conventions. After her parents died, Belle was vulnerable, first to the predations of a manipulative fiancé and second to a punitive morality that forced her to hide her pregnancy from public view. Rather than labor with the assistance of her sisters in their boarding house room, or back home in their modest Lawrenceburg house, perhaps with some expert midwives and the support of a loving community, Belle was forced to seek assistance from an institution set up to punish as much as to assist. The carceral nature of the HFFW is in full view in Belle's sad story, even though she was convicted of no crime. Belle may have gone to the home of her own accord. But it would be a great error of interpretation to ignore the brutally coercive nature of the ideologies of sex and gender that set her on a path to its door. The coercive nature of assumption about respectable female sexuality highlights a fascinating aspect of this tragic tale. The constant emphasis on the Ward families' respectability, church attendance, and standing in the rural community serves to remind historical observers, and it would have affirmed to people at the time, that Belle was not from the lowest social strata. She and her sisters were not the poorest of the poor. They were middle-class people, insomuch as that category held in 19th century rural Indiana. Thrown into precarity by the early deaths of their parents and by the economic hardship of the Civil War, which was compounded by the fiscal crisis of 1873. What made the Ward sisters vulnerable to the home was precisely the toehold they hoped to maintain at this social level. Had they been solidly among the thieves and prostitutes who populated the elites' nightmares of the masses, they might not have cared about a pregnancy out of wedlock. They certainly would not have been vulnerable to exploitation by a man hoping to cheat them out of a house, since they would not have owned such a thing. Clearly, a crucial factor in this tragedy is the ideological predicament of a person only partially debased. Belle and her sisters had something to lose: their embrace of the prevailing punitive, misogynist ideologies around class, gender, and sexuality ultimately led to the greatest loss of all, Belle's life. With its first denunciation of the outrage at the home, the Sentinel made explicit the dual standards applied to poor versus respectable people. No supporter of the home, it charged, suspected the wrongdoings it had uncovered, other than such as must necessarily and naturally grow out of such a mixed community as existed within the lofty walls of the home. 53 In other words, what happened to Belle may have happened regularly, but as long as it affected the appropriate segment of the home's mixed community, it was fine. It was precisely the Ward's intermediate social position that made their story newsworthy. Non-elites such as Belle and her sisters bought into such ideas at a great price, as Belle's story illustrates. while it would be wrong to blame them for embracing ideological conditions that both harmed them and, they correctly perceived, offered them some benefit. Sometimes, in some situations, it would also be wrong to overlook their complicity and collaboration in what was ultimately their own oppression. Ideologies of accountability and responsibility function today in much the same way, coercing people who occupy social positions between the top and the bottom to support the toxic notions that most harm the poorest and that most cement the privileges of the elite. When one class believes that another is better, they will allow themselves to be treated with disrespect and cruelty. Therefore, not all of the problems lie in the evil personalities or traitorous acts of those in power, but rather some lie in the socio-economic and political orientation in which people believe that they get what they need by being careful not to offend the powerful. They desire to protect what little they have by not risking a fight for what they deserve, by believing that what they have is somehow a favor given to them by those in power, reinforcing the constructs of all the isms, phobias, and other forms of discrimination enfolded in the negative impacts of identity politics amongst the bureaucrats, who mask their Malthusian ideologies as benevolence or public policies on housing, health, care, and education. As for the elite in this case, the managers of the HFFW, their predicament was mild. Momentarily upset by a newspaper's sensationalist search for scandal, they quickly righted the ship. Calling in their powerful husbands, the managers created a scenario in which they could highlight their marital ties, rehearse their virtues, and even scold the wayward reporter for his inappropriate reach. The Sentinel's change in tone by the third or fourth article confirms that its place in the social landscape was subordinate to that of the managers' husbands and therefore to the managers themselves when they positioned themselves deftly alongside their men. The welfare for those within their institution, respectable or criminal, barely mattered from the manager's lofty vantage point. No wonder they cared so little for the damage their decisions caused. The Indianapolis HFFW, a benevolent institution, was part of a larger class struggle playing out in the post-bellum era. Existing accounts in their time and ours border on the hagiographic, portraying charitable associations created by fine Christian ladies who established places of refuge for unfortunate and abandoned women, making Indianapolis their home. In such accounts, the home's administrators were noble ladies, laboring without recompense for weeks and months for their community. 54 Yet for women like Belle Ward, refuge often came at a terrible price. Belle and the multitude of women she joined by getting pregnant were seen as sinful, willful vectors of contagion, loathed for being needy. To the affluent members of high society, the lowly were vulgar and criminal, their hopes and dreams easily dismissed, their names efficiently eliminated from history. Meanwhile, the individuals responsible suffered no consequences for their acts and omissions, widening the disparity between the haves and the have-nots, buttressing the legacy that continues to structure criminal law and women's incarceration in the 21st century. An earlier version of this chapter was presented as the plight of poor women in the affluent 19th century, the Belle Ward story, a case of deliberate indifference, via video conferencing by Kim Baldwin to Hoosier women at work. An Indiana Bicentennial Conference held at the Indiana State Library, Indianapolis, Indiana, on March 26, 2016. We would like to thank the organizers of the conference for including our panel of incarcerated scholars speaking live from the Indiana Women's Prison. 4. Sally and the Women and Girls at the Reformatory. Michelle Daniel Jones. The organizational hierarchy of the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, the first public prison for women in the United States, mirrored that of other prisons. James M. Ray, F.G. Armstrong, and Josiah Irwin, elite men of Indianapolis, constituted a board of managers. The reformatory itself was staffed by men and women: Superintendent, Sarah Smith; Steward, James Smith; Sarah's husband, Matron, Elmira Johnson; Teacher, Martha Pray; Assistant Teacher, Annie Mather; Physician, Dr. Theophilus Parvin; Engineers, Robert and William Gray; and Watchman, W.W. Moore. One Quaker historical account of the reformatory described Sarah Smith's position as superintendent and her husband as co-superintendent. In addition to the reformatory's organization, a board of visitors was appointed, composed of the Honorable Conrad Baker, Indiana's 15th governor; Addison L. Rocha, Justice of the Indiana Supreme Court; and Rhoda Coffin. Created by the 1873 Legislative Act that also created the reformatory, an appointed board of visitors received the power to visit and inspect the institution and examine as to its treatment, the employment and condition of its inmates, and the management of its affairs. 2. The members of the board of visitors were charged with frequenting the institution at will and reporting on their findings. 3. This practice had already proven beneficial as a check on the operations at Jeffersonville Prison. Sarah Smith desired 2 separate facilities, one for women and one for girls, but instead, one large facility was built for both, with large sliding doors separating the prison side from the reformatory side. Each side had its own kitchen, washroom, laundry room, visiting room, etc. For a subterranean telegraphic alarm system connected to a nearby U.S. arsenal was sought to provide a level of security to keep the costs of guards at a minimum. It took 4 years to complete the facility. Historians record that Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith's motivation for securing a separate prison for women was to provide a safe institution where women and girls could be reoriented to be useful to society, primarily as married women and/or domestic workers. 5. Smith shared that her methods included special care in sickness, little acts of kindness, commendation and encouragement, and firmness and steadiness in the administration of discipline. The hoped-for results were a well-regulated family, good religious influence, rules willingly obeyed, duties cheerfully performed, little punishment necessary, the use of tobacco dispensed with, the religion of Jesus, subdue the most hardened. 6. Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. The administrators sought to create a home-like environment of routine. The women and girls were dressed simply each day for work and education. Sally Hubbard had been incarcerated for 17 years at Jeffersonville Prison before the new women's prison opened in 1873. According to Rhoda Coffin, the Jeffersonville guards thought of Sally Hubbard as a terror in the prison and exceedingly difficult to manage. 7. The guards' opinion of an incarcerated woman should be tempered with the prolific evidence of rape, sexual violence, physical abuse, and a culture of exploitation of the women, highlighted in Chapter 1. 8. Incarcerated at Jeffersonville for all those years, Sally too may have been sexually violated at some point. Sally labored tirelessly at Jeffersonville while working directly for the warden in his mansion and being made to do the work of all. 9. Rhoda Coffin recorded Sarah Smith and Sally Hubbard's first meeting. Women cleaning the lawn. The sheriff and 2 deputies brought her into the hall of the administration building, heavily manacled, and said, "Mrs. Smith, where shall we take her?" "Set her down," replied Mrs. Smith, "and take off her shackles." He replied, "We can't show us the cell, she is an awful woman." "Take off her shackles," Mrs. Smith said, "she is my prisoner, not yours." They did so, and as the chains fell, she took the prisoner in her arms, kissed her on her forehead and said, I receive thee as my child, and will be a mother, and I know thou wilt be a good daughter. Let us pray, and ask heaven to help us. They both knelt, Mrs. Smith's arms still around her. She pleaded for power to bring the poor lost daughter home to God, and then rising with her prisoner, she said, Come with me, dear, I have the loveliest little room for thee, and opening the door, showed her her home for the remainder of her life. 10. Sally Hubbard's infamous crime and her dubious reputation promoted by the Jeffersonville Guards would soon give way to her image as the matronly old Aunt Sally. Described as very large, fleshy, and in excellent health in an 1875 profile of the new prison. 11. Hubbard would become a stabilizing force at the reformatory, an enforcer of sorts in the prison, often quelling conflict and disruption on her own. Coffin reported that the prisoner became a new creature in Christ Jesus, old things passed away and a steady growth in grace was witnessed. She became quiet, gentle, unobtrusive, and faithful in service, always on the alert to see that there was no plot to do harm. She was worth 2 guards, and yet had the love and confidence of the fellow prisoners. For 14 years she has led a meek and humble life. 12. Coffin depicted Smith as the benevolent mother and Sally as her lost child, despite the latter being in her 70s by 1875. 13. Smith's use of the word family is prevalent throughout the annual reports and can be arguably seen as a method to transfer power for social and sexual control inherent in families to a prison official. 14. It is not a far stretch to acknowledge that Sally believed she literally had been saved by Sarah Smith and the new reformatory. 15. The Board of Managers, originally composed of all men, did not work well with Smith and the other women at the reformatory and often contradicted the women's staff regarding financial decisions and the everyday operations of the institution. 16. As a member of the Board of Visitors, Coffin had little direct power or control of the reformatory. The Board of Visitors comprised herself and Emily A. Rocha, until 1876 when they were joined by Louis Jordan. Jordan told Coffin and Rocha that the Board of Managers to some extent has supplanted the superintendent in supervising and directing the domestic affairs of the institution. 17 men were placed in charge of the board because many lawmakers didn't believe women capable of managing the finances of the first institution of its kind, a state-owned, separate prison for women. 18. Coffin stated that the new board had no conceptions of the real work intended. We soon found that the machinery was cumbersome, the men had the money, the women had the internal management. 19. Finding the situation intolerable, Coffin and Smith authoritatively assembled all their political connections to seek a legal mandate. 20. Coffin said, We rallied all our forces to influence the senators, ex-Governor Conrad Baker, Thomas A. Hendricks, who was now the governor, Senator Bell of Fort Wayne, and others of that body, Charles F. Coffin, Nathaniel Carpenter, Jacob S. Wilets and wife Sarah J. Smith, and many others whose names I cannot now recall, labored untiringly for placing the reformatory wholly in the hands of a women board of managers, who should control and manage the finances, see to the cultivation of the ground, and in every way conduct, govern, and manage for the best interest of the state, and the control of reformation of the women and girls committed by law to the institution. 21. The issue was of such importance that Coffin presented this argument before the Fourth National Prison Congress in 1876. A woman's prison should be entirely under the control of women, from the Board of Managers to the lowest office. But if a board of gentlemen for the financial management of a prison cannot be dispensed with, there should be a board of lady managers, to whom should be entrusted the control and supervision of the convicts. 22. Quite revolutionary at the time, no other state-owned carceral institution was managed entirely by women in Indiana or in the United States. Sharing power was out of the question. At the reformatory, although Coffin didn't rule it out in other cases. The argument that convicted women should be under women's management was based on Coffin's observation that women held in men's prisons were provided no means for reformation and were made to labor for the incarcerated men, laundering clothes, mending, etc. 23. Coffin and her armada dismantled the current board and installed one composed entirely of women. She was elected board president in 1877. 24. Even though Coffin, Smith, and others asserted that the facility was run totally by women, notwithstanding the engineer and the watchman, it actually wasn't until 1884 that the corps officers and employees were entirely women. This was accomplished when Dr. Parvin was replaced by Dr. Allison Maxwell in 1883, and James Smith, Sarah's husband, was replaced in 1884. 25. After Coffin and Smith wrestled control of the reformatory's administration from the elite men on the Board of Managers in 1877, the women became politically motivated to make the facility a success. 26. As Smith put it succinctly, this being the only governmental prison known either in the United States or Europe, under the entire management of women, we have felt the responsibility of our position and have sought to so discharge the trust assigned to us as to ensure success to the institution and to be an honor to our state, which has thus taken the advanced step of assigning to women the privilege of caring for, elevating and reforming her own sex. 27. In other words, Sarah Smith and Rhoda Coffin had entered the national arena, and a successful demonstration of women reforming women was critical, which they endeavored wholeheartedly to achieve through securing speaking engagements and permitting visits to the reformatory. Accordingly, only a constant defense of the new women's prisons convinced the profession that women had both the right and the ability to control their own institutions. 28. Therefore, beyond their concern for the wayward girl or convicted woman, Coffin and Smith had staked their very identities and reputations and the state of Indiana's on the benefits of a separate female sphere, which they touted as the only means to reform fallen women. 29. This was the raison d'etre of Quaker women reformers, and a failure would have great consequences. It could not be allowed to fail, even if that meant the women and girls lived meagerly. Smith admitted in 1881 that all we have been able to do is just to live, but the institution has been managed too economically to be pleasant. 30. With the world watching, the pressure to be perfect cracked the benevolent veneer. As Ellen D. Swain, archivist and historian, articulates regarding late 19th century reformers in general, the boundaries between traditional benevolence and political activism were too blurred, and the stakes were high. 31. Coffin and Smith felt the pressure and prestige of being the first women to operate a prison of its kind and realized they would be harshly judged by male standards for any failures. Very early on, newspapers, national journals, and books began to state that the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls was a model facility led by a model superintendent, Sarah Smith. 32. But the reformatory managers were also met with opposition from men, who as members of the National Prison Congress thought it improper for women to run a facility devoid of men. One warden said, "Mrs. Coffin, I greatly admire you, your strength of character, and devotion to what you think is right, but you are not practical, you lack judgment, it can't be done, it is nonsense, I am an officer and I know it can't." 33. Another member argued, "I have seen women punishing women. They don't do it good." And another, God has made man and women, and I believe the union of the two is better than a single individual, and special departments can be assigned to a husband and wife, so that they will perform each their distinct part, and do it in the best way. 34 These attitudes might explain why Sarah's husband, James, was recognized as the steward on the officers' and employees' pages of the annual reports to the Board of Managers, but he is wholly absent within the reports and everywhere else regarding the administration of the reformatory. Listing his name may have been a way to deflect criticism from those who continued to question Smith and Coffin's capabilities as administrators of a state institution. 35. The reformatory also sought financial self-sufficiency. In addition to selling handwork and handicraft and operating a laundry, the facility practiced a form of labor exploitation with a euphemistic name. The board has adopted the ticket of leave system for the government of the reformatory department. When, in the opinion of the superintendent, it becomes proper for a girl to be allowed an opportunity to again make her way in the world, the board grants her a discharge conditional upon her good behavior. She, thus, remains a ward of the institution, without expense to it, and may be returned at any time upon her giving evidence of a want of reformation, or a lapse from good behavior, without a new commitment. 36. Girls chosen for ticket of leave were the most trusted and indoctrinated. They would leave the reformatory on an early form of probation in a domestic service enterprise to labor in the homes of friends and associates of the reformatory staff. 37. Smith was quoted in testimony given in the 1881 investigation. We always aim to fit the girls for employment that they can get in the country, so that they shall not be compelled to stay in the city. The laundry business learns the prisoners to be practical laundresses, and I could always get employment for those who were experienced and could be recommended as reformed characters. 38. Women feeding chickens. Used to reduce the institution's population and, therefore, the cost of operation. This convict lease ticket of leave system represented a way for the prison officials to profit from incarcerated labor. As Kim Baldwin will detail later, the state charged each county a fee for each woman and girl incarcerated in the reformatory. 39. To her fellow Quaker friends, Smith shared in 1880. It really astonished ourselves to see the low, degraded women accepting Christ. When they leave us and enter families who are willing to receive them, on our recommendation, so faithful and efficient have they proved that we cannot supply half the demands for the services of such. 40. During Smith's and Coffin's reign as superintendent and president of the Board of Managers, respectively, the transactional aspects of ticket of leave were not recorded in the board's minutes. Fortunately, later administrators freely reported on a practice that was fundamental to the operations of the facility. On November 3, 1885, the Board of Managers reported that there would be a range of prices for the girls' labor. In the matter of girls on ticket of leave on motion, it was ordered that the wages of girls sent out on tickets of leave be paid to the superintendent. Also, that 0.75 cents, $1, and $1.30 per week be the price asked per week. 41. Interestingly enough, when Caroline Cleaver was released on ticket of leave to Mrs. Windsor of Illinois, $1.50 was paid by Mrs. Windsor as compensation for the service of the said Caroline Cleaver. 42. A definite price increase. While it looked like a method to reintegrate women into the workforce, ticket of leave operated as a method to keep young girls tethered to the prison as a ward of the institution without expense to it. 43. This means that young girls labored in these homes for their keep, removing the cost of care from the prison. Yet as far as we can tell, the prison still Charged the county of conviction for their incarceration. 44. Labor in the prison also included working in the laundry. In addition to washing the linens and the simple uniforms they wore, the women and girls also labored in the laundry for profit. Smith and other administrators secured jobs from the local community, and in 1883, Smith reported that the laundry still stands at the head of our employments, and has yielded a better return this past year, in most cases giving satisfaction to our patrons, the demands upon us always exceeding our ability to fulfill. 45. The drive to extract labor from the women extended to manufacturing overalls and shirts with the Capital City Manufacturing Company. The desire to force incarcerated women to labor while captive under the regime of religious indoctrination away from the world can be summed up by Smith when she said, "Would that every state could separate its female prisoners and put them in care of Christian women, who will strive for their reformation as well as punishment out of sight and hearing of men. For as long as a degraded woman knows she can be heard by men, there is no reformation probable." 46. Women laboring in the workroom. When Sarah Smith began the day-to-day management of the women and girls, she immediately met with difficulties. Forbidden to smoke tobacco, some of the women sent from Jeffersonville prison rebuke Smith's superior accommodations and grand ideas of reformation. They smoked and chewed tobacco and or ate opium and desired to return to the men's prison. 47. According to Smith, notwithstanding the implausibility of simply working off attachment and or addiction to such substances, applying the women to labor would solve their substance use issues. Smith, in one annual report from the reformatory, articulated that she felt tasked in reforming women and girls, who she thought were tainted with immorality. Sarah J. Smith at the Indiana Women's Prison. So long as crime exists, punishment must be provided, and punishment must be of such a nature that it will lift the criminal above the commission of crime, no easy task to perform, when we understand the evil passions with which many of them are sorely afflicted. Revenge, jealousy, hatred, falsehood, and theft, sore evils that no power can eradicate but the power of God in the heart. 48. Smith felt the weight of her position and believed that failing to save the women and girls in her charge would result in a world infested with a contagious degeneracy. Our position is felt to be one of no small responsibility, whether in rescuing the little waif of misfortune, against whom all doors seem to be closed, in striking contrast with the overindulged and incorrigible, the orphan, or the one having a step-parent, which class, sad experience teaches us, is the ones most demanding our sympathy, as these are most frequently thrown upon the world, to be led captive by some designing man, who robs her of her virtue ere she knows its value, and too soon she becomes the pest of society. Betrayed herself, in pure revenge seeks to betray others, and at the same time spreading disease and immorality wherever she goes. 49. According to Smith, the sex worker or ruined woman spread disease and immorality and did not belong in the community regardless of the circumstances that created her current condition. Here she disconnects criminal causality from life's precarity. Feminist criminologist Nicole Hahn Rafter asserted that the founders of separate prisons for women entered their work believing that woman's mission included rescue of the unfortunate, not serious felons or confirmed prostitutes, but wayward girls who might be saved. 50. The argument is supported by the demographics. On average, the reformatory held 100 girls, compared with the penal department, which held only 27. 51. Also, women convicted of sex work were not admitted to the reformatory during its first 24 years. 52. Smith acknowledged that men led women and girls to ruin, but she was very quick to condemn tainted, gender-deviating sex workers and other ruined women, even though many were forced or coerced into sex work or sexual compliance. 53. The priority was young girls, and apparently nothing was to be done about the designing men. Through indoctrinating religion and refeeing a sex and gender system that privileged men over women, Smith and others sought a conversion and a refashioning. Sarah Smith reported that daily religious exercises, Sabbath school, and services offered by the Young Men's Christian Association were crucial to the effective operation of the reformatory. 54. In fact, at the Third National Prison Reform Congress in 1874, Coffin explained to the attendees that Mrs. Smith governed her prison by the power of the gospel, and no woman or girl had yet been brought to her who was impervious to the influence of that power. She continued, every woman in that prison is now converted. In 3 weeks at the outside, the most hardened girls are brought under the influence of this extraordinary woman. 55. Those compelled to convert by force likely are included in that number. Smith provides one account of forced conversion. The dining room. A desperate character was getting tobacco surreptitiously from some workman, and S. Smith knew it. One day she said to the woman, "Thee are very unhappy, what is the matter?" "Nothing. Yes, there is something, and I will tell thee what it is. Tobacco." "Tobacco? Who told you that?" "Oh, every Jew sends me nearer to hell." "Well, thee must give it up." "I can't." "Thee must." "I won't. I am going to hell." The convicts' prayer meeting was going on, so SS told her to come with her, and took her in. All the women were on their knees. SS told them about her and asked their prayers. And then she bid the poor trembling sinner kneel down. "I can't." So SS took her by the shoulders and pressed her down, and held her down, and prayed for her. Then she told her to pray for herself. "God be merciful to me, a sinner." SS says she repeated this with a pause between, at least 20 times, and told the woman she should not rise till she had said it. At last she began, "God be, no more." A great cry followed, loud and piercing, and the poor prodigal was rejoicing in the forgiving love of her reconciled Father in heaven. 56. Smith and Coffin attempted to mold women and girls in their own image, albeit an inherently inferior version of themselves, and into what they believed was their proper place, and they did it sometimes by force. Finding a balance between kindness and firmness resulted in the development of good conduct credits targeting women incarcerated with short sentences. The board and Smith agreed that 1-year convicts receiving 3 or more bad conduct marks be deprived of any gain time from good conduct. 57. The rule was later expanded to cover women in both the prison and the reformatory and was made retroactive. It stated, on motion it was ordered, that all convicts receiving 3 or more black marks during the last year of their term shall lose all time gained by good conduct rule, and any rules upon the records conflicting with this shall be null and void from this date. 58. Managing the diverse populations of women and girls appears to have greatly challenged Smith and others, requiring a check on good conduct. Credits. Sarah Smith and the reformatory staff made great strides in reforming fallen women, according to Smith's own standards of morality. In 1873, Smith proudly acknowledged the fact that woman is competent to govern the depraved and desperate of her own sex by womanly measures and appliances, without a resort to the rigorous means which are generally supposed to be necessary in prisons governed by men, and intended wholly or chiefly for male convicts. 59. She was likely alluding to the frequent use of corporal punishment and solitary confinement as standard disciplinary tools in men's prisons across the United States. In the 1878 annual report, Smith claimed an 82% success rate of women and girls re-entering society. 60. The facility was one large structure, and there was growing concern about protecting the girls from the bad influences of the real criminals, the women in the penal department. 61. The annual report of the managers of reformatory for 1879 contains the following guidelines with respect to solitary confinement. In the reformatory department, a small room has been set apart for the most refractory confinement. In this, for a few days, on lessened diet, is the extremity of punishment, and this has been rarely needed. In the penal department, separate confinement on bread and water is the severest punishment that our superintendent is allowed to inflict without an order from the board. In but one instance has this order been called for. 62. Yet all wasn't well. The small staff of 11 faced many challenges in supervising 24 hours a day, an average of 27 adults and 100 girls, many of whom were undoubtedly uninterested in the reformatory's goals. Pockets of resistance amongst the women and girls emerged, particularly in matters of sexual agency. 63. Efforts by the institution's leaders to violently wipe out these pockets of resistance resulted in an investigation by an Indiana State Legislative Committee initiated on January 13, 1881. 64. A reporter for the Indianapolis Journal, Gid Thompson, took note of the investigation, writing that there had been more or less gossip for a long time, and I thought I would see what there was in it. He talked with 4 women and wrote their stories. 65. According to Thompson, some inmates and former staff alleged that the on-site physician, Dr. Theophilus Parvin, conducted operations on women and girls for reasons not given to them. As Anastasia Schmidt explores in her chapter on the prison doctor, we now believe these operations included clitoridectomies and ovarectomies. 66. Others Thompson interviewed alleged that they found delivered babies in the cesspools near or on reformatory property. And some alleged that Sarah Smith had beaten women and girls, used the girls to hold down / tie down other girls, ducked them in cold water, hosed them down, denied them access to water closets, knocked their heads against walls, and placed them on bread and water diets as punishment, during which the women and girls were often stripped naked. 67. Punishment for what? Usually, for sassy, rude behavior, but also for masturbation, then commonly called self-abuse. Sarah Smith and her employees were dedicated to reforming the women and girls at any cost, and as historian Estelle Friedman argues, in the process of attempting to rescue and reform fallen women, established another mode of differential treatment, distinct from but no less oppressive than that of the custodial tradition. 68. When those who were already out of place as the result of a criminal conviction decided to indulge in masturbation or rude behavior, Smith and her staff responded swiftly. Ida Harris, an African-American woman in the reformatory, appears to have been targeted particularly. She declared to Thompson that she was ducked, tied down, and struck on the head with a broom handle. Another African-American woman / girl, Susie Sherman, saw her account of being ducked and punished appear as barely a blip at the bottom of the article that highlighted other women's testimonies. 69. The Legislative Committee's investigation revealed that General Abel Strait, famed Civil War hero and state senator, was apparently blackmailed by one of the reformatory's staff members for impregnating a young woman released on ticket of leave. The young woman worked in his home and appears to have testified in the investigation. 70. The Indianapolis newspaper The People reported that Sarah Smith had called on General Strait 10 years ago and gave the reason why. Testimony was stopped, and Straight was taken into another room for consultation by the committee. 71. After nearly 20 minutes, he returned and was not permitted to tell his story on the record. He left shortly thereafter. 72. Counsel for the managers of the reformatory told the committee that it was improper to question a witness in private. A debate ensued, and the committee ruled that there would be no testimony given by Mr. Straight and nothing was revealed by him which could be taken into account by the committee. 73. Did the men of the committee protect a fellow man from incriminating himself on the record for the misuse of a young woman that worked in his home? The chairman of the committee, Dr. Edwins, was a Democrat, and the reformatory was under Democratic management. Dr. Edwins initiated the investigation of the reformatory. Once the rumors surfaced of acts of uncommon cruelty perpetrated upon the inmates there. 74. Did he assume that rumors of abuse and violence in the reformatory were false and that by taking the initiative he could control the investigation in the event of trouble? The committee was composed of Democrats and Republicans, but Dr. Edwins was the chair. When needed, he had the power to play a lead role as investigator and to not dig too deeply. One reporter stated, "It is possible that the investigation will not be as searching as it might be made if a lawyer of Mr. Duncan's capacity was employed to question the witnesses and bring out the facts." 75. Perhaps Drive Edwins thought it best to lead the reformatory investigation because Republicans throughout the state legislature had sought every opportunity to investigate institutions under Democratic control since 1875, starting with the investigation of Col. Schuler at Jeffersonville Prison. 76. Historians have attributed a series of legislative investigations at the Knightstown Orphans' Home and State Prison South in 1885, and at the Insane Hospital in 1887, to political infighting, but they did not record the 1881 legislative investigation at the reformatory as being a part of the political fight. 77. During the investigation, employees of the prison were split between defending the reformatory and corroborating the acts of violence. Dr. Parvin insisted that no harm had been done to anyone, while many other employees and former staff corroborated the allegations by the women and girls. Many women testified in the 1881 investigation. These are some of the reports. Mrs. Nancy E. Clem testified that she was in punishment now because she refused to find out what Mrs. Talbot would swear to before the investigating committee. 78. Frances A. Talbot, the laundry teacher of 5 years at the institution, testified next. She said she witnessed Lizzie Smith, an inmate of the reformatory, who was 13 years of age, stripped, put in a bathtub and held by Auntie Smith while a large girl turned on the cold water tap. The girl was ducked there for 20 minutes, then taken out, dried, spanked, and sent to bed. This was for self-abuse and teaching the vice to the smaller girls. Talbot then went on to say that Smith hit the girls on the head with her slipper, pulled their hair and pounded their heads against the wall. 79. Cynthia Beals was a nurse, who worked for 2 weeks at the Children's Hospital. She testified that the children all had the itch and syphilis. Beds were filthy, and the blankets, in which the children with running sores slept, were not changed during the time she was there. Beals claims she saw Sarah Smith, aka Auntie Smith, jerk a little sick girl out of bed by the arms, and refuse her the medicine prescribed by Dr. Parvin. 80. Mrs. Anna Buchanan, an ex-officer at the reformatory, testified to the committee that she had observed Mrs. Smith take girls of 12 and 15 years of age and strike their heads against the wall. 81. Mrs. Charlotte Brown testified as well. Mrs. Brown received from the reformatory a young girl by the name of Jenny Solomon to work in her home. Jenny became a little saucy, so Brown complained to Sarah Smith. Smith called for the girl, and when the girl returned, she had marks on her face and eyebrow. Brown added that Jenny said the punishment was inflicted by Auntie Smith. 82. Ida Harris remembered, Mrs. Johnson and Mrs. Smith took me downstairs, made me take my clothes off, put my head under faucets and let the water run in my face till my breath was nearly gone. They did that several times, until the bath was nearly full. I was never ducked but once. 83. Amanda Lompier, ex-prisoner, testified about the treatment of other women and girls, and stated that one, Jane Johnson, was severely beaten and choked, and that Susie Reynolds's mouth was cut from the strap with which she was struck. She also saw others when bathing, who had marks of straps upon their backs. 84. Lizzie Cash, ex-prisoner, testified that she had been whipped several times on her naked person and that she'd seen Mrs. Smith take a girl and pull her hair until some of it came out. 85. Mary Jane Schweitzer, housed in the reformatory department, stated that some of the prisoners told a falsehood about me and said I had stolen a whole loaf. Afterward they locked me up in my own cell, tore my clothes off of me, and turned the hose on me while I was standing in my cell. I had a chill afterwards, and never had any health since. 2 men were sent that night to clean out the cell. I was thoroughly drenched, and the water was turned on for nearly half an hour. When I was shut up alone, after the ducking, they gave me no clean clothes, and I complained to MRS. Coffin. 86. Smith's bitter battle with Ida Haynes seems particularly pronounced in this investigation. According to Haynes, she met Smith at the home for friendless women and that while at the reformatory she was ducked, held down for Smith, slapped in the face, hosed, denied medication, and had her head banged against the wall. 87. Haynes also argued that when Smith slapped her in the face, she slapped Smith back. Smith argues that Haynes was the worst woman incarcerated at the reformatory and that after Haynes's sister died after leaving the reformatory, Haynes visited Smith and said that as a revenge, she would try and decoy to houses of prostitution every girl that left the reformatory. 88. For the good of the institution, Coffin and the board of managers closed ranks with Smith and the others to the point of outright contradiction with the staff, the girls, and, as Smith's testimony shows, the superintendent herself. The board reported the following regarding the investigative committee's conclusions based on the state's investigation. In the matter of punishments, having investigated the punishments, the board find that no ducking known as such in prison parlance has ever been resorted to. That water punishment from the hose or by use of the bathtub was only resorted to in extreme or justifiable cases. And on motion, the action of the superintendent in so punishing was approved. 89. The board's minutes did not include how they investigated the punishments. But Coffin agreed punishment would be necessary, and as it was Coffin who decided the superintendent should have the responsibility of punishment, she trusted Smith to administer punishment within the boundaries agreed on. 90. As Coffin stated, in order to effect this punishment becomes more or less an adjunct, for the prisoner must be deprived of liberty and placed under subjection. 91. Herein, she admits violence was likely in the reformation of her own sex. The testimonies of the women, girls, and staff suggest that when Coffin proclaimed before the National Prison Congress in 1876 that flogging and shower baths should never be allowed in a female prison, she and the other staff did not view ducking, hosing, and Beatings in the same light as those other types of violence, which were often found in men's facilities. 92. Further, Coffin insists that such severe punishment, or fear, may deter a woman from open violation of rules, and may produce an apparent, but never a real reformation. The debasing effects of such punishments, as a rule, only tend to sink her deeper, and complete destruction of her self-respect, and without self-respect she cannot be reformed. 93. Smith stated that she told the board every time the hose was applied. 94. How did Coffin reconcile her ideological beliefs with the shared experiences of the women and girls and the testimony of her own staff? By the time it was Sarah Smith's turn to testify, the damning testimony must have weighed heavily on her. These allegations were shocking to the Legislative Committee, and Smith candidly testified why such devout Christians would resort to alarming physical abuse. Smith is representational of the white moral reformer, the guardians who focused on the sexual morality of the abandoned women who were unmarried and without a protector. Devoted to the cause of purity, white moral reformers wrestled control of movement. Newspapers petitioned to make seduction a crime, and build houses of refuge and industry. These moral guardians also continued to crusade against the solitary vice, masturbation. 95. By the 1850s, fear of masturbation a cultural phenomenon. 96. The pervasive sentiment was that the aroused female cannot be trusted and the sexually awakened girl is for the brothel. 97. In other words, Smith's position on masturbation and unruly behavior was informed by widely held social and religious beliefs that pathologized and demonized women's sexuality. It is within this context that the following excerpts from 3 hours of testimony can be viewed. We had hoped that we would be able to do without whipping. Mrs. Smith then described the consequences of self-abuse on the part of the children. And to cure this, she said, we adopted the bathing which has been called ducking. I could not stop it by any other mode of punishment than by using cold water. I do not deny that we have punished severely in some cases, but I could show 50 letters from prisoners thanking me for the treatment given. I never used anything but the hose, the slipper, and the strap, to punish any of the inmates. I never knocked a girl's head against the wall except on slapping their faces. I have never whipped any woman with the strap, except up on the shoulders and arms, not any other part of their persons. I positively deny that I ever deliberately knocked any girl's head against the wall. I have slapped their face, when they were impudent to officers. I have often pulled their hair when they have done the same to other girls, to let them see how they liked it. I have done that also, when the prisoners have threatened to assault me, to subdue them. I thought that the whipping was the best means of teaching them that they had to work. The bath was used as a punishment 14 times, and in every case it was beneficial. And there were no evil results. The girls were always rubbed dry, dressed and put to bed. Mrs. Johnson and myself were the only persons who used the hose. No girls ever fell enough to knock anyone down. I have never whipped any woman with the strap, except upon their shoulders and arms, not any other part of their persons. The girls I used to strike on their naked persons. A baby was found in the cesspool, and Dr. Parvin said it was not possible for any woman to have been deliverer of that baby. He told the coroner that no woman in the institution could have been its mother. At one point, it appeared that Smith grew confused with her statements, stating one thing at one point and then the reverse at another. We never turned the fire hose on anyone but Molly Scott. I never used the fire hose on any inmate in the reformatory. The handcuffs have never been used in the reformatory. When we put handcuffs on Lizzie Cash, she kicked me in the bowels. When I used the bath, I did it entirely for the purpose of frightening them and as a deterrent. I have no recollection that cold water was used in the bath when they were first put in. The water from the faucet was cold. 98. Smith confessed that she beat women and girls in the face and body severely with slippers, if they were found masturbating or committing acts of violence. Smith described an environment wherein she felt threatened and unsafe to go among the women and girls, especially without the threat of or actual use of punishment. She was embroiled in various assaults, arsons, and attempted murders, and yet former Governor James William and other visitors were thoroughly impressed with Smith and the facility. At the same time, it is important to see that from Smith's point of view, life at the reformatory was equally a fearsome hell and a pleasant oasis. The picture is strained. Smith believed that kindness, Christianity, and a firm hand could reform any woman or girl. When defending herself against testimony that she couldn't fully discredit, she relied on the criminal history of the women to make her case, as occurred with Jenny Switzer, 99. The woman, Jenny Switzer, came here a very bad woman. It took 9 men to arrest her. She was reported to be the worst woman in LaPorte County. She was the most profane woman that was ever here. 100. Smith, however, didn't respond to the allegations that Switzer was operated on by the prison doctor. Smith did object to the fact that Switzer apparently remained in bed for 2 days after being hosed. Near the end of her testimony, Smith argued that it was the board's failure to create laws regulating punishment that caused her to take matters into her own hands and to violate the women in her charge. The board makes the rules to govern the institution, but there is no law regulating punishment. I believe the Lord called me to take charge of this institution. I suppose also that the Lord directs my methods of management. 101. Further, Smith's open retelling of the violence she inflicted reveals she felt culturally, religiously, and morally justified in her actions. Smith's actions were supported by the philosophy of the white moral reformer movement entrenched in the culture by the 1880s. 102. Christian doctrine instantiated sexuality as born in sin and notions of the flesh as sinful. 103. This doctrine was the ethos through which people were thought naturally deviant. In 1874, just 5 months after the reformatory opened, Smith shared with a reporter that there is but one dark cell, with an iron door in the prison. The superintendent told us they had never had the occasion to use it, for generally ordering them to their rooms proved sufficient punishment. 104. Smith rationalized that in circumstances where one was in sin, physical violence was a necessary evil. In fact, when Smith told the board on April 7, 1879, that she had confined Nellie Shea in the dark cell in Monocles for insubordination, the board sanctioned confining Nellie until thoroughly subdued. 105. It seems that Smith defined insubordination as sin as well. Illustration of a woman being forced into a dark cell. Reporting to the board on May 5, 1879, Smith said that she had changes made in the dark cell, as ordered at last meeting, but that she had delayed having iron door placed in engine house and would suggest that it be bricked up, leaving only small door, which should be and made fireproof, which was ordered by the board. 106. Was the dark cell next to or within the engine house? Were these changes made to improve safety or to make a better dark cell? No report on Nellie Shea was given at that time. It was not until June 2, 1879, that Smith reported to the board that she had released Nellie Shea from the dark cell on promise of good conduct, she having surrendered completely after nearly 8 weeks of confinement. 107 With Smith's ready admissions of the violence she enacted on others and with that method's apparent success, it is a wonder that Nellie Shea's experience in the dark cell is the only report of its kind in the board's records through 1887. Smith recognized that direct physical punishment of the women and girls in her charge was unsustainable. She testified that I think that the cells will deter them from violating the rules better than any other punishment, even though she thought solitary confinement severe. 108 She also admitted that housing the women and the girls together was a mistake. Smith and Coffin thought that they would be able to keep the women and girls separate, but Smith felt that the girls could hear the demoralizing language of women on the penal side. And she blamed the insubordination at the facility on the fact that women and girls were incarcerated together. 109 When questioned about forms of water punishment and the use of cold water, Smith remarked that the boilers were old and in need of repair and that as a whole, everyone in the facility was doing all they could to just live. 110. Smith's assistant superintendent, Elmira Johnson, testified and admitted that water closets were often locked to prevent congregating and talking and that warm water was placed in the tubs before the cold water was turned on. 111 She described Mary Jane Switzer as mentally unstable and Jenny Williams as simply crazy. Johnson was the only one to address allegations of race discrimination by refuting its existence at the reformatory. 112 Anna Dunlop, Martha Prey, and other staff, along with members of the Board of Managers, Mrs. Thomas A. Hendricks and Rhoda Coffin, testified before the committee as well. All testimony glowingly affirmed Smith. Coffin said, "I do not think Mrs. Smith has an equal in the world." They all supported her manner of punishment and refuted any suggestions that Smith had become too old to effectively manage the institution. 113 The investment in the woman-run institution echoed again when Coffin said, "We have tried to show to the world that institutions of this kind under the management of ladies could reform women and make them new again, and I think we have succeeded admirably." 114 Reiterating the stakes involved in managing the reformatory, Coffin reminded the committee that Dr. Wines, the distinguished prison reformer, called the reformatory a model institution. Coffin claimed that the form of punishment advocated by the board was designed to resemble that which a mother would give to her child. It is unlikely that 19th-century middle-class mothers performed the type of violence on their children that women and girls experienced at the reformatory. During the legislative investigation, testimony was also given by several formerly incarcerated women and girls, who argued that they received the best care and treatment from Smith and Johnson, the assistant superintendent. Sally Hubbard, the Wabash murderess, testified on Smith's behalf. "Have been in prison 22 years, was at Jeffersonville before I was brought here. I am a life prisoner, was one of the first prisoners that went to the reformatory. The treatment of the prisoners is good. When any of the prisoners get sick they are treated very well. They are generally fed from the officers' table when sick. I do not think some of them are half punished in accordance with the treatment they give the officers. I have often told them that I wished they were down in Jeffersonville where they could get the cat." 115. Sally clearly speaks disdainfully of the women and girls who she thought were tarnishing the great reputation of her savior, Sarah Smith. Sally wanted to impress on the legislative committee and the women with whom she shared such information that conditions at the reformatory were superior to those at Jeffersonville. Further, she wanted to demonstrate her elevation in class status and to mark the difference between her and the other young women and girls. Smith strategically used Sally's testimony to demonstrate the reformatory's ability to reform while the news media divulged Sally's crime of conviction but counted her as belonging to a better class of prisoner. 116 When women like Sally demonstrated their ascription to the middle class, women prison reformers won an ideological victory. Its values had been affirmed, its symbols of status had been accorded validity by women of the working class. 117. The committee thoroughly examined 70 witnesses and concluded that the discipline at the reformatory was maintained, as far as practicable, by kindness and appeals to the moral sense of the inmates and resorts to hard punishment only when other methods have failed. 118 One of the strangest turns of events following this investigation was the resurgence of solitary confinement as one of the primary modes to discipline and control the behavior of young girls and its sanctioning by the state legislature. Results of the investigation brought the following changes: punishment by the bath and water, we find, has been abolished. We would earnestly recommend the abolishment of corporal punishment on the naked persons of young females and recommend instead confinement in the lone cell. 119. The Indiana state legislature set up solitary confinement and physical violence in an either/or formulation. Prison discipline, which originally was based on corporal punishment and little to no solitary confinement, now swung in the opposite direction. Curtailing corporal punishment apparently could not happen without allowing solitary confinement. The committee also questioned incarcerating older, hardened girls together with children under the age of 14 years, expressing concern that said children would be contaminated by association. 120 But the younger girls would not be removed to their own facility until after March 9, 1907, when the act that created the Indiana Industrial School for Girls passed the legislature. 121. Smith was cleared of any wrongdoing and was exonerated. She continued to serve as superintendent for 2 more years. The incredulity of the testimony provided by the many women, girls, and staff against Smith and other staff may have been motivated by the fact that the reformatory was the pride of Indiana and was an internationally known model. Your committee are fully aware of the fact that Indiana is entitled to the proud position that she contains within her borders the only female prison in the world governed, guarded and financed by females, and when we see its condition from a sanitary and moral standpoint, its freedom from political convulsions, its surroundings so wholly consonance with female instincts and character of what is and should be womanly, we cannot but express our admiration of the pioneers of such a movement. 122. Should the ready admission that the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls was the first of its kind in the country and that Indiana held a proud position because of it? Along with Dr. Edwins's investigation of his own politically affiliated institution, plus the notion of vigorous examination being wholly speculative, add up to a complete disregard of the testimonies from the women, girls, and staff of the reformatory. Does reporter Gid Thompson's claim that the investigation was part of a conspiracy led by Republicans to discredit Democrats and Democratic-affiliated benevolent institutions fully discount and discredit what some of the women and girls experienced? 123 Only 2 years after the investigation ended, Sarah Smith and Dr. Parvin both resigned. Dr. Parvin accepted a new job as chair of obstetrics and disease of women at Jefferson College in Philadelphia. 124 In the 10th report of the managers of the Indiana Reformatory, Smith cautioned succeeding superintendents about disgruntled officers and ungrateful incarcerated women who would make false claims against the facility. 125. The 2 leading histories of the reformatory, Rafter's Partial Justice and Friedman's Their Sisters' Keepers, make note of Smith's accomplishments but ignore the extent to which Her actions diverged from her stated principles. Consider the timeline. The reformatory opened in 1873, and Smith published her Principles on Reformation and Punishment in 1874, which limited punishment to confinement in cell, with privation of social privileges, and a diet of bread and water, till subdued. 126 In 1875, she discovered women and girls were masturbating, and she immediately instigated a regime of harsh punishment. 127 By 1881, Sarah Smith and the reformatory staff were under investigation for allegations of sexualized abuse against imprisoned women and girls. 128 Most historians of Sarah Smith see her moral character as mostly benevolent. However, scholars like Friedman and Rafter fleshed out the limitations of Smith's and other women reformers' approaches to incarcerating women and girls. 129 Analysis of the gulf between principles and performance can give a clearer picture of Sarah Smith, can demonstrate the complexities of human experience, and can reveal the subversion of Smith's best intentions. Sarah Smith resigned from the position of superintendent in 1883, after reports of failing health. 130 As the annual reports show, she remained active in the institution for a time as a member of the Board of Managers. 131 Smith's resignation from the board occurred in March 1885, when Martha M. James took her place. According to Rhoda Coffin, who wrote and published a memorial for Sarah Smith, Smith left the public sphere to care for her husband, James, who died in January 1885. It is reported that Smith died suddenly of heart disease in December that same year. 132 Accounts of Sarah Smith's work lived well beyond her death, as Coffin's memorial of Smith's life was published widely. 133 After Smith's death, the reformatory appears to have undergone a great deal of adjustment. Throughout 1885 and 1886, there were constant shifts in the superintendent, assistant superintendent, matron, teacher, and laundress positions. Concepts like vacation days, sick days, job descriptions, roles of subordinate officers, and the overall organizational power structure appear for the first time, with extreme detail, in the board's minutes. Smith's absence in the facility is clearly legible in the record. Changes came quickly. In 1884, as a part of regular business of the reformatory, the Board of Managers instructed the superintendent to have an existing retiring room converted into a room for the confinement of refractory prisoners. This is the point when solitary confinement was relocated from the dark cell to over prison ironing room, which took a month to complete. 134 It is here that the parameters of physical punishment were spelled out definitively and recorded in the minutes. The assistant superintendent was explicitly limited to slippering, and all heavier punishment required the consent of the superintendent. 135 Further, it was decreed that inmates be locked up on bread and water when it became necessary to punish whenever possible, as the board is opposed to indiscriminate whipping. 136 Here, the new management is deciding all over again what punishment should accompany the incarceration of women and girls. No longer would staff be paid a salary. All officers of this institution will hereafter be employed for 1 month at a time. 137 The board also ordered that all officers dispense with the service of the girls as attendants in the officers' rooms, except at the time of cleaning and putting the room in order in the mornings. 138 This suggests that some of the girls had served the staff as personal servants. In March 1886, the board also fired the long-serving Mr. Petrie, who was the day watchman, stableman, and driver of the wagon, because they wanted a woman in that position, likely to ensure that all positions at the reformatory were held by women. 139 All these efforts reflect an effort to right the reformatory's ship. The reformatory remained a wonder, and people continued to visit and study the facility. 140. Ultimately, the 1881 investigation changed the trajectory of Coffin's life and likely damaged her reputation. Quite publicly, after the investigation, she fought against Mrs. E.C. Hendricks and Mrs. E.J. Dodd, the other two members of the board. Mrs. Dodd nominated Mrs. Hendricks for the presidency, as she felt a rotation in such offices and under such circumstances is eminently right and proper. Hendricks declined a previous nomination, but when Coffin would not step down of her own accord and when Hendricks was nominated a second time, she declined to waive what she regarded as her rights. 141 In actuality, a Democratic legislature in 1877 had placed the administration of the reformatory's financial affairs into the women's hands, and Hendricks was awarded a term of 6 years, Coffin, 4 years, and Roach, 2 years. Hendricks was a governor's wife and felt she should have been named president, but Coffin was chosen. 142 Hendricks and Dodd disagreed with Coffin on money. Specifically, Mrs. Hendricks was unwilling that the expenditures in any contingency should exceed the appropriation. She opposed the making of debts on any pretext. She insisted that the institution should live within its means. Coffin's position related that she had plans for the reformatory that were not yet actualized, which required she retain the presidency. 143 Coffin attempted once again to rally friends to her cause, each friend arguing that Coffin was best suited for the position, while others responded that no one imagined that Mrs. Coffin would hold on to the office so tenaciously or accept the nomination of any other member as a personal affront. 144. When Coffin submitted her resignation, Governor Porter said that nobody could regret more deeply than he did the resignation of Mrs. Coffin, for she had worked so long and earnestly for the institution and her experience in such matters had been so great. 145. Rhoda M. Coffin, from a 1910 publication, reproduced from a photograph. Is it possible that more was at stake? The reformatory came through the 1881 investigation successfully but with scars. The Indiana State Sentinel reported, the female reformatory of Indiana, though no longer an experiment as a successful institution, is the first in the world. Though early thought idle and visionary, time has abundantly tested its sterling qualities. 146 Hendricks made a point to emphasize that in the united struggle for success, if anything hitherto unpleasant has occurred, it was not noticed. 147 Here Hendricks is distancing herself from the investigation, and by doing so implying that others did know something unpleasant had occurred and did nothing about it, as things were developed in regard to the punishment of the inmates that were not altogether countenanced by the public. 148 Nevertheless, Coffin was credited with bringing the reformatory through the 1881 investigation with one of the highest Christian sentiments. Yet when she tried to hold on to the position of president, her detractors claimed that making the board presidency a place for political reward would not have conduced to its health and growth, it would have also been in poor taste. 149 It is interesting that Coffin became so completely a political figure in this reading, while Hendricks, wife of former Governor Thomas A. Hendricks, did not. 150 The Situation highlights the blurred lines between traditional benevolence and political patronage. As Laurie Ginsberg notes about similar well-connected and powerful women organizing in New York, no one involved in these early successes remarked on the inconsistency of the women's proximity to politics, including the men who sometimes spoke to city governments to support claims for patronage. 151 Coffin ultimately resigned rather than serve in any other capacity than president. 152 Did the reformatory, originally thought to be a potential failure and now a legitimate matter of state pride, require a clean slate and distance from its scandalous past? In 1884, Charles Coffin's involvement in a bank scandal at the Richmond National Bank, of which he was president, coincided with the end of Rhoda Coffin's presidency. He loaned thousands of dollars to his sons, to himself, and to others for several failed ventures and embezzled well beyond the bank's capital, and the bank collapsed. 153 The turn of events contains not a small amount of irony. Rhoda and Charles Coffin spent the whole of their adult lives teaching and preaching their religious and moral beliefs to convicted men and women, and deviants in their institutions, and one privileged, respected, powerful man embezzled hundreds of thousands of dollars from their own community of believers and from others, ruining family farms and businesses, and never spent a day in prison. 154 Embroiled in scandal, the Coffins moved to Chicago. Later denounced from the Quaker faith in 1886, Charles and Rhoda led far quieter lives in Illinois. Rhoda Coffin died in 1909, and in her obituary that ran shortly thereafter, she could not shake the specter of her husband's behavior. Charles Coffin's actions were recounted right after Rhoda Coffin was heralded as one of the leading charitable workers in England. 155. Criminality intersects race, gender, sexuality, and class in those colonial origins of natural deviancy and deviancy through affiliation. Criminality profoundly disadvantages women by limiting or removing access to resources and opportunities for success through the ascription of a stigma, attained. 156 When criminality intersects race, sexuality, and gender, the marginalizing effects of these interwoven constructs exacerbate the oppression women experience from their culturally ascribed place above men on the social morality scale. Women criminals suffered greatly in their fall, because as the guardians of morality, when a woman transgressed she seemed to threaten the very foundation of society. 157. Historically, social reformers and prison officials have been known to use violence to reinforce universal norms and values, and in institutions of power, like prisons, violence has consistently been legitimate. 158 Evidence of violations was seen by men and women outside the prison system. But no one arrested the prison officials or reformers for committing violent acts against incarcerated women. Assault, sexual assault, rape, and battery are all criminal offenses, so why weren't the offenders prosecuted? Michel Foucault suggests the reason lies in the fundamental makeup of prisons as moral institutions of power. Prison is the only place where power is manifest in its naked state, in its most excessive form, and where it is justified as moral force. It reveals itself as tyranny. Pursed into the tiniest details, it is cynical and at the same time pure and entirely justified, because its practice can be totally formulated within the framework of morality. Its brutal tyranny consequently appears as the serene domination of good over evil, of order over disorder. 159. What makes prisons ideal spaces in which to commit atrocious acts on its inhabitants? Foucault's concept of heterotopias describes spaces, real or imagined, existing everywhere in which undesirable, disposable, deviant, and criminalized persons are tucked away, out of sight from normative spaces and respectable people. 160. This concept is helpful here. There are two kinds of heterotopias. One is the space of crisis, for individuals who find themselves in temporary spaces of exclusions, like prisons or mental hospitals. 161. This may be one of the reasons prisons are often located great distances from major metropolitan areas and tucked away in rural communities. 162. The other is the space of deviance, for those who operate outside accepted social norms. 163. Prisons are both kinds of heterotopias. Further, heterotopias are spaces against which white, patriarchal non-criminals establish and measure themselves, and they are spaces where people labeled deviant are divorced from society. 164. Secrecy is foundational to heterotopic spaces like prisons. Hidden from the public eye, as in the case of Jeffersonville Prison, the reformatory, and other institutions, outrages against women went unchecked for extended periods of time. One late 19th century newsman suggested that abuses in a heterotopic space can be prevented only when prison officials accept that a certain amount of arbitrary authority is essential to a prison system, and with such authority, and the secrecy which prison walls obscure, only high personal character in the warden and his assistants can prevent iniquities. 165. When Rhoda Coffin pressed the chaplain to confirm what the incarcerated men told her, he was loath to say anything for fear he would lose his position, but finally admitted that it was all true and much more. 166. In a heterotopia, keeping a job can equate to keeping secrets, secrets that supersede a moral and religious directive to help those subjected to immoral and egregious violations. Yet high personal character in a warden alone is not sufficient to prevent violence in prisons, because violence is constitutive of prisons. This fact by no means lets Smith and company off the hook. The goal of Smith and others was to remake these women, thought deviant but redeemable, into their own image, and to teach them to imitate and live by middle-class social and religious norms. However, efforts to control sexuality and subdue gender nonconformity through the use of violence were ripe for the victimization of those same people the prison officials were charged to help. For confined women and girls at the reformatory, masturbation was not a private act. They had lost their right to privacy. The policing of their sexual agency and the egregious victimization of those who expressed themselves thusly demonstrate that the reformatory staff were also perpetrators of sexual violence. Culturally instantiated in religious and social norms, sexual violence was used to deter self-abuse because masturbation was a sin. 167. Women and girls caught masturbating represented too great a sinful practice for the benevolent reformers to reconcile easily, and various violent strategies were used to reorient them. As shown earlier, the reformatory was interested in compliance and obedience to the institution's ideals and requests, whatever that entailed, and violence was justified in the resolution, which is inherent and constitutive of all prisons. Let's close with Sally Hubbard. In the 14th report of the managers of the Indiana Reformatory, the superintendent emphasized that women with life sentences or long sentences proved the reformatory's ability to reform. By all accounts, Sally was a model prisoner. She settled conflicts between women and helped Mrs. Smith to maintain order. 168. Sally died on January 13, 1887, after serving 31 years. In the remarks column of the Reformatory Registry, it stated she was a great novel reader, now quite changed. 169. Women playing in the yard. A portion of this chapter was presented via video conferencing by Michelle Jones, Rhoda Coffin, and the fallout of the cult of domesticity in Indiana's Gilded Age, presented at the Indiana Women's Bicentennial History Conference. Hoosier Women at Work, Indianapolis, Indiana, March 26, 2016, Michelle Jones, Failing the Fallen, Sexual and Gendered Violence on Incarcerated Women in the Gilded Age, the American Historical Association Annual Conference. Atlanta, Georgia, January 7, 2016, Michelle Jones, Origins of the Indiana Women's Prison and the Criminalized Sexuality of Incarcerated Women, American Correctional Association Annual Conference, Indianapolis, Indiana, August 14, 2015, and Sexual Violence is an Old Hat, Criminalized Sexuality of Incarcerated Women in Indiana in the Gilded Age, presented via video conferencing by Michelle Jones to women and gender historians of the Midwest Annual Conference, June 12, 2015. I would like to thank everyone at those early conferences and institutions that gave us the opportunity to present our research via video conferencing. 5. Jenny and the Economics of the Reformatory. Kim Baldwin, Molly Whitted, and Michelle Williams. We know little about Jenny Solomon, other than that her name appeared in the People, an Indianapolis paper that covered the 1881 investigation of abuse at the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. We think Jenny was reformatory inmate number 123, listed in the official prison registry simply as Jenny. 1. If so, Jenny Solomon was 13, orphaned, poor, and illiterate when she arrived at the reformatory, sometime between May and November 1875. She had not been convicted of any crime and on her arrival was deemed by officials to be in good health with good capacity. Jenny's early childhood was likely wrought with trauma. Born in the midst of the U.S. Civil War, perhaps fathered by a soldier, she was almost surely impoverished even before the Panic of 1873, which led to the country's first Great Depression and lasted the rest of the decade. After being orphaned or possibly abandoned, Jenny was sent to the reformatory. To get to her destination, Jenny might have traveled, perhaps by buckboard, from as far south as the Ohio River or from as far north as the border of Lake Michigan. She might have seen the coffin's horse-drawn carriage resting in front of the 2-year-old brick building that would become her home for the rest of her adolescence. Jenny was assigned to the reformatory wing of the institution, with the other children. The statute that authorized the institution mandated that only those under the age of 15 could be committed to the reformatory and that they must be released by the age of 18. The penal department housed girls aged 16 and older and women convicted of crimes. Using data from the prison registries from 1873 to 1876 and from 1881 to 1884, we determined that the typical girl at the reformatory was 14 years old when she was first admitted, was white, had at least one living parent, and was judged on intake to be of average to above average intellect with good health. Though some girls were there for crimes such as larceny, others had been deemed to have incorrigible conduct, and some, at least in the early years, were simply orphans. Those who were not orphans often arrived there because their parents had been persuaded by Superintendent Sarah Smith that they were unable to care for their daughters and that they should abandon them to the institution. The cost of running such a large establishment was high, especially if it wasn't fully occupied. During the fiscal years of 1873-84, the annual cost of feeding, clothing, and housing each girl fluctuated between $136 and $200. These estimates were calculated each year by the institution's steward and reported to the state, counties, were responsible for exactly half of the expense per girl that they had committed for every year of her stay, and the state paid the rest. 2. But if there were few girls there, the cost per child increased, which possibly discouraged counties from sending more, with the resulting deficit falling on the state and the inevitable opprobrium falling on the reformatories. Founders. Thus, within a year of the prison's opening, Indiana's former governor Conrad Baker, who was a member of the institution's Board of Visitors, wrote to his successor, Governor Thomas Hendricks. As long as there are so few inmates, the expense of the institution must unavoidably be comparatively high, and it is to be hoped that the different counties will, in view of this, avail themselves of the advantages of the institution by committing to its guardianship some at least, of the girls which are to be found in every community who need and are entitled to such guardianship. It is believed that the people as yet do not generally understand that a girl need not be an offender against the penal laws of the state to justify her committal to the guardianship of the reformatory department of this institution. 3. To increase the number of girls in the reformatory, the board also sought to raise the upper limit of the age that girls could be initially committed to the reformatory from 15 to 18 and to lengthen the duration of stay for the girls in the reformatory by raising the mandatory discharge age from 18 to 21. For when young women were convicted and sent to prison, the financial burden was all on the state. For girls in the reformatory, however, half the bill was footed by the county. As a result, the number of girls in the reformatory increased, and girls were sent there from counties across Indiana. 5. A few years later, however, the board again requested a change in admission policy, this time limiting admission to girls between ages 12 and 16. There are, at present in the reformatory, quite a number of small children. It surely cannot have been the intention of the legislature to make this a state orphan asylum, opined the board. 6. Sarah Smith affirmed, the age of 10 is quite too young, unless guilty of crime. A necessity is felt, with increase of numbers, for some better means of giving them regular, useful, and profitable employment than our present arrangement will admit of. 7. From the outset, economic exploitation was set into the laws governing the institution. The superintendent of said institution shall have power to place any girl committed to the reformatory department thereof at any employment for account of the institution. 8. Indeed, the goal of the managers was always to have every girl at the reformatory profitably employed. An axiom of prison government, they proclaimed, is that the best prisons are self-supporting. 9. To minimize the costs of running their institution, the managers sought to exploit the human capital of displaced children. The goal of being self-supporting took on new urgency when Rhoda Coffin successfully deposed the all-male board of managers, replacing it with an all-female board, of which she was president. The new managers quickly increased revenue. Local news sources reported that the current expenses per year had been $21,500 since the ladies had charge of the institution, while when the gentlemen had the management were $28,000. 10. Indeed, the cost per prisoner per year had plummeted from an estimated $200 per annum in 1874 to $146 in 1878, a 25% drop. How did the new Board of Managers achieve such remarkable savings? By selecting profitable enterprises and by forcing all the women and girls to work longer hours under harsher conditions. The first annual report of the Board of Managers declared, plans of labor, in addition to systematic education, will be adopted, with the purchase of suitable materials for work, so that the industry of the inmates may produce the best results practicable, in aid of the funds of the institution. 12 From the start, the principal remunerative work of the institution was washing, so as not to compete with the poor women of Indianapolis who were economically dependent on laundering work. A glove-making business was introduced, 13 plus caning chairs, knitting, and sewing. When these businesses did not turn a profit, the reformatory adopted a new method of laundering, used first in the penal department and then in the entire reformatory. Before a girl could be discharged from the reformatory, she must be able to do laundry work in the new style. 14. Laundry workroom washing. Laundry workroom ironing. Laundry work was not only the most practical and lucrative business for the reformatory, but also the most effective way to control the girls. As Rhoda Coffin so coldly observed, it subdues the excitability of the system, and makes submission easier. 15. It also imperiled the children's health. The laundry rooms, originally located in the reformatory basement, were small and kept damp by the miasmic steam from the boiling soap suds, posing a serious health hazard to the girls. Yet the board's main concern was expanding the size of the operation and putting more girls to work. They asked the state for appropriations to build a separate, larger laundry room outside because washing is by far the most profitable business. 16. Once the new laundry rooms were built in 1880, the number of girls working there more than doubled. 17. More than likely, this is where Jenny spent most of her days. The superintendent and the board of managers always claimed to be committed to providing a mix of education and vocational training throughout the day. Thus, in Sarah Smith's first report as superintendent, she declared that the girls are taught half of the day in a well-organized school, the other half devoted to cane-seating chairs and household duties in rotation. 18. However, the reports that actually break down the girls' day show that only 3 hours were allotted to school, while 6 hours were allotted to work, 5 hours for meals, recreation, and religious exercises, and 10 hours for sleep. 19. This remained the schedule until 1884, when work increased from 6 hours to 7 hours a day, cutting back an hour from meals, recreation, and religious exercises. 20. A journalist who visited the prison in 1890 observed that all the girls were taught to work in a style termed rotation of the crops. A certain detail would wash for half the day, then iron clothes, then sew, then scrub, then cook. In addition to weaving cane-coated chair bottoms. 21. Girls turned out 4,500 cane-seating chairs in 1884 alone. Some girls were profitably employed sewing and repairing all the clothes for the institution, as well as the clothes of other facilities. 22. To get an idea of what was expected of them per day, consider that the girls put out 3,384 tailored pieces in 1876, 2,808 pieces in 1878, and 3,122 pieces in 1884. 23. All the while, scripture was read aloud to the children when they worked. Sarah Smith was fond of quoting 2 Thessalonians 3:10, our motto has been, if you don't work, you shall not eat. 24. Religion was at the root of Smith and Coffin's ideology for reformation. Smith wrote in her first report, we willingly admit that it is no light task to take the ungovernable and vicious from a life of idleness and crime, and by firmness and Christian kindness, make them obedient and industrious, restoring the victims of neglect to virtue and usefulness. 25. In 1874, the board adopted the ticket of leave system, an early form of parole/work release. 26. This novel program provided underage girls as domestic servants to affluent homes in the neighboring community and eventually in other parts of the state. To be granted this privilege, girls were required to cook well, bake the best sort of bread, make a dress, and do laundry in the new style. 27. The ticket of leave program proved invaluable to Smith, giving her greater power over the girls. 28. For if they failed to perform their duties they were subject to recall. 29. Even for minor offenses. Thus, when orphaned Jenny Solomon got a bit saucy while working for Mrs. Charlotte S. Brown and living in her home, she was almost surely on ticket of leave. That is why Mrs. Brown reported Jenny's impertinence directly to Sarah Smith, and why Smith felt empowered to put marks on her face and eyebrow as punishment. The 13th report of the managers of the Indiana Reformatory noted that 63 girls had been out on ticket of leave in various parts of the state and declared that this system, we consider one of the largest factors in working out reformation. 30. Perhaps. But it also proved quite lucrative. We were unable to find in any of our sources whether the homes hosting the girls paid them for their services. However, the institution financially profited from this collaboration. Jenny Solomon was still considered a ward of the reformatory while living in Charlotte Brown's house on ticket of leave, and as such, the county from whence she came was still required to pay its yearly portion of her housing costs. 31. With her bed at the reformatory now empty, a new commitment could take her place, paid for by another county, thus doubling the income stream. 32. Perhaps Jenny's bed at the reformatory was full at the time of Mrs. Brown's complaint, and that was a contributing factor to Smith striking Jenny rather than recalling her. According to the board, idleness is one of the most fruitful sources of crime, and laziness its twin sister. These are two mighty evils with which we have to contend. Constant employment is therefore an absolute necessity, that they may be taught the means of earning an honest livelihood. The board went on to note with pride that a number of those who have left are making good and reliable house servants. 33. Unfortunately, Smith and Coffin appear never to have considered whether their charges were capable of being more than servants. Whether engaged in forced labor at the reformatory or while on ticket of leave, it can hardly be expected that the majority will ever reach very high positions in social life, but all can be taught to make themselves useful in some appropriate sphere. We regard knowledge of cooking, housekeeping, sewing, washing, ironing, mending, etc. as indispensable for all. 34. In selecting remunerative work for the girls, the board made a list of requirements. Work must be such that she may continue at it when discharged. Work that must not degrade the woman. Work that will not interfere with the honest working women of Indianapolis. Work must be profitable to the institution. 35. Some of the girls, including perhaps our Jenny, did realize they were considered servants and felt that the work they were forced to perform was degrading. Their feelings found expression in the following passages from the annual reports. We find no work more beneficial than that which qualifies them for household duties. Many of them have the false idea that it is degrading, that by following some trade they can dress better, and have more leisure, which too often proves their downfall. 36. And great care is taken to infuse into them a pride in, and a love for, labor, instead of the feeling that labor is derogatory to a woman. 37. Clearly, these girls had more faith in their abilities and held higher aspirations for themselves and their future than those responsible for their care. Ironically, the girls' staunchest advocate for a more beneficial future came not from the women sworn specifically to uphold their interests but from a man. As Anastasia Schmid describes elsewhere in this book, Dr. Theophilus Parvin, the prison's physician, found many ways to exploit the captive population there. Yet as early as 1874, he advocated for more education and for more creative and satisfying work. Among the children in the reform department there will be found some possessing a natural talent, a special fitness or aptitude for modes of industry that are more productive, receiving higher remuneration than sewing, knitting, washing, ironing, and chair work. Might not the state go a step farther by giving those who manifest undoubted talent, at least a commencement in education for such work? Bookkeeping, music teaching, telegraphing, drawing and painting, picture coloring, and engraving. There are children here whose talents, if properly cultivated, could be rendered independent of all aid hereafter, and capable of lucrative work. 38. Stonewalled, Parvin went a step further in his 1876 report to the governor by offering himself as the instructor. 39 to no avail. The board declared in 1878, "We do not aim to give the pupils in the reform school a finished education." 40 and again in 1882, "A common plain education only is given. No attempt is made in higher branches." 41 Their unwillingness to educate these children in anything but domesticity reveals their true intention of making servants, versus reforming young women who might have a prosperous future. Through founding and governing the literal civilizing institutions of the era, upper middle class reformers like the Smiths and the Coffins imposed their moral agendas, perpetuating a belief that certain classes of people could not be trusted to make decisions regarding their own values. The new elites believed that the formerly powerful institutions of church and family could no longer adequately instill morality in society, and that newly established outside institutions, such as prisons, orphan asylums, poor farms, and reformatories, could. Their institutions were underpinned by economic and cultural injustices, which linked and reinforced each other. The result was a vicious cycle of cultural and economic subordination and social injustice, which became the cultural norm. Rhoda Coffin and her husband, Charles, exemplify the cruel of this system. A genuine power couple of the Gilded Age, the Coffins were movers and shakers in Indiana, where they maintained a surprisingly lavish lifestyle, especially for Quakers, complete with a ballroom in their mansion. They were sought-after speakers, both nationally and internationally, on many topics, especially prisons. As Michelle Daniel Jones describes, they were also frauds, using their bank customers' hard-earned savings to pay not only for their own glamorous lifestyles but also for their 4 sons. The visiting room. Hypocrisy. Theft without culpability shaped the fate of the Coffins. True, they had to flee to Chicago to avoid arrest and were disowned by their Quaker monthly meeting. 42 and 2 of their sons later went to prison for other financial scandals, while a third, a disgraced stockbroker in New York, eventually committed suicide. 43 Yet most historians treat these matters as mere footnotes to the Coffins' storied careers as social reformers. Rhoda is celebrated to this day as one of Indiana's greatest women. Yet it is worth noting that the sum total of financial loss resulting from the Coffins' misdeeds was exponentially greater than the combined total of all the economic crimes committed by the women imprisoned by Rhoda and Sarah in the 19th century. Which leads to the inescapable conclusion that when theft is small and when it is committed by marginalized people it is a crime, but when theft is large and when it is committed by elites it is merely an unfortunate business outcome. 44. Jenny found herself in a system of justice where it's better to be rich and guilty than to be poor and innocent. She had committed no crime, yet she found herself committed to the guardianship of an organization that prioritized imprisoning her over protecting her. She was poor. Quite often the poorest people are the best versed in what it takes to survive simply Because their focus is not on lining the pockets of the rich. Jenny's focus was on what would allow her a few small pleasures through the ticket of leave program. But there came a point in time when she had suffered enough. Since she had nothing to begin with, she had nothing to lose when she stepped out of line and got saucy with Mrs. Brown. In fact, some would say that Jenny gained a lot more than she lost that day. She gained a sense of who she really was. As far as Smith was concerned, though, when Jenny was no longer obedient, she was no longer special, she was unworthy and easily disposed of. But politeness filtered through fragility and supremacy is not about manners. It's about a methodology of control. Sarah Smith knew this when, under the facade of civility, she struck Jenny. Smith felt no remorse. Jenny gained no value or insight from the physical punishment, other than the notion that people like Sarah Smith and Rhoda Coffin are there to get what they can and to block the way so others cannot pass without meeting whatever arbitrary standards they create. And if they are not appeased, to prevent any real progress from taking place while they reap the benefits of counterfeit decency. Jenny Solomon and those like her were not weak, they were perpetual towers of strength, who lived in situations where it wasn't okay to identify or talk about problems. Denial became a way of life, a way of dealing with hardship. We all have days when we cannot push any harder, cannot stop focusing on fear, cannot be strong, when we expose our tiredness, irritability, or anger. Jenny allowed herself to be human when she asserted herself. Her inner strength and determination provided her the energy to move forward. She was a true champion of fortitude. Part 2. Sex, Sexuality, and Control over Women's Bodies. 6. Mary Jane and Dr. Parvin at the Reformatory. Anastasia Schmid. Mary Jane Schweitzer was sent to the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls in 1877. She was not convicted of a crime but was placed there merely on suspicion of committing arson. Mary Jane told the Indianapolis Journal that during her 2 years there, she was punished very frequently. For most of 1 year was not allowed to speak with any other person. Was kept in solitary confinement for 1 month, fed on bread and water, ducked, and had no clean clothing. Once starving and ill, Mary Jane took bread from the prison kitchen. Finding her eating, Superintendent Sarah Smith attacked her, beating her with a pair of shoes. She was taken to her cell, stripped naked, and drenched with a hose by 2 men. For nearly half an hour. After describing repeated altercations with prison officials and an unsuccessful appeal to the assistant superintendent, Rhoda Coffin, Mary Jane recalled, "I was visited by Dr. Parvin. I was very sick, and he was to examine me with instruments. Mrs. Smith on that occasion dragged me out of my bed and into another room. I told her what I thought of being treated that way. Dr. Parvin said I was to lie in bed for several days after the operation." 2. The historically obscure Mary Jane Schweitzer was one of several prisoners Dr. Theophilus Parvin forced to be a surgical and experimental subject while incarcerated in the Indiana Women's Prison. There are few surviving testimonies from women such as Mary Jane, but those that remain speak volumes, revealing subjugated knowledge gleaned from lived experience that challenges the dominant historical narratives of medical advancement and scientific progress, as well as of prison history, and illuminating the difference between popular and scholarly narrative. If his victims are little known, Parvin is the opposite. He remains a prominent and lauded figure for his work in the then budding fields of gynecology and obstetrics. His colleagues held him in high esteem. According to one historian of surgery, Parvin should be designated a catalyst in his branch of medicine. 3. Deemed an expert in matters of female reproductive anatomy, Parvin held chairs at the most prestigious societies and medical colleges and served as the founder and president of the American Gynecology Society, president of the State Medical Society in Indiana, and eventually as president of the American Medical Association. His most celebrated work, The Science and Art of Obstetrics, was issued in several editions in the late 19th century. For his name was noted and his work cited in prestigious medical journals, both nationally and abroad. In a memorial tribute, Dr. William Parrish wrote, Dr. Parvin can be rightly classed among the great men who have illumined the medical profession with their intellectual attainments. Dr. Parvin was a thoroughly religious man and a thoroughly good one. Of an intense nature, his dislikes and his friendships were intense. He did many acts of friendship, and I believe that he never deliberately did any man a wrong. 5. Likewise, G.W.H. Kemper, a fellow member of the State Medical Society, credited Parvin with being instrumental in elevating the standard of medicine, as well as laying the foundation of our present State Medical Association. Another colleague said of Parvin, he was the purest man I ever knew, and apparently wholly without faults or vices. 6. Yet Parvin's fame relied on the hidden spaces in which he perfected his craft and on the invisible, discredited, vulnerable bodies he used to gain knowledge there. Although his magnum opus, The Science and Art of Obstetrics, appeared in 1886, after he had moved to Philadelphia to take up the chair of obstetrics at the Jefferson Medical College, an Indiana colleague noted that the book was written while Dr. Parvin was a resident of Indianapolis. On the eve of his departure for Philadelphia, he told the author of this paper that he must dress the work up a little. 7. Parvin's contributions to medical science must be reconsidered in the context of the work he performed while employed as the sole physician of the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, using the captive bodies of women, including Mary Jane Schweitzer. This context calls into question Parvin's benevolence and demands a redistribution of the credit for the catalyst of his discoveries. Parvin founded this field of knowledge, and found great fame in it, from brutally experimenting on the bodies of incarcerated women for a decade. This chapter reveals the stories not told about Dr. Theophilus Parvin. It relies on consulted documents, including newspaper reports, Parvin's numerous medical publications, clinical lectures, and medical collaborations, and the annual reports of the prison where I spent the better part of nearly 2 decades of incarceration. These sources tell of sex, gender, class, race, science, and medicine, and human captivity along the continuum of social control. From internalized hegemony to the most abusive forms of forced surgical experimentation. This chapter challenges popular narratives of medical progress through a critical inquiry into Dr. Parvin's relationships with his captive patients. The story of Dr. Parvin's interconnections with scientific, social, religious, and political elites, critical to his work using captive patients inside institutions of social control, illustrates the ways elite men relied on and buttressed their power over the female body through the practice of medicine and actual physical captivity. This story also reveals the overlap between slavery and incarceration, often wrongly considered autonomous institutions with separate histories. The first part of this chapter tracks the relationship of science and medicine to institutions of social control during the 19th century. It focuses on physicians' use of the bodies of vulnerable populations, from people subject to chattel slavery to those in penal reformatory institutions and asylums. It begins with a better-known gynecologist, Dr. J. Marion Sims, whose use of enslaved women for his medical experiments foreshadowed Dr. Parvin's use of imprisoned women. The advancements these men and their cohorts made in female medical science highlight expansive practices of bodily control via the medicalization of the female body and human reproduction. The history recounted in this section places the joined institutions of social control, slavery and prisons in relation to race, sex, and class, noting the specific bodies used to spark medical advancements. In scientific and medical advancement, who counts as human? Whose bodies can be used as a means to an end? The second part of the chapter details Parvin's work at the reformatory. Despite the gaps Parvin left in prison records, his published work allows a detailed picture to emerge. Parvin experimented on incarcerated women with both drugs and surgeries, often with disastrous results. Parvin, Sarah Smith, and their cohort shared a certainty of moral rectitude that permitted them to attempt to control women's sexuality and to limit female sexual pleasure, leading to torturous punishments for masturbation, which Parvin denied, and bloody messes of abortions. As I narrate, I identify the women and girls used as Parvin's medical experimental subjects, naming them whenever possible and believing their stories. Medicine and institutions of social control. A critical chapter in the history of the use of human medical test subjects takes place in pre-Civil War Alabama. Dr. J. Marion Sims, Theophilus Parvin's predecessor and later colleague, used enslaved women he leased or purchased for the purpose of perfecting gynecological surgeries. Gynecology would grow through Sims's surgical experimentation on enslaved women, feeding not only the medical field but also the linked institutions of slavery and capitalism. Indeed, just as Sims's experimentation on enslaved women not only provided for the maintenance of sound black female reproductive bodies but also served to perpetuate the institution of slavery, as Deirdre Cooper Owens has shown, so too did Parvin's experimentation on incarcerated women help perpetuate and deepen what I call the prison industrial medical complex. 8. Sims's provision of medical treatment to enslaved women must be understood not as altruism or even benign condescension but as a component of slavery's political economy. Enslavers held a profound interest in keeping their workers healthy to sustain their productive and reproductive value. In Sims's case, the experimental use of enslaved women's bodies produced medical practices that could restore reproductive capacity not only to women whom enslavers wanted as breeders but also to affluent white women with similar ailments. I begin with the story of Dr. Sims because it clearly links medical science and institutions of human captivity and also neatly foreshadows the story of Dr. Parvin and his captive patients at the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. Dr. Theophilus Parvin Sims began his medical practice in Alabama and haphazardly fell into the treatment of women's diseases. He was called to attend to a woman who sustained a pelvic injury from a horseback riding accident and subsequently devised the speculum by using 2 spoons to facilitate an internal examination. 9. I saw everything as no man had ever seen before. I felt like an explorer in medicine who first views a new and important territory. 10. Sims found his experimental medical subjects in enslaved black women suffering from then incurable vesicovaginal fistulas. 11. Over a 4-year period, Dr. Sims leased approximately 14 enslaved women and performed surgical experiments on them. Without anesthesia, in a makeshift hospital he built in his yard. One of his slaves, Lucy, nearly died in the process. Another, Anarcha, would go under his knife 30 times before Sims found surgical success. 12. In 1855, Sims moved from rural Alabama to New York, where he continued his exploitative work by providing free surgical treatment to the indigent, poor, primarily Irish, immigrant women. 13. Sims's success in using humans for medical experimentation secured him entrance into elite circles of power and wealth. The backers of Sims's New York hospital included a Civil War general, New York's lieutenant governor, and the founder of the New York Times, among other political and economic elites. 14 Sims's fame grew, and practitioners flocked to the field. He anchored. Between 1876 and 1881, the number of American periodicals devoted to gynecology doubled, and the number of American gynecological societies increased from 6 to 11. 15. The Fraternity of Gynecology was thus born. In 1894, a statue of the late father of gynecology was erected in Philadelphia to commemorate Sims's life work and his contribution to medical science. Many influential gynecologists and obstetricians participated in bestowing this honor on Dr. Sims. Among the attendees were several faculty members from the Jefferson Medical College, Sims's alma mater, including Theophilus Parvin. 16. The fall of slavery bled into the rise of criminal confinement. Emancipation created a great need for cheap labor. Convict leasing, a system historian David Oshinsky proclaimed as worse than slavery, was one of the initial answers. 17. With convict leasing, the criminal, unlike the enslaved person, was expendable if a person died in servitude while incarcerated. They were easily replaced by simply leasing another imprisoned person from the state. 18. Because incarcerated people were blamed for their condition, in some ways they were better choices for medical research subjects than enslaved people. 19. Deviance, as historians of medicine have pointed out, structures the concept of disease. Disease can function as a conceptual form organizing phenomena in a fashion deemed useful for certain goals. The goals, though, involve choice by man and are not objective facts. 20. Medical treatments provided by a physician, a person assumed to be morally sound, by virtue of their position, were assumed to provide a corrective therapeutic boon to people of questionable morality or of immoral or filthy habits. In this regard, Parvin's use of imprisoned people's bodies to advance medical science fed a vicious cycle of oppressive control. His captive patients already were deemed deviant and hence were disregarded and discredited by society, which in turn made them prime candidates for reformation and experimental treatments as forms of bodily control. In addition to all this, their institutional locations hid them from the outside world, keeping them far from any public sphere in which they might protest. As we'll see in subsequent sections of this chapter, Parvin's partnership with Sarah Smith and the Indiana Reformatory for Women and Girls would provide the ideal laboratory for human control via medical power over the body. The continuum of slavery and incarceration is starkly backlit by Sims's and Parvin's choices of experimental subjects. Sims laid the foundation for gynecological research on powerless women. Parvin seems to have been among the first to build on this foundation with women in prison. In this sense, incarcerated women such as Mary Jane Schweitzer stand in direct line of descent from enslaved women such as Lucy and Anarcha. The medical conquest of these vulnerable women's bodies provided a means for gynecology and obstetrics to extend their authority, reaching for control of all women's bodies and the communities of men and children organized around them by elite white men. The reverberations of this patriarchal affront to women's health echo across time, continuing to affect women and children today. Rooms full of white male politicians still feel perfectly justified in deciding questions of women's health. 21. The connections between gynecology and obstetrics and eugenics are also ongoing. Up until 2013, for example, California routinely subjected incarcerated women who gave birth in custody to tubal ligations, in violation of state and federal policies. Dr. James Heinrich, who performed the operation at least 148 times at the Valley State Prison for Women in California, defended the surgery on a brutal cost-benefit basis. Over a 10-year period, that isn't a huge amount of money, compared to what you save in welfare paying for these unwanted children as they procreate more. 22 vulnerable populations remain the target for sterilization tactics. Poor women and women of color, particularly Native American women in egregious disproportion, are sterilized with woefully inadequate processes of informed consent. As Andrea Smith compellingly argues, the conquest of targeted populations via sterilization is a form of genocide. 23. It is crucial to place Sims and Parvin in their rightful positions of notoriety, to recognize them as key figures in the history of using captive women's bodies for experimental surgery. Sims's legacy fueled Parvin's work, which then paved the way for further medical experimentation on imprisoned women. The use of captive people for experimental surgery is the legacy of the agricultural labor institution of slavery that permanently branded a person as less than human. Understanding of the historical continuum of medical experimentation, which relies on the continual stigmatization of vulnerable bodies, even as the specific contexts of those bodies change, provides deeper insights into medical modes of social control that continue to affect the lives of women today. The use of incarcerated women, and others described as unfortunates, degenerates, deviants, and criminals, as experimental subjects rests on a warped sense of experimental treatment as a therapeutic benefit to the recipient and as a necessary step toward medical advancements for the benefit of all. Controversies abound among both doctors and historians as to whether the benefits of experimental surgeries justify the harms done to those on whom they are developed. It is critical to consider the perspectives offered in historical accounts, or perhaps the lack thereof. More recent accounts of Sims's career and his contributions to the medical field include and even highlight his use of enslaved females and or Irish immigrants, but that was not always the case. In 1952, chronicling the rise of professional surgery in the United States, Courtney Hall lauded Sims's greatest achievement, the conquest of the vesicovaginal fistula. She explained that publications of these cases in 1852 made Sims famous, and she admired his great idea for a special hospital and clinic for women, a plan pursued against great odds but with a final success in the organization of the New York State Women's Hospital in 1855, all of which made his reputation worldwide. 24. While Hall noted Sims's path to greatness disrupted by misfortune, she fails to mention that he strode to success on the aching backs of enslaved women and poor immigrant women. 25. Historians are beginning to delve deeper into the workings of power and control within medical procedures and to consider the experiences and contributions of the subjects of these experimental procedures. Perhaps no better example is the work of the brilliant historian Deirdre Cooper Owens, whose scholarship is coupled with public advocacy and fueled by her own experience of abuse at the hands of racist gynecologists. 26. Cooper Owens's timely work coincided with the controversy over, and eventually the removal of, the commemorative statue in Central Park that honored Sims as the father of American gynecology. 27. Contemporary historians and activists' reassessment of Sims's medical legacy is beginning to challenge the dominant historical omission of the role of white male privilege in the creation and sanctification of elite banks of knowledge. More and more, observers are calling attention to the ethical implications of celebrating elites without considering how their contributions were achieved. Cooper Owens's research demonstrates that slavery and Irish immigration were intrinsically linked with the growth of modern gynecology. 28. My research adds the bodies of incarcerated women to the tally of casualties intrinsic to the expansion of these fields after the Civil War. This work points to the ways that even today, ideologies that reinforce and expand racism and sexism make institutionalized people easy targets for medical experimentation based on their supposed deviance and need for reformation. Just as Cooper Owens presents the enslaved women and Irish women, immigrants used by Sims as complicated, whole, and fully human individuals, 29 we must also give voice and validity to the testimonies of incarcerated women and acknowledge the women as credible sources of knowledge whose subjugation was imperative to medical advancement and social control and whose lived experience constitute a key link in the interconnected histories of power and social control. The next section takes further steps in this direction. Parvin at the Reformatory. Even though Parvin was the head physician at the Indiana Reformatory for Women and Girls for the first decade of its existence, there is little in his writing that gives insight into his work there, and he himself left few clues about his patients or their lives. In the prison's annual physician's reports, Parvin made no mention of having operated or performed surgical procedures on women or girls at the reformatory. 30. His annual reports fail to record instances of venereal disease or other gynecological problems or treatments. He provided no details of pregnancies or births. These are peculiar omissions for a man striving, in print and lecture form, to represent himself as an expert on such diseases and medical practices. 31. Parvin's prison reports instead reflect the best intentions of a classic good doctor trope. In these yearly memoranda, Parvin professed his belief that the imprisoned women needed fresh air, exercise, and milk. He advocated for a new drainage system. He mentioned his treatments for malaria and dysentery and the vaccinations for smallpox, tuberculosis, measles, mumps, and typhoid. 32. For details on his medical work, we must turn to sources other than these rose-colored reports, principally, the 14 articles Parvin published during his years at the reformatory, several of which were clearly based on clinical research on women and girls confined there, as well as his celebrated 1886 textbook The Science and Art of Obstetrics. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Parvin's published articles make clear that he considered the people incarcerated at the reformatory fair game for experimentation. He wrote in the American Practitioner, for example, of his use of sulfate of cinchonidine to treat fever. He explained that he had tried a smaller dose, then created pills with tartaric acid and water, then raised the dose. He began by treating 24 women, and then a few weeks later, many more. Parvin conducted medical trials at the prison and then proudly reported his results to colleagues. 33. Parvin also imperiled his charges by forcing even young girls to care for the sickest among them and to dispose of hazardous medical waste. In 1879, the girls' reformatory had an outbreak of typhoid fever that sickened 39 girls between the ages of 7 and 18, 2 of whom died. These numbers were unremarkable. What was remarkable was who died and why. The first was S.W., just 13 years old, who acted as nurse for the first typhoid fever patient, being with her almost constantly for nearly 4 weeks. 34. The second was identified only as 15 years old and colored, whose duty it was to disinfect and bury the evacuations from this patient. Parvin notes that it would seem as though, being constantly with a person ill of typhoid fever on the one hand, and on the other, having to dispose of the typhoid excreta, gave them the typhoid poison in larger quantity. Each of these girls, one white, the other colored, was, prior to being taken sick, an excellent representative of good physical development and of robust health. 35 I claim that Parvin was responsible for their deaths. Another telling example of Parvin's attitudes toward his patients appeared in his article. An illustration of xenomania, published in Transactions of the American Gynecological Society in 1877. Parvin chronicled the case of a 16-year-old girl at the reformatory, whom he referred to as A.P. The girl had stopped menstruating for 6 months when it then reappeared, though decidedly abnormal. The abnormality was that the lips were engorged with menstrual blood. Parvin seems to have been thrilled to have this unusual case in his sights. As this young woman hemorrhaged from the mouth, Parvin studied her, reporting that the abnormal condition repeated itself for several months after his initial exam. Alas, soon after the third recurrence of this abnormal menstruation, Parvin lost his golden opportunity. AP made her escape from the institution. Parvin lamented A.P.'s departure, calling it an unfortunate escape both for her own good, and for the interests of professional study. 36. Parvin neglected to disclose in institutional reports the surgeries he performed on women inside the prison, while documenting the surgeries as case studies for publication. These acts of omission are recurrent in doctors' descriptions of medical treatments given to incarcerated people. It is precisely in such lack of detail that the hidden abuses and mistreatments lie. Facts surrounding medicine practiced in institutions of social control are chronically overlooked by those who lack the first-hand experience of incarceration. Those with first-hand experience are aware the abuses they have suffered are purposely omitted from records, to protect the system and the powerful within it. Parvin's publications and notes regarding institutional deaths provide further discrepancies. The prison's annual reports from the Parvin years include demographic numbers recording deaths. Most of the deaths go unexplained in his physician's reports. Where deaths are mentioned, Parvin largely fails to provide names or details. One illustrative exception is Parvin's note in the 1879 annual report that on June 1, Margaret Conrads, a prisoner, committed suicide. He provided no further details, but Sarah Smith's report from that year included more information. One poor woman hung herself after being with us but 3 days, an opium eater for many years. 37 left to contend with withdrawal alone. Margaret was found hanging. She was buried in the Green Lawn Cemetery. 38 He also subjected Fanny Morris, a convict, 41 years of age, but apparently 55 or 60, to the same drastic strategy, for he believed that the way to quit opium eating is to quit at once and forever, not to gradually unloose the coils of this serpent habit, but to slay it outright. 39. Within the prison's annual reports, Parvin's one mention of a gynecological issue was the note that a woman named Kate Lindsay died from uterine cancer. No details are given regarding her condition or any treatments Parvin might have administered to her. Kate is one of the few deceased women he mentions by name, and she was African American. Race plays an important factor in considering patient privacy and confidentiality. In all of Parvin's publications, the only time names are provided in any context is when the person is African American and/or a prisoner. More information about Kate emerged in 1881 during an investigative inquiry on abuses inside the reformatory. When Sarah Smith was questioned about forcing Kate to work while she was sick, Smith admitted that she had told the patient, "Now, Katie, let's run up and down the floor." She justified forcing Kate to exert herself with the odd claim that Kate was in a condition that exercise was necessary. Why a woman dying of uterine cancer should be forced to do pointless, strenuous exercise was not explained. Shortly after this episode, Smith acknowledged, she took to her bed never left it again until she died. 40. Parvin's medical experimentation at the Indiana Reformatory for Women and Girls was made possible by the larger ideological context in which he lived and worked, a culture organized around Victorian ideas of sexuality and female sexuality. 41. Perhaps nothing reveals this context and the abuse it made possible more than Parvin's terror over female sexual pleasure. Parvin, Smith, and their fellow administrators feared the female orgasm even when it resulted from reproductive sex conducted within the institution of heterosexual marriage, but they feared it with a frantic terror when it came from female masturbation. Reformatory officials sought to control this frightful scourge through medical intervention and punishment. The rhetoric of godly morality framed the work that reformers, including Smith and Parvin, understood themselves to be performing. During the 1881 investigation for abuses committed inside her prison, Sarah Smith claimed that her methods of punishment came not from herself but from God. "I believe the Lord called me to take charge of this institution," she proclaimed. "I suppose also that the Lord directs my methods of management." 42. Smith insisted that her methods were not meant to inflict suffering but to inspire change, for there could be no faith in the permanency of a reformation which is not founded on a Christian basis, a thorough change of heart. 43. This did not mean she would shrink from punishment. On the contrary, she expounded, so long as crime exists, punishment must be provided, and punishment must be of such a nature that it will lift the criminal above the commission of crime, no easy task to perform, when we understand the evil passions with which many of them are sorely afflicted: revenge, jealousy, hatred, falsehood, and theft, sore evils that no power can eradicate but the power of God in the heart. 44. Such a change of heart, inspired at the reformatory, would fit them for the responsible positions of wife and mother, Smith contended. 45. Nowhere else does Smith better reveal her hopes of moving women from one institution of sexual subservience into another, her intentions of removing women's autonomous ambitions and keeping them under elite and patriarchal control. An interesting concept for a Quaker woman who herself enjoyed the fruits of an egalitarian marriage. Moral deviance and righteousness were easily translated into expressions of sickness and health. 19th century elites easily conflated medical and moral deviance. Illness and vice could be one and the same. Historian of medicine H. Tristram Engelhart Jr. commented on the relationship between ideas about morality and notions about sickness and health. Although vice and virtue are not equivalent to disease and health, they bear a direct relation to these concepts. Insofar as a vice is taken to be a deviation from an ideal of human perfection, or well-being, it can be translated into disease language. 46. Parvin clearly subscribed to this notion, using the unequivocal term evil to explain the great need to regulate masturbation and other sexual practices he deemed excessive. Countless evils come upon individuals and upon society for their unregulated sexual passion, he explained in 1894-47. The 19th century desire to control female sexuality guided Smith and Parvin. A striking illustration of this is seen in Parvin's 1886 article Nymphomania and Masturbation, which, he lamented, was a combination well calculated to wreck a woman's life. 48. In the article, Parvin discusses a 42-year-old widow who, he claimed, complained of excessive desire for sexual intercourse. There is no proof the woman herself made this claim, and Parvin is the only one to claim that she had. Parvin raped his female patients by digitally examining them. When he induced orgasm, he then declared their bodily response was proof of a woman's sexual deviance and disease. When I subjected this woman to examination, I found some peculiar phenomenon. When the finger was introduced into the vagina, as soon as the clitoris was barely touched, there were produced irregular movements of the hips and pelvis. As the finger was advanced, the muscles about the vagina were thrown into a state of contraction, which it closed tight on the finger, and this caused a sense of gratification to the woman. 49. Women who masturbated challenged elite Maoris directly and were punished accordingly. Sarah Smith was dismayed to learn of masturbation among her wards. In 1875, I discovered that a general practice of self-abuse was going on among the girls, she explained in the context of the 1881 investigation. 50. Parvin also noted the epidemic within the institution, in which one incarcerated woman was taught another by example, or at least had it suggested and explained by a worse, if not older companion. 51. The consequence for such behavior was dire, a 19th century form of waterboarding. Smith explained, "We have adopted the bathing which has been called ducking." 52. Which consisted of repeatedly forcing a person's head under cold water, holding it under water for several seconds, then pulling it back up just long enough for the victim to gasp for air before being forced back under the water. Smith lamented that for those inmates of the reformatory who have committed no crime, but are addicted to filthy habits. 53. There seemed to be no remedy other than the brutal application of cold water. The punishment was effectual. I never allowed them to remain in the tubs more than 3 or 4 minutes. The inmates would often use the most abusive language that could be thought of. Some of them were the most filthy and degraded girls that could possibly be found in the state. I simply wanted to have them know that they must be governed and conform to the rules of the institution. 54. During the 1881 investigation, one of the prison's employees, Francis A. Talbot, testified about one such case. According to a Cincinnati paper, the severest case of punishing has ever seen was the ducking of Lizzie Smith, age 13. This was for self-abuse and teaching the vice to smaller girls. 55. Smith stripped a 13-year-old girl naked and held her in a tub while another prisoner turned on the cold water tap. The young girl was ducked for 20 minutes, spanked, and sent to bed nearly drowned for the crime of masturbation. Parvin clearly approved of similar methods. In an 1875 paper, Parvin detailed how he prescribed cold shower baths for urinary incontinence. 56. The shower bath was a device resembling a shower stall with a chair inside in which its occupant was strapped in place by means of wrist and lap restraints. A large spout positioned above forcefully releases mass quantities of water over the occupant's head to create a sense of drowning. Like ducking, the process is repeated multiple times, often to the point of unconsciousness. Nevertheless, Parvin's sworn testimony to the 1881 Investigatory Committee affirmed that in his 6 years of employment at the institution, no punishment that was cruel had ever come under his notice, asserting further that he did not believe that treatment in the reformatory was hurtful to the health of inmates. 57. Parvin's ideology gave him this tremendous certainty in his self-righteousness. Historical retrospect can see a bit more clearly. Lawn photo of the Indiana Women's Prison, 1914. In addition to the evidence of abuse inflicted on women and girls via medical experimentation or treatment, there is compelling testimony of more conventional forms of sexual abuse at the reformatory. The notorious Nancy Clem, the purported mastermind of fraud and murder in the 1868 Cold Springs tragedy, reported on sexual misconduct between the night watchman and several women inside the prison. Clem also reported on abortions being performed on the women and girls and claimed dead babies had been found inside the prison. 58 During the 1881 investigation, Sarah Smith dismissed these and all other claims of illegitimate pregnancies and abortions. There was not a word of truth in Mrs. Clem's story. She insisted. Nor was there a thread of foundation for any stories of abortion in the institution. As for pregnancies, Smith contended there were none for which the institution was responsible. 7 children have been born in the reformatory, and 3 in prison. In all cases the women were pregnant when they came to the institution. 59. The institution's annual reports do not name the 10 children Smith acknowledged here. Nor do they document which women were pregnant and whether they arrived at the reformatory in that condition. This distinction was only recorded in a few cases of recidivism, with women returning to the reformatory pregnant after a violation on a ticket of leave. To be raped while in forced domestic servitude is to experience compounded punishment. The annual reports do provide numeric data recording births and deaths within the institution but do not give names. No name is ever listed in the births and deaths of infants, children, or mothers. Against Smith's insistence that there were 0 miscarriages and abortions at the prison, Parvin mentioned in a scientific publication that a woman called P was delivered of a fully developed fetus that had been dead some days. 60 While it is not clear whether Parvin performed the procedure on any of the imprisoned women in his care, he details how to empty the uterus of its contents in cases of miscarriage in an 1880 article in the Obstetric Gazette. 61 He described the technique in gruesome detail. Let the patient lie on her back, upon a hard bed, her hips brought to its edge, lower limbs strongly flexed, then introduce Neugebauer's speculum, and bring the os fairly in view, now catch the anterior lip with a simple tenaculum, or, better, with Knott's tenaculum forceps, and then, if there be any flexion and it is not uncommon in cases of spontaneous abortion to observe this, use gentle traction to straighten the bent canal, at any rate fix the uterus by the instrument. Now take a pair of curved polypus forceps of suitable size, or, better still, Emmett's curette forceps, and gently introduce the closed blades into the uterine cavity, open them slightly, then close them and withdraw, when the fragments of membranes can be removed, and the instrument reintroduced. Repeat this 3 or 4 times, if necessary, until all membranes or placental fragments are extracted. 62. This description amply confirms Parvin's wide experience performing the procedure. Particularly telling is his recommendation of specific tools to achieve an even better result, implying a process of experimentation with multiple tools. In 1881, Smith's own testimony admitted a dead baby on the grounds, with a strained attempt to deny the most likely scenario. A baby was found in the cesspool, and Dr. Parvin said it was not possible for any woman to have been delivered of that baby. He told the coroner that no woman in the institution could have been its mother. It was a very fine 9-pound baby, and it did not belong to anyone in the institution. 63. If women were suffering male sexual abuse at the reformatory, there were only 2 likely candidates, because only 2 men worked at the prison at the time of the allegations, the night watchman and Parvin. In 1883, after the reformatory was threatened once again with investigation for prisoner abuses, both Smith and Parvin resigned from the institution. 3 years later, Parvin created a lifelike OBGYN mannequin. Was this innovation to compensate for the loss of the large pool of experimental subjects the prison had provided? A colleague of Parvin's praised the quality of the model, describing a life-sized figure, possessing a form proportioned with the nearest approach to nature possible. The joints are mobile, so as to permit of all the various movements and to allow of the figure being placed in any desired posture. The pelvis is an exact reproduction in brass of the most perfect bony pelvis obtainable, and is completely and smoothly covered with soft leather. Further, a soft leather pelvic floor is added, which readily allows the exit of the foetus, or the use of instruments, palpation, or manual extraction, as desired. The entire external surface of the mannequin, with the exception of the head, is covered with soft leather, and the figure itself is light enough to be freely movable upon the operating table, or carried from place to place. 64. This colleague, Dr. J. Clifton Edgar, embraced the figure, which he explained more fully fulfills the requirements for obstetric teaching and demonstration than any other now in use. 65. The breadth of the procedures this teaching tool made possible was impressive. Edgar went on to claim that with the mannequin and accessories together with an abundant supply of fetal cadavers of various sizes, there is scarcely an obstetric operation or procedure that may not be performed or demonstrated. 66. The operations and demonstrations that could be accomplished with the mannequin, he enumerated, were not limited to but included accidental hemorrhages, embryotomy, induction of abortion, forcible delivery and perforation, craniotomy, decapitation, evisceration, and amputation of the extremities. 67. There is no mention of where an aspiring doctor might obtain an abundant supply of fetal cadavers in various sizes or of the number of times these procedures were performed on women to create the perfect obstetrics model on which to practice the procedures. A life-size, movable, bendable female doll covered inside and out with soft leather was possibly intended for other uses as well. In one illustration, Parvin's mannequin is posed in the knee-chest posture with buttocks in the air and wearing a pair of thigh-high striped stockings. 68. The misogynistic sexualization of the practice of medicine is an ethical breach, with deep links to the history of women's incarceration. Evidence of sexual abuse at the reformatory is ironic given that the reformatory opened because of the outrage over sexual violence, rape, and the birth of children at the Jeffersonville State Prison. A former prisoner, Harry J. Boncott, had written of imprisoned women impregnated by prison officials and bearing their babies at Old Jeff. 69. Clearly, the practice did not end with the reformatory's reform, just as it has not ended in our day. Dr. Parvin's mannequin. Only after examining Dr. Parvin's work and words in careful historical context do the implications of Mary Jane Schweitzer's 1881 testimony, which opened this chapter, become clear. Mary Jane experienced severe medical and institutional abuse at the hands of Sarah Smith and Dr. Parvin. Solitary confinement, a starvation diet of bread and water, hosing, waterboarding, an examination with instruments, and a mysterious, non-consensual surgery were the reality for a woman sent to prison for 2 years on suspicion of committing arson. Unfortunately, the 1881 investigation closed without indicting Dr. Parvin for their nefarious deeds against their captive women and girls. But this is not surprising, considering the entire investigative board was made up of their peers. Parvin's eventual resignation from the reformatory left no stain on his name, allowing him to move to Philadelphia to occupy the chair of obstetrics at the Jefferson Medical College, to build an obstetrical clinic in conversation with international colleagues, and to work overseas, garnering him national and international acclaim during his life and posthumously. Meanwhile, his captive patients, Mary Jane, Jenny, Molly, P., Lizzie, Fanny, Stella, Mary M., Margaret, Anna, Mary Ann, Nancy, and countless, unfortunately nameless others, went uncelebrated, barely even seen as human while alive and all but forgotten in the end. Conclusion: ethics, consent, and knowledge. The women who suffered under Parvin's treatments and knife were treated unethically and were subject to gross violations of their civil and human rights. Historians of medicine have chronicled the widespread abuses and have rejected the noxious notion that people in the past should be held to lower standards. 70 Still, many people often fail to critique medical abuses then and now thanks to a warped cost-benefit analysis, what L. Song Richardson refers to as a social benefit bias, the notion that some people's suffering is justified if it produces a therapeutic benefit to all of society. 71 The math in this cruel equation, however, only works if the suffering is on the part of devalued people such as the enslaved, unfortunates, deviants, degenerates, and criminals. The Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls housed only 17 women when it opened in 1873. Today, over 115,000 women are incarcerated nationwide. Of the number of women incarcerated in the world, 1 out of every 3 is incarcerated in the United States. Numbers fail to illustrate the sobering reality of incarcerated women's lived experience. That is why we turn to history, for the full and human narration of the shape of life. We must not assume, however, that history is past. As William Faulkner said, the past is never dead. It's not even past. Every 19th century woman's story highlighted in this book has a modern version. My fellow incarcerated and formerly incarcerated sisters and I are living embodiments of nearly 2 centuries worth of captive American women denied the rights to our own bodies and progenies. Our losses reflect corporeal captivity for women far and wide. Abuses in the realm of medical care continue to be particularly egregious. Critical historical analysis giving credibility to the voiceless creates space to bring awareness to their lived experience and to implement change. In Possessing the Secret of Joy, Alice Walker imploringly declares, human compassion is equal to human cruelty and it is up to each of us to tip the balance. 72 Historians, scholars, activists, critics, and reformers, and, perhaps even more so, the common public, need to heed the echoes of these abusive practices performed on people in prison, for these practices continue to shape both medicine and incarceration and the way we live our lives. The day is yet to come when the advancement of some is achieved independently of the debasement and dehumanization of others. This chapter is dedicated to the loving memory of every historical woman identified here within and to every incarcerated woman I have known and to those who remain unknown and unnamed who have lost their lives in prison, and to other incarcerated women who are survivors of prison rape and sexual abuse or medical experimentation or who have lost their lives in indefinite sentences, lost their body parts, or lost their children while serving state-sanctioned prison sentences. 7. Johanna Kitchen, the Grand Lady of Stringtown. Anastasia Schmid. Stringtown was a site of vice and a central target for reform in late 19th century Indiana. Now called Hawville, it was a suburb of Indianapolis, situated west of the White River, along the National Road. Once Stringtown was occupied mainly by coal miners and industrial workers and was generously populated with saloons, taverns, and houses of ill fame. Local newspapers constantly reported on the town's most notorious characters, scandals, and sensational occurrences, those dead babies, too pitiful, 3 and how subjects are procured for the dissecting table, Negroes murdered. Horrible revelations. 4 On occasion, they also showcase the do-gooding efforts of the town's religious elite, composed of the Temperance Union, the Indianola Mission, and the Third Presbyterian Church, the Christian fellowship with a vengeance existed amidst the seething tumult of Stringtown and were united in their various political agendas to wage war against vice and to annex the area into Greater Indianapolis. 5. Parade in Hauville, formerly Stringtown, circa 1920. Most notable among Stringtown's houses of ill fame was the notorious Duchess of Stringtown's brothel. The Duchess of Stringtown was a woman of mystery, allure, and prominence. She was the illustrious Madam of Indianapolis's most notorious house of ill fame. Though she played a central role in Indianapolis history, few written documents exist about her, most of which amount to news sources that sensationalize her through scandal and ill repute. Women like the Duchess often are discredited through notoriety or historically erased by those in power. The Duchess's life is a soap opera, an open-ended mystery, and a story in need of critical inquiry. An analysis of scandalous press items of the time, with careful handling of their validity and credibility, reveals much about women's labor and the political reconstruction of Greater Indianapolis. The Duchess is a missing link in the evolutionary story of power and control in the rise of American carceral institutionalization of women. She also provides a lens for critical analysis of media representation and how it shapes social and political ideologies. The epitaph on the Duchess of Stringtown's grave immortalizes her as Joanna Kitchen. Yet she was a woman of many names, Anna, Johanna, Joanna, Joanna, and a cotter of surnames. Perhaps an anomaly for a woman of her time, the Duchess, as she was commonly referred to, was married 6 times during her short, 40-year life, to men of prominence and infamy. 6. A woman of wealth, she owned her own hotel and brothel, where more than 1,500 women and girls worked over the course of her life. 7. She had power, wealth, and fame, albeit a celebrity based mostly on outrage and sensation, in a time when, in retrospect, most women were blurred into nameless, faceless supporting entities in a landscape of industrious white men and a few virtuous white women. For this reason, we need to read beyond the sensationalism of her life as represented in the contemporary media. Grave of Joanna Kitchen *, the Duchess of Stringtown, D 1872. Crown Hill Cemetery, Indianapolis. For the journalists of her day, the suburban Stringtown provided the perfect backdrop for her seemingly wanton, delinquent lifestyle. Bootleggers, drunks, thieves, murderers, adulterers, whores, swindlers, dirty cops, and gangs ran the neighborhood. 8. At the same time, church groups infiltrated the debased borough through proselytizing, picketing, and religious and political conversion. 9. Throughout the early 1870s, news articles highlighted the efforts of the Stringtown Protestant clergy to transform the area into a respectable place. The Indianola Mission would cordially invite all to attend its holiday festival in December 1870. 10. Stringtown was a space for conquest within the greater Indianapolis region in view of political annexing and industrial expansion. The ongoing push and pull of crime and corruption, along with the rage for real estate, provided the catalyst for Stringtown's reformation. 11. In 1872, the Cincinnati Enquirer speculated that Indianapolis's population would double within the next 5 years. As signs pointed to the inevitable annexing of the suburbs, purportedly all of them, save that of Stringtown, showed substantial improvement. 12. The Duchess was a key figure in this political intrigue. The story of the Duchess was most often told through her many marriages and divorces. Of her 6 husbands, 4 appear, in some fashion, in newsprint alongside her. 13. Shortly after her final marriage, to John Kitchen, a news editor claimed to have witnessed the Duchess assist a couple of huge Bucktown darkies to hurl a Sentinel newspaper Ku Klux Klansman into a coal cart and then quickly drive away, heading toward Pog's Run. 14. It's debatable whether this would have been considered an act of altruism or defiance on the part of the Duchess, though given the Klan's racist infiltration throughout Indiana's political and media institutions, such reports were likely intended to provoke further disdain for the woman. Between scandalous talk about her many husbands and her associations with black enemies of the Klan, we find a charitable side of Johanna Kitchen. In March 1871, the ladies of the Third Presbyterian Church canvassed the Duchess's establishment. They proudly announced that the Duchess intended to reform her manner of life as much as was possible and close up her establishment. 15. The Duchess's supposed declaration came with a sizable donation to the Indianola Mission and Sabbath School, which opened a public school building in Stringtown for $2,000 by April 1872. 16. That June, the Indianapolis News printed a lengthy report on the Sunday school work of the Indianola Mission, mentioning its purportedly large numbers of teachers and pupils and including Reverend David Stevenson's commentary acknowledging the work of the school's matrons and the success of the school. 17. By June 1874, the man who started the Indianola Mission was reported to have substantially decreased the number of saloons and houses of ill fame in Stringtown and to have built up a flourishing church, making a decent settlement of the burg. 18. By mid-year, attempts were made to change the name of Stringtown to Pleasantville, as the face of the burg was shifting toward annexation into Indianapolis and a new dawn of reformation. 19. The very sudden death of the Duchess of Stringtown may have spurred on this transformation. In February 1872, the Duchess's name appeared nearly daily across news publications announcing her demise, scarcely over the age of 40, speculating about the particulars of her impressive estate. 20. An inquest was held at the request of her brothers, who believed her death hastened by poison. Questions arose as to whether the poisoning was by her own hand or by the hand of some of her vile companions. Perhaps the long-standing battle to clean up Stringtown was the catalyst for removing one of the town's most powerful and influential inhabitants. Nonetheless, Coroner Hedges pronounced her death to be the result of natural causes. 21. The papers reported that Johanna Kitchen had amassed considerable wealth, having a considerable sum of money on deposit in one of our banks. Another news article reported the sum to be $5,000, deposited in the Fletcher's Bank. Perhaps because of such reporting, she was known as the most noted Cyprian of Stringtown and a remarkable woman. 22. Her funeral was held at the Crown Hill Cemetery, ordered upon the expensive scale, and the finest burial caskets in the city encase the remains. 23. At least 2 of her 6 husbands made an appearance, though the papers fail to say which ones. Reverend David Stevenson, of the Indianola Presbyterian Church, officiated the service, which was open to the public. A scene unfolded at the Duchess's funeral that was reported to have been one of the most remarkable and impressive ever witnessed in this vicinity. Mrs. Sarah Smith, then the matron of the Home for Friendless Women, attended the funeral. The Indianapolis News reported that Smith rose and addressed the audience from the same text the Reverend had preached from. Mrs. Smith claimed that despite the Duchess's many good qualities, her great sin amounted her goodness to nothing. 24. She went on to admonish select members of the audience, warning them to take advantage of the time they had left to change their ways. Her graphic depictions of the wages of sin were delivered with the highest pitch of feeling and leaving scarcely a dry eye in the house, which wrought the audience to a fever point. 25. One can only assume Smith feared the dire consequences of the Duchess's influence over hundreds of human souls. 26. These were, we can assume, the souls of the claimed 1,500 women and girls who had worked for the Duchess and whom Mrs. Smith desperately sought to save, most likely in one of her institutions that targeted just such women and girls. 27. Stringtown would be taken into the city limits, and the name changed to Pleasant Valley. 28. Upon her death, one half the odium was removed from the locality, and with the completion of the new bridge, a new era will be commenced in its history. A new era, indeed, in which Indianapolis expanded its network of institutions of state-sanctioned social control, including, among others, the House of the Good Shepherd and the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. 8. The Duchess of Stringtown Play. Michelle Daniel Jones and Anastasia Schmid. In researching Sarah Smith, one of the founders of the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, we discovered an article in which Mrs. Smith took over a funeral service and preached her own sermon. The deceased woman was brothel owner and businesswoman Johanna Kitchen, called the Duchess of Stringtown. Sarah Smith condemned Johanna to hell. Along with the 1,500 women Sarah estimated the Duchess had led into vice. 1. The Duchess died, of suspected poisoning, the first week of February 1872 at the age of 40. 5 days later, Stringtown was annexed into Indianapolis. The discovery that the Duchess's death coincided with the annexation of Stringtown was suspicious to us. 3. As Anastasia Schmid explores in the previous chapter, a range of parties stood to benefit from the Duchess's death, including city officials desiring to absorb Stringtown into Greater Indianapolis, men of industry who wanted to expand commerce in the area, and Sarah Smith herself, who had made it her mission to save fallen women. Our play takes place in January and February of 1872 and posits that the Duchess was murdered via arsenic-laced cosmetics to facilitate the annexation and sanitation of the Vice District. Scene 2. Predicament in Benevolence. Sarah Smith at Indianapolis, at the Home for Friendless Women. Sarah Smith is at a writing desk going over papers. Mabel enters, frantic and scared. Mabel. Excuse me, where is my baby? Sarah Smith. Oh, Mabel. Please come in. Have a seat. Mabel. No, not until you tell me where my baby is. Where is my baby? Sarah Smith. Your baby is fine. She is in the nursery. My name is Sarah Smith and I run this home. Dr. Parvin gave you something to help you sleep. We thought it best that you get some rest. You were exhausted and in tears when you got here last night and in no state to care for yourself, let alone your baby. Both you and your child are perfectly safe and cared for. Please, have a seat. Mabel. Can I see her? Sarah Smith. Sure, of course, don't worry at all. But first, can you tell me how you happened to come by us? You mentioned you came from the Purdue farm. You were working for a very prestigious family. Mabel. Yes. I worked for Mr. Purdue and the family for the last 6 months. My aunt got me a job working in the fields. I worked really hard and everything was good for a while. Sarah Smith. So what happened? Why did you leave? Mabel. Do I really need to say? When I helped bring in the harvest last year, Mr. Purdue saw me, and he asked me to help him in the barn. I did and he took me. Then he started sending for me to help him in the barn over and over again. It wasn't long before I was with child. Sarah Smith. Good heavens, child. How old are you? Mabel. I just turned 14. When Mr. Perdue noticed my belly and that I couldn't work in the fields as long, he hid me in the barn and locked me in. I was so scared, so scared. Sarah Smith. Oh, dear girl. He held you prisoner? Good heavens. How long did you stay in there? Mabel. I bore my babe in that barn. My aunt helped me, but something went wrong. Mr. Perdue sent for Doc Peters, and when he arrived, he went to the big house and asked who was having distress in childbirth. Mrs. Perdue came with Doc Peters to the barn, and when she saw me and Mr. Perdue in there, together, she was mad as all hell fire. She started rantin' and ravin' and talkin' about killin' us all. She knew. Sarah Smith. What did Mr. Perdue do? Mabel. He told her the baby's father was the stable master. But she looked at me, and she knew he was lying. As soon as I could stand, I took my baby and ran. Sarah Smith. My child, you've walked a great many miles, and with a newborn babe. You brave, brave child. The Lord surely has guided you here. It is by the grace of the God you and your babe have survived. Mabel. You don't know how grateful I am to be away from there. Can I see my baby now? Sarah Smith. Yes, and we will find you decent work. I know of a few good families through the church needing help. We will also help with proper care for the child. Oh, that must be Dr. Parvin. Head on up to the nursery, it is right up the stairs, on the left. Mabel. Thank you, Mrs. Smith. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Are you feeling better, my dear? Mabel. Yes, sir. Thank you so much. Excuse me. Sarah Smith. I'd nearly forgotten you were here. Have a seat. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. What are you going to do with that girl's baby? Sarah Smith. No worries. I've got it covered. Do tell me how Belle is faring. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. I fear I bring sad tidings. She was showing signs of premature labor that was advancing far too quickly, which poses a grave risk to the mother. I was left without choice but to perform an embryotomy and extract the fetus to save her life. Sarah Smith. I receive your news with a heavy heart but am gracious for your steadfast service. I do not profess to understand your science, but I do believe the good Lord works miracles through your hands, Dr. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Thank God and science that my hands were of assistance in saving the mother's life. Sarah Smith. I am grateful too. There are so many of these unwed women with children with no place to go. I shudder to think of the absence of their medical care. What is to become of a society overrun with these sad cases? Dr. Theophilus Parvin. The miracles of modern surgical medicine are indeed providing us answers, Mrs. Smith. Rest assured, my work will prevent further unwanted pregnancies. These women won't have to endure such misfortunes again. Sarah Smith. We are indebted to you, doctor, and working at no expense. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. I wouldn't be a proper Christian physician without charitable service. This has been worthwhile, which is why I shall be the head physician at the reformatory. Wouldn't you agree that as president of the American Medical Association I am the most qualified and the best choice? Sarah Smith. Certainly, doctor. Being a man of God, you've proven your worth here at the home, and your principles are in line with our mission. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Indeed. I am at your service. I've made arrangements for the baby's remains with the medical college. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to return to my office for another appointment. Sarah Smith. Have a blessed day, Doctor. Scene 3: The new arrival. The following week at the Duchess's Brothel Hotel. An expansive, opulent brothel in the heart of Stringtown. Women are draped on the laps of men at gambling tables, drinks are flowing, smoke is wafting, and there is uproarious laughter. We see women ascending the stairs with clients. Belle enters, disheveled and weary in the midst of all the activity, walking in front of it. Sally leads her into another room of the hotel. Sally. Come this way. We heard you were comin'. The Duchess has a room for you. Everything's gonna be all right. Belle. Thank you. I didn't know where else to go. I didn't know what else to do. I don't have anyone. I don't have any money and they. Sally. Did they really take your dead baby? Belle. Yes, they did. Sally. No burial, no prayers, no nothing? Belle. No. Nothing. My baby was just gone. I went to MRS Smith trying to find my baby. She told me Dr. Parvin took it. I said to her, what do you mean he took it? Took it where? She said Dr. Parvin didn't know why it died and so he took my baby to the medical college. Sally. The medical college? I can't believe it. It's one thing for a prison to do that, but the home for friendless women? Belle. Yeah, she agreed with him. She thought it was a perfectly acceptable thing to do. She did not fight for me or my right to bury my own baby. Can you imagine? Sally. Nah, and you a fully white woman too. Lord have mercy. Christ help us. Belle. Sure, I'm white, but not white enough in Mrs. Smith's eyes. In her eye, having a baby out of wedlock, I am as soiled as anyone else. Sally. Hush now. Don't you worry 'bout a thing. You just rest in here. The Duchess'll be right up. Duchess of Stringtown. It's all right, my dear, you may sit down. Your name is Belle, is that right? Belle. Yes, ma'am, that's right. Duchess of Stringtown. My servant, Mary, will be up shortly with a tray. You must be starving. Belle. It is kind of you to offer, but I have no money. Duchess of Stringtown. I know why you're here. I am not concerned with money. I will send in some clothes after you've eaten, and Mary will draw a bath for you. We have what you need. No one will harm you here. You can stay as long as you like. Belle. It has been so hard. I can't believe my life has come to this. Duchess of Stringtown. I am well acquainted with pain. You can talk to me. Belle. I come from a good home. You know, my family is highly respected in the community, but my fiancé left me, you have no idea. Duchess of Stringtown. Try me. I understand better than you think. A well-to-do woman such as yourself taken advantage of? You'd be surprised how often that occurs. It's almost cliché. Belle. It all started when I was introduced to the son of my father's friend. He was my parents' choice for my husband, but not mine. He spent every minute talking about himself and I was bored to tears. I couldn't take it. Duchess of Stringtown. Understandably. Then what happened? Belle. I ran into the most handsome man I'd ever seen. It turned out he was the younger cousin of my betrothed. I know I should not have entertained his advances, but he courted me relentlessly. When he asked for my hand, how could I refuse? Duchess of Stringtown. as has been the case for many of us, my dear Belle. I'm so ashamed that I fell for his lies. He didn't marry me, and he left me with child. I had nowhere to go but to the home for friendless women. Despite my delicate state, those wretched women nearly worked me to death. And when I collapsed from exhaustion, they handed me over to that butcher. He took my baby. Duchess of Stringtown. There. I most certainly understand. You know, I have a less than savory story of my own. My fourth husband threatened to kill my daughter if I didn't lie about a murder for him. He nearly left us in ruins because of his greed and hunger for power. I worried about my daughter every day, because he was connected to many powerful men. Oh yes, I understand far too well. Belle. Really? I would never have thought you'd gone through any of that. You seem like you are doing so well now, for a Duchess of Stringtown. A brothel owner? Oh, yes, I am doing quite well. Belle. I didn't mean to offend. I just never expected a life like this would be, well, so extravagant. Duchess of Stringtown. It's okay, dear. We women find the best way to play the hand we have been dealt. There are ways for women to attain money and power. Even after brutish betrayals and tragedies. We have a valuable asset in our very flesh, and those who claim it, can never be trampled on again. Belle. I really loved him. Duchess of Stringtown. Love is a gamble. My current husband, Mr. Kitchen, leaves much to be desired as well. But, as we know, love is often blind, and we roll the dice and try again. Ah, but I digress. We have everything you need right here. You have complete freedom to rebuild your life as you see fit. I'll send Mary up with the tray and to see how you're faring. Belle. Oh, thank you for your kindness and generosity. Scene 8. Men of Science and Medicine. It's the next day. Dr. Parvin's office. A meeting with Dr. Theophilus Parvin, Dr. Calvin Fletcher, Dr. Stoughton Morris, and Dr. Amos Sims. Put emphasis on them referring to one another as Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Gentlemen, I've called us together to discuss women that are categorically criminal. Fallen. Women need to be controlled by any means necessary. It is imperative that I continue to study female anatomy. Which is why I told Sarah Smith that only I should run the infirmary at the new reformatory. Dr. Amos Sims. Right you are, doctor. The problem is inherent in these women and must be mastered by the physician's craft. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Before their craft masters us. Dr. Stoughton Morris. I've heard, Dr. Parvin, that you are on the cutting edge in female deviance and degeneracy. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. A quick study you are, Dr. Morris. Female deviancy goes against the nature of both God and man. Doctors, as my work in the Ohio Medical Journal states, it is not natural for a woman to have desire for sexual intercourse. It is submitted to as a duty, and those that willingly do it for money and enjoyment are not women, they are rutting animals. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Certainly, doctor, but is such a state biological or social? I have encountered women who are as sexually ravenous as wild beasts. Does your research apply only to whores? Dr. Amos Sims. It is a good question. All women may be suspect. Every medical journal there is professes that the origin of female hysteria resides in the uterus. Dr. Stoughton Morris. and the clitoris if I'm not mistaken. Dr. Amos Sims. Absolutely, doctor. That organ is inferior in design to that of the penis. It is useless beyond being an attributing factor behind female deviancy. Dr. Stoughton Morris. Dr. Parvin, you've written articles on nymphomania and masturbation. Tell us, doctor, of your methods of detection. I'm most interested to learn your methodology. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. It's true, Dr. Morris, I have examined a great many women in my years, but in those so afflicted I found some peculiar phenomenon that I believe are the telltale signs of such deviance. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Do tell. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. I had a widow in my care at the home. She said she was unable to stop abusing herself. The mere mention of her ailments caused her to begin disrobing in front of me. Dr. Stoughton Morris. You mean she stripped right there, right in front of your eyes, no curtain? Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Yes. I tell you, doctors, she was all but hysterical and insisted that I examine her right then and there. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Sounds like a few women I know. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Doctors, this is the ungodly study I have lectured on at the medical college. I confess this to you in the name of science. Dr. Amos Sims. No righteous physician could fault you for speaking the gospel of medicine. Do go on. Doctor. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Well, I scarcely had trouble getting her to place her legs into the stirrups on my table and to open up so I could have a look. Dr. Stoughton Morris. A look? You looked right at it? Dr. Amos Sims. Of course he looked at it. Why, the speculum serves that very purpose. This is part of the work of being a gynecologist, Dr. Morris. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. In this case, the speculum was unnecessary. As I was saying, doctors, she did insist that I physically examine her, so I introduced my finger into her vagina. Dr. Amos Sims. Doctors, there is no need to be flabbergasted. This is purely scientific business. Do go on, Dr. Parvin. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. I continued her internal examination, and as soon as her clitoris was barely touched, she produced irregular movements with her hips and pelvis. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Wild beast indeed. Dr. Stoughton Morris. Good God, man. Surely you didn't say such things in a clinical lecture? Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Of course I did, Dr. Morris. We have a moral duty to publish our medical findings so we can advance science. Read it for yourself. Dr. Stoughton Morris. I further advanced my finger deeper inside her, which then caused the muscles about the vagina to be thrown into a state of contraction. She then closed tight on my finger and fell into exhaustion, seeming to be thoroughly gratified. If I hadn't just read it in the medical journal, I would scarcely believe it. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Believe me, doctor, and her behavior proved to me that she is indeed inflicted with these dually horrific diseases. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Well, you did what any good doctor would do. You helped that poor woman. Dr. Stoughton Morris. Good gracious, doctor, but were you not horrified? Dr. Calvin Fletcher. I've heard tell that this sort of woman's vagina is more powerful than the jaws of an animal. Dr. Amos Sims. Why, you're lucky to have retrieved your finger, doctor. I myself can confirm the vagina's vice-like capacity. Dr. Stoughton Morris. I fear what would become of other appendages should they be inserted inside such a woman. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. I shudder to think. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. My case study Penis Captivus, published in the Jefferson Medical College's journal, proves that a woman's vagina is capable of holding a man's penis captive. Dr. Stoughton Morris. Heavens have mercy. Did this happen to your finger when you examined the widow, Dr. Dr. Theophilus Parvin? Fortunately, no. Dr. Stoughton Morris. What did you do to alleviate that woman's future bouts of hysteria, Dr. Dr. Theophilus Parvin? Well, I've experimented with cocaine treatment. As you can read in my research, I applied a muriate of cocaine to her clitoris and then prescribed her vaginal cocaine suppositories. Doctors, I can assure you the effect was wonderful. The vagina at once behaved as the most virtuous vagina in the United States. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Excellent, doctor. We should all be using cocaine. Dr. Stoughton Morris. But Dr. Parvin, you also wrote that clitoridectomy and ovarectomy might do good in some cases. When do you suggest such surgical treatment? Dr. Theophilus Parvin. That question actually brings me back to the business at hand. Surgeries of the sort would permanently solve many of our problems. My work in the reformatory will allow me to collect data and conduct such experimental surgeries. I hope I have your support in my research. In the event ethics come into question. Dr. Amos Sims. Absolutely, doctor. You do have a private practice, so I see no reason why we'd ever need to reveal that your research is being conducted in a prison. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. I can only hope to be as fearless in medicine one day as you are, Dr. Parvin. I'll do whatever I can to assist you. Act 2, The Death of the Duchess and Stringtown. Scene 2, The Duchess's funeral. The funeral hall is extravagantly and opulently decorated, fit for a memorial service for true royalty. No expense has been spared. The seating is in 2 sections, separated by the podium, platform, and casket in the middle. The Duchess's ghost is perched on top of the casket. Observing the proceedings, she periodically powders her nose throughout the scene. Friends and associates of the Duchess are gathered together in the back of funeral hall, near the food table. John Kitchen is drinking heavily and carrying on with Sally. As the scene begins, Douglas and Daniel are watching John Kitchen's display. Daniel. Look at the way that John Kitchen is acting. I bet he's had a nip or two. Douglas. Good way to hide the guilt. Daniel. Good God, man, it's her funeral. It's unseemly. Uncivilized. Douglas. Her body's not even cold yet. Carrying on in public with these trollops. How dare you? Daniel. Damn you. You should be locked up. You have no right to be here. John Kitchen. I have the right to anything that has to do with my wife. Douglas. Wife? Barely. In what sense, as an upstart pimp? After what you've done? My sister's body isn't even in the ground yet. John Kitchen. What I've done? You know nothing of it? You fool. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. James, good to see you. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Have you heard the news? James Smith. News. What news? Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Stringtown has been absorbed into Indianapolis. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. And most prosperously for our reformatory project. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. The Duchess's death has been officially ruled a natural one. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Naturally. James Smith. Natural. Really? You'd call death of a 40-year-old woman in perfect health natural? Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Perfect health. Come on, James. Every learned man knows women of this sort are vectors of disease. To be quite honest, she would be a perfect specimen for study. James Smith. She's a human being, not an animal. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. How would you know? James Smith. I ministered the gospel to her just days ago. Give the deceased the proper respect she deserves. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Ministering the gospel to a fallen woman is a waste of air. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. But she might be closer to an animal. My colleagues assure me such a woman would even entertain wild beasts. Her death is a blessing. James Smith. Don't be so crass, Theo. We're talking about a life here. Didn't you take an oath to uphold life? Dr. Calvin Fletcher. What does it matter how or why she died? The fact that she did is good news for us all. James Smith. This is a travesty. This is unbecoming of men who call themselves good Christians. Douglas. What's taking so long? It's like a circus in here. Who else are we waiting for? Daniel. Everyone is here. Let's get on with it already. Reverend David Stevenson. My apologies, we've never had such a crowd for a funeral. Please be seated. Shall we begin? Today we are gathered to acknowledge the passing of one Johanna Kitchen, otherwise known as the Duchess of Stringtown. In her we find a gracious, a decent, a tenacious, yes, a tenacious woman. It is sad that she has gone before she repented of her ways, because God loved her. And He loves you and me. But He hates sin. Oh yes, yes He does. And to sin before God and not to repent is to be condemned to the fiery pits of hell. The Duchess was a generous sort. Always helped out with the local charities. But I tell you, the Lord knows those of us who have repented and chosen Him, and only those, I say. Only those who have repented of their sins will be saved. Every good deed, donation, or help you've given another soul will matter for naught until you have repented and turned away from your wickedness. Turn away before it's too late. The judgment comes, and when it does, it just might be too late. Why, just the other day, Sarah Smith. To hell. Sinners unrepentant of the Lord, go to hell. When we, the weaker sex, fail to uphold what is right and just, how much more does the fabric of our society need to unravel? With cunning and the illusion of family, she created that den of hell, roiling with cavorting fornicators and girls so broken in iniquity and shame that only the Lord can save them. We are called to hold our fair sex, our communities, and our nation itself together. By these very hands I have toiled in the service of the Lord, never considering myself while women like the Duchess besmirch the very name of woman, to satisfy her greed and ambition. You, each of you, destroy woman's respectability and taint the sacred holiness of the womb. You are all sinners, vile, vengeful, vectors of disease, infecting the very fabric of our moral society. You are placing this nation in great danger. Those of you, who by some miracle weren't arrested and taken to OL Jeff, change your ways and come to the home for friendless women. You will be saved. Stay in this life and you will go to hell. You need to fall down on your knees right now and repent, or go to hell. Repent or go to hell. The Duchess gave you nothing but an express ticket to hell. You're sitting here supporting her, but don't you know, she's in hell? You want to be like her? In hell? If you don't stand up with me now, you too will go to hell. Sally. Sit down. Why, I can't believe y'all. You fallen for this nonsense. This woman has no right comin' in here, railin' at us and the Duchess. The Duchess looked out for us when the church wouldn't give us a crust of bread. She took care of us. Infected. Diseased. If we so diseased, so too is half the men over there. Who you think buys our wares? Ain't that right, Doc Calvin? Sarah Smith. You blasphemous harlot. Duchess's ghost. Stop. You know nothing. The truth is far more shocking. Things are not always as they seem. You must listen to the truth. Minnie. I will never forget the creepy feeling I had when that door to the convent was opened by these unseen hands. I could never have known the dreadful journey I was about to take. They stole my name and hid my identity, forcing me to work as a slave in their laundry. I never thought I'd nearly be killed by people of God. I was forced to run away to save my life. The Duchess saw this lost and vacant child and helped me. She gave me a safe place to stay, fed me, clothed me, and never once judged me. I slept in a clean bed. A real bed. I didn't mind helping out in her house. The Duchess was good to me. This was a better family than any I had known. God works in ways maybe you don't understand, but these are my sisters. Belle. I gave my respectable fiancé everything, even my virtue. When my parents passed away, I inherited their house. Suddenly everything became about the property and how much it was worth. He took everything I had, then broke off the engagement and deserted me, leaving me pregnant. I went to Mrs. Smith's home, and she worked me to near death. When I collapsed, she handed me over to that villainous doctor. He cut my baby out of me. It felt like I was in unending torture, and when I could, I ran. That was when I met the Duchess. She was the first woman who didn't look down on me. She understood and answered with opportunity. I learned that there is still worth left in this body. Sally. Our worth ain't our own in your eyes. I've sought help from Christians in the past and was refused food and clothes. Then the very Christian men who refused me work quickly give me money for immoral purposes, arrest me, po weak girl, and throw me in prison because they say I have sinned. Is surviving a sin? When we women fall so low that none will traffic with us, we are arrested, tried by the very law that aided in our ruin, sent to prison by the law, and then outraged by them enforcers of the law. Humph. Those guards fought each other like devils to see who would insult me first. Did I ever commit a crime so bad as what they did to me in that filthy cell house from the very beginning? You know very well, Mrs. Smith, that there was not a day that passed in Ol Jeff that I or some other girl wasn't insulted by Colonel Merriweather. Next came the guards, which Merriweather shamelessly charged $10 a month to use us. We poor girls, instead of being mistress to 1 or 2 men, were forced to act as mistress to 20. Now you're building a prison of your own. You're no better than the rest of 'em. You're vile. Reform makes a brothel a haven. Duchess's ghost. Now they know the truth of about almost everything, Mrs. Smith. Sarah Smith. You can't speak through them, and no one believes your vicious lies, Johanna. You're dead and they are all whores. You can't justify the evil you do. Or they do. Get behind me, Satan. Sally. Who the hell are you talking to? You crazy ol' biddy. Have you lost your mind? Sarah Smith. And you? A brothel a haven? Brothels are the dens of iniquity, where Satan devours the ignorant and lost. Your sanctuary? Is that your haven? Jesus is the only sanctuary. Sally. When my time was done at Ol' Jeff, I was thrown out like some trash with nothin'. No one provided me work or a roof over my head. Where was your sanctuary then? Only the Duchess helped. She treated me nice and taught me I was worth something. Sarah Smith. Worth something? Laid out on your back. Sally. I am worth something. The Duchess taught me that. I'd do anything to help her with the hotel. And the girls. Sarah Smith. Apparently, that wasn't all you helped with. I suppose caring for Mr. Kitchen came with the house. Sally. You bitch. John Kitchen. Did you even love me? Didn't I give you everything? Wasn't I worth some of what you had? You never did nothing but take what you could get and look down on me, while you courted highfalutin men. And you and all your righteousness. What sort of reformation did you have for my wife? With your frequent visits. Is that what you call preaching the gospel? Or were you worried that her influence over you and Stringtown would prove dire for your plans? Did you ever love me? Was I only a pretty face? Dr. Calvin Fletcher. Of course she loved you. Pull yourself together, John. You need to be of sound mind. We can't afford you to be ruled incompetent over the estate. Reverend David Stevenson. Enough. What's this? What impropriety has sullied this solemn occasion? Why this is James Smith. Listen. Listen everyone. We have indeed come to pay our respects to a woman who, yes, I visited her home to minister the gospel to her in her final days, because of her influence on the young women and girls in Stringtown. It was always my hope the Duchess could use her influence in a different way and become more like my beloved wife, Sarah. Many had something to gain from her demise. Dr. Calvin Fletcher. You of all people have waited for her to go down. Miffed by her rejection, I'm sure you would seize any opportunity to get revenge. And Dr. Theophilus Parvin. How dare you call yourself a Christian? You scrape and scourge at any opportunity to examine a dead woman's body. And John Kitchen. Isn't it you who has the greatest interest in her untimely death? We all know she owned the hotel, and you have nothing. She told me how she took pains to hide the vile ways you assaulted her, while you gollivanted with girls in her employ. For a man like you, murder wouldn't be a stretch, would it? John Kitchen. How dare you? Are you trying to pin my wife's death on me? It's a sham, these murderous accusations. It's a sham, I'm no murderer. In fact, I wasn't even around on Tuesday. Sally. John. John Kitchen. Where were you? James Smith. Don't be absurd. Wait, Sarah, weren't you there on Tuesday? Sarah Smith. The Duchess confided in me that her life wasn't what she desired. We all know that women living the life she lived would be burdened with self-loathing for the iniquity and sin upon her soul. Her vanity has done her in. Trying to be a fair lady requires more than paint. You can't cover up lifelong transgression even with arsenic-laced cosmetics. Surely, as evil and as steeped in sin as the Duchess was, her demise was inevitable. Douglas. How did you know that our Johanna was poisoned by arsenic? Daniel. How did you know it was her cosmetics? Sarah Smith. Well, I, uh. James Smith. Sarah, it's all right dear. Leave her alone. Dr. Theophilus Parvin. Gentlemen, gentlemen. Calm down. Who could possibly think such nefariousness from this virtuous woman? Who does so much in this community to help fallen women? How could such a godly woman as she possibly be involved in any foul play? Why, it is beyond comprehension. I remind you that the coroner's report affirmed that Mrs. Kitchen did indeed die of natural causes. The inquest concluded that this is not a matter of foul play. Let us not be blighted by our emotions. Both God and science have ruled in this matter. Only those without religion or intelligence would think otherwise. Duchess's ghost. Silence. You, mistress of benevolence. You know you're responsible for what's happened to me. You and your group of self-righteous elites out to control everything and everyone. You may have these people fooled. But someday the truth will be known. Your immoral deed will be revealed. As you say, what is done in darkness shall always come to light. Isn't that right, M.R.S. Smith? Sarah Smith. You are a blight upon womanhood and Stringtown. You've never been a true woman, no matter how much money or how many marriages you've had, or how many husbands you've tried to steal. No one will ever question the death of a common whore. Duchess's ghost. Oh, but that's what you think. Someday my voice will sound from the grave. The truth of all of this will indeed surface. This isn't over yet. The end. 9. Hazel at the Indiana Girls' School. Nicole Hayes. Hazel France was tried before the U.S. District Court of Eastern Illinois on March 7, 1912. She was charged with unlawfully and feloniously causing 2 teen girls to be transported in interstate commerce from Indianapolis, Indiana to Danville, Illinois for the purpose of prostitution and debauchery. 1. The prosecution claimed that 22-year-old Hazel had brought the girls from Indiana to Illinois to pursue sex work at the Danville Hotel. This was a violation of the Mann Act, the federal law passed in 1910 that aimed to stamp out the problem of white slavery in the United States. Hazel's story demonstrates the range of women's agency in this period, how they took advantage of opportunities within a patriarchal cultural economy. It is a prime example of how laws that supposedly protect sex workers criminalize and punish them in practice. Indiana Industrial School for Girls, Indianapolis. At the turn of the 20th century, many Americans were convinced there existed an international conspiracy to seduce and enslave American girls, trapping them in a life of prostitution. Historian Mark Thomas Connolly has described the indignation and concern over white slavery as intense, widespread, and often hysterical. 2 white slave narratives were especially popular in the early 1900s, and the 1910 Mann Act, which prohibited bringing women and girls across state lines to engage in debauchery or other immoral purposes, was a product of this cultural and political moment. At the start of the 20th century, every American city of significant size had a district wherein prostitution was practiced more or less openly. San Francisco had the Barbary Coast. Chicago had the Levee, New York, the Tenderloin, and New Orleans, Storyville. Danville, a town just across the Indiana-Illinois border and a major railway intersection, also was known for having a red light district. 3. The Danville Junction brought in travelers who enjoyed the town saloons, supper clubs, and theaters. The working women of Danville were concentrated in the service and entertainment industries, which included a continuum of sex work that ranged from prostitution to providing services as escorts or companions. Sex work was bound up with other money-making ventures, like drinking and gambling, in the world of vice. In Danville, for instance, workers known as 26 girls were hired to sidle up to men in bars and encourage them to play dice, with the establishment paying bonuses if the girls got men to spend more money. 4 historians have emphasized the resourcefulness and agency of young women in this era who pursued sex work, while also stressing the limited economic choices available to them. 5. Districts like the one at Danville were targets of middle-class social reformers who were concerned about the victimization of women and girls. In the 1910s, cities across the nation issued reports on white slavery as a social evil in their communities. White slave narratives of the early 20th century paint a picture of the white slave as an innocent, presexual young girl who had been tricked into a life of prostitution. As Connolly explains, these narratives of white slavery followed predictable patterns. Typically, a chaste and comely native country girl would forsake her idyllic country home and family for the promise of the city. On the way, or shortly after her arrival, she fell victim to the swarm of panders lying in wait for such an innocent and unprotected sojourner. Using one of his vast variety of tricks, a promise of marriage, an offer to assist in securing lodging, or, if these were to no avail, the chloroformed cloth, the hypodermic needle, or drug-induced drink. The insidious white slavers would brutally seduce the girl and install her in a brothel, where she became an enslaved prostitute. Within 5 years she would end up in the potter's field unless she had the good fortune to be rescued by a member of a dedicated group fighting white slavery. 6. In the popular imagination, the victim of white slavery did not choose a life of prostitution, it was imposed on her by clever men. Politicians seized on the proliferation of conspiracy theories about underground white slavery rings. It was an Illinois congressman, James Robert Mann, who was the lead author of the White Slave Traffic Act, aka the Mann Act, a law that promised a decisive response to the alleged crisis. But as legal scholar Michael Conant writes, the congressman who drafted the Mann Act seemed to have paid no attention to the possibility that some of the supposed victims, willing prostitutes, might also find themselves felons. 7. Hazel France, née Moon, was born on May 18, 1890, and grew up in Vigo County, Indiana, near the Illinois border, not far from Danville. When she was 15 years old, her mother brought her before the Vigo County judge for being wayward and incorrigible. Her case records noted that Hazel stays out late nights and persists in associating with men and girls of bad reputation. 8. The judge had her committed to the Indiana Girls' School, the juvenile facility located on the western outskirts of Indianapolis that would separate from the Indiana Reformatory for Women in 1907. 9. There, girls from 10 to 18 years of age, committed by the courts, were confined at the school until they reached the age of 20, unless released earlier by decision of the Board of Trustees. 10. Hazel's behavior put her outside the bounds of acceptable femininity as defined by the criminal justice system of the time and as exemplified by a speech juvenile court judge Newton M. Taylor gave at the school in 1912, "A good woman means a good cook, a good housekeeper, a woman who is charitable and kind and who is able to obtain and hold the confidence and esteem of her husband." 11. While the school was supposed to reform young women, in fact it was deeply intertwined in networks of so-called vice, and girls circulated constantly between the facility and places like Danville, Illinois. While on parole from the school between 1907 and 1911, Hazel encountered Hattie Black, the owner of the Danville Hotel. 12. In 1909, Hazel married a waiter named Roy France. 13. Which did not prevent her and a female friend from running off to Chicago that same year. with William Lennott and William Marcel, an acrobatic team at a vaudeville house, after grabbing all the ready cash their husbands had. 14 Little is known about Hazel's experience as a sex worker in Danville, but records show that she was returned to the girls' school for a few months in 1911, until she turned 21 and aged out of the institution. I first became interested in Danville after seeing the town referenced in archival material from the girls' school. Along with a colleague, Lisa Hochstetler, I was examining the monthly reports of the girls' school superintendent during the 1910s. These documents made note of all the girls who entered and left the facility girls received from various county courts, as well as escapees, transfers, and girls returned to their families or sent out on parole. In July 1912, the superintendent reported that 2 girls ran off from Cottage 8, went to Danville to a house of prostitution. 15 An Illinois newspaper reported that the escaped girls, Rhoda Schooler and Lulu Dilling, were arrested in a disorderly house here and that the girls declared they would commit suicide if taken back. Schooler made good on this promise, ingesting poison she somehow was able to find at the police station. 16 She survived and, along with Lulu, was sent back to the girls' school, where they were subjected to hard labor. They were returned to the school and are now excavating a ditch to run a water pipe line up to the hog pen, wrote the superintendent. 17. A month later, the 2 girls were sent to court to testify against young men who kept them in the city. 18 In this case, then, Lulu and Rhoda were situated as victims of the men's designs, despite the girls' fierce resistance to being confined at the school and their reputations as wayward. 19. Lulu and Rhoda were just 2 of several girls who moved between Danville, Illinois, and the Indiana Girls' School. In September 1912, 3 young men were charged with having taken 2 girls who escaped from the Indiana Girls' School at Claremont to a room, keeping them there for a week before buying them tickets for Danville. 20 In 1915, Vesta Hammer and Duva Fisher escaped the school and were found on a freight train in Danville. While detained by police, they told of their extensive plans for escape from the institution, of their ride in a boxcar to Springfield, Ill, where they attended the state fair, and of their exciting ride on the engine from Decatur. 21. Indianapolis Star, January 31, 1912. As for Hazel, she was arrested in Indianapolis in January 1912, accused of having purchased tickets for 2 girls, Emma Hudson and Lillian Brennan, who were paroled inmates of the Indiana Girls' School at Claremont, and to have sent them to resorts at Danville. 22 Emma claimed that she and Lillian arranged to meet Hazel on an Indianapolis street. Hazel asked the girls if they would like to take a little trip, offering train tickets and cab fare to the Danville Hotel and assuring the girls that they wouldn't have much to do and that everything was very nice. 23 Emma claimed it was only after their arrival that she learned the hotel was being used for immoral purposes. 24 When Emma insisted on leaving, Hazel refused to return her clothes, which included a fur coat, a hat, a skirt, a pair of shoes made of black velvet, and underwear. 25. For violating the Mann Act, Hazel would serve a 2-month sentence at the Vermilion County Jail. 26 Hattie Black, the Danville hotel owner, fared worse. She was charged with 7 counts of transporting young women and girls upon the line and route of the Cleveland, Cincinnati, Chicago, and St. Louis Railway Company, with the intent and purpose that they engage in the practice of prostitution in the said city of Danville as well as for selling intoxicating liquor, and conducting a disorderly, ill-governed place. 27. Knowing there was a warrant for her arrest, Hattie hid from the police. After an extensive search by local deputies and federal officers, Hattie was apprehended and sentenced to serve 3 years and 3 days at the Kansas State Penitentiary, a federal prison. 28. The prosecution of Hazel France and her associates for white slavery in 1911 can be understood in the context of contemporary anxieties and legal developments concerning sex work and women's agency, themes that continue today in debates among scholars, sex workers, and advocates about human trafficking. The well-known images of male traffickers preying on women and young girls dating back to the late 19th century have been reinforced by the media, entertainment industry, international policy agendas, and academic literature. Critics of the notion of human trafficking have argued that the anti-trafficking laws are merely the criminalization of sex work and that the discourse of victimhood ignores how sex workers make well-considered decisions to improve their economic position or quality of life. 29. Though both capitalism and patriarchy constrain the decisions available to Hazel, her story complicates the easy dichotomy of victimizer and victim, as she assertively pursued economic opportunity in the form of sex work for herself and encouraged other young women to do so as well. If Hazel held Emma's clothes to prevent her from leaving the Danville Hotel, Hazel was guilty of taking advantage of others. However, more important than seeing Hazel as a victim or as a villain is recognizing the systems of power that her story reveals. The Mann Act, designed to protect innocent young women and girls, instead was used to control and punish sex workers, subjecting them to incarceration and the stigma of criminalization. In addition, the circulation of young women and girls between the juvenile facility and the Danville brothels demonstrates that the system of corrections did not oppose the criminalized world of sex work but existed in symbiotic relation to it. Even if the girls' school was successful in rehabilitating young women, its aim, we must recall, was to make them into docile domestic servants or wives, not the autonomous subjects that reformers of prostitutes were themselves struggling to become. 30. For Hazel and her associates, the stigmatized cycle of sex work and incarceration was difficult to escape. Was this because, once fallen, it was difficult for a woman to ascend to the ranks of acceptable femininity? Perhaps risking prison was better than the alternative. 10. Feeble-minded women at Harper's Lodge. Molly Whitted. The Indiana School for Feeble-Minded Youth opened in 1890 in Fort Wayne, Indiana, to house children with disabilities. Feeble-minded was a term used to describe people who were born through faulty heredity with what experts considered a below-average level of intelligence. Feeble-mindedness was considered an incurable disease that caused criminality, delinquency, and, in women, hypersexuality. In 1901, a law was passed dedicating $40,000 to creating a custodial department for adult women with a capacity of 134. At the ISFME. There, the state of Indiana segregated for permanent custodial care women judged to be feeble-minded. The story of these confined women is a vital and overlooked part of the history of eugenics in Indiana. Segregation was a legal and frequently used gendered eugenic tactic that preceded Indiana's better-known 1907 law mandating the forced sterilization of certain defective individuals incarcerated at the ISFME for the whole of their reproductive years. Hundreds of Indiana women suffered a fate that rivaled the indignity and horror of sterilization. The eugenics movement emerged in the 1880s, when Sir Francis Galton coined the term, and was originally intended to optimize the genetic structure of the white populace through selective breeding. While straightforward in its biologic rationale and approach, eugenics became complexly and inextricably entangled in a variety of sociological, political, and scientific issues through its proponents' attempts to achieve a perfected physical and moral race. In the United States, eugenic ideas influenced legal policy, economics, and educational directives in the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Diverse scholars have examined the history of eugenics and its psychosocial and scientific consequences in the United States. In seeking to untangle the interactions among key eugenic players, practices, and policies throughout U.S. history, historians often focus their research on thematic or regional areas. Specific issues like the negative eugenic strategies, such as sterilization, marriage prohibition, deportation, and the non-consensual segregation of women, that were employed all over the United States between the late 19th century and mid-20th century have all appeared in the historical narrative. Surgical sterilization is a common point of convergence among the subtopics explored by eugenic researchers and writers. This may be because of the abhorrent and permanent nature of a physically invasive surgical procedure that robbed people of their choice to have children. The Indiana General Assembly is credited as being the first legislative body in the world to enact a eugenic sterilization law, in 1907, making sterilization mandatory for certain individuals in state custody. Many scholars, such as Alexandra Minna Stern, Molly Ladd Taylor, Robert Osgood, Paul A. Lombardo, Elof Axel Carlson, and Jason Lancer, have all extensively and thoroughly researched Indiana's eugenic history, with a primary focus on sterilization. However, what is largely missing from their written work is the passage of an Indiana eugenic law that predated by 6 years the 1907 compulsory sterilization law. Further, the work of these scholars lacks any real analysis of the women themselves, the 1901 law, and the role of confinement as a eugenic tactic. By way of exception comes the work of historian James W. Trent, which offers a more in-depth look at the history of custodial institutions created for the feeble-minded. 3. Trent provides detailed reference to the ISFME and the women confined there. However, while Trent's book does integrate the custodial adult females' housing and labor arrangements at the ISFME, still, it lacks a quantitative or qualitative analysis of the women committed to the school. Historian Alexandra Minna Stern provides some explanation of why this particular cohort of Hoosier women has remained obscure in the history of Indiana eugenics. After attempting to obtain details on a 28-year-old female inmate at the ISFME who, in May of 1943, was coerced by the superintendent to consent to sterilization in order to be released from the school, Stern notes the difficulty of accessing information on these women, given the spottiness of case files housed in the Indiana Archives and Records Administration and the strict confidentiality guidelines for patient records mandated by the 1996 Federal Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act. It is unlikely that we will ever learn more about this young woman, what led to her commitment, how long she spent in Fort Wayne before her sterilization hearing, and how she fared upon release. 4. After spending countless hours inside the Indiana Archives carefully examining every accessible document on the ISFME, I can corroborate the bureaucratic obstacles that Stern encountered. Although these women were committed by the courts, considered inmates, their individual case files are considered patient files. Under the Indiana legislature's interpretation of the 1996 Federal Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, their files are inaccessible to anyone who is not a direct descendant. This is a particularly unique catch-22 given that the sole purpose of segregating these women was to keep them from producing any descendants. Also inaccessible to me were individual women's court inquests. While these certainly are not considered protected documents under HIPAA guidelines, they are stored inside each woman's patient file. Fear of violating HIPAA laws kept the staff at the Indiana archives hesitant to make them available to the public. This is unfortunate, as they most likely would have been a valuable source of information. It is possible to obtain a copy of an individual's court inquest, given that the courthouse in a specified county still has them. However, to do that, one must go to the county's courthouse and ask for a specific person's inquest. The problem with this approach is that the only place to find the women's names are in the U.S. Census and in the ISFME's minute books. Neither of these sources offers the county from which each woman came. Despite these rather restrictive barriers, I was able to reveal a more detailed and in-depth qualitative and quantitative analysis of this seemingly forgotten subset of Indiana women by using the data from the U.S. Census for the years 1910, 1920, and 1930. Moreover, I was able to unveil more about the experiences of these women through the use of primary documents from the Indiana archives, such as the ISFME's minute books and annual reports, contemporary news clippings, and handwritten correspondences from administrators, board members, and governors. Investigative reports of the institution by the Indiana Board of State Charities, the state agency founded in 1890 to organize and oversee Indiana's prisons, mental hospitals, and homes for defectives, are another key resource. While it may be impossible to derive any absolute conclusion about these confined women without access to their patient files, we can better understand their place and importance in Indiana's history. The scientific ideology at the turn of the 20th century supposed that feeble-mindedness was an inherited and incurable disease, rendering the individual mentally underdeveloped at a level far below that of adult intelligence. Any immoral, criminal, or hypersexual behavior was attributed to the disease of feeble-mindedness, which passed through inferior lineage from generation to generation. Women became the primary target for eugenicists and the BSC, as women were considered biologically responsible not only for the perpetuation of the fittest of our species but also for the maintenance of female heterosexual virtuous norms. 5. Any woman who deviated from that precept was considered a threat to society, one that needed to be eradicated immediately lest she pollute future generations with her faulty genetics. No longer was saving or reforming lost, fallen, or wayward women a concern. Instead, eugenicists began to apply advanced, for the time, sociological and scientific methods to control women's sexuality and reproduction via ethically questionable tactics to achieve class, racial, and genetic purity. 6. The feeble-minded woman was considered the most dangerous of the defective types, specifically because of her sexuality. Without the willpower to control her behavior or to maintain her virtuousness, she would certainly end up having sexual contact with unsuspecting upstanding men. Eugenicists feared that she would disrupt and corrupt proper society, spread venereal disease, or bear illegitimate children. The BSC addresses this concern in its fifth report. Are a heavy weight upon society, and in numberless instances have been the causes of demoralization and vice among the young men and boys. Lacking the intelligence and willpower to protect their own virtue, they easily fall into evil ways and become the source of temptation to others. The presence of a woman such as has been described in a neighborhood may lower the moral standards of many young men and has been known to be the beginning of the ruin of many who otherwise might have remained moral and sober citizens. 7. The notion that a normal woman would ever want to have sexual relations with any man other than her husband, and for any reason other than maternity, was incomprehensible to the conservative and traditional members of society. As sociologist Lisa Pascoe explains, sexual purity became the ultimate marker of femininity, as mothers and fathers believed it solidified their daughter's chance for leaving the home, of maintaining a good reputation for the family, and of becoming a good wife and mother. 8. Based on this normative standard, any woman, especially a sex worker, who showed any sexual independence was assumed incapable of being in control of her primitive urges or mental faculties, and so must surely be feeble-minded, insane, or psychopathic. In fact, the sexuality of men considered feeble-minded was not generally called into question at all. However, female feeble-mindedness was always associated with her morality and sexuality. 9. Along with the alleged threat of the feeble-minded woman's immorality was the assumed detriment to the public purse she imposed through uncontrolled procreation. Her unruly reproduction only created more feeble-minded, insane, and criminally inclined descendants who were thought to cost the state considerable dollars in aid, charities, and institutional costs. Many members of Indiana's BSC, along with reformers and crusaders, felt a strong need to check the moral depravity of the promiscuous woman. The BSC's 5th annual report records the board members' pleas to Indiana legislators to enact a law establishing an asylum for feeble-minded women. It has long been undisputed that feeble-mindedness is in a large percent of its cases inherited. Hundreds of feeble-minded women in Indiana are at that age at which they are likely to produce offspring. It is beyond doubt that an appalling proportion of these children will be feeble-minded. Scores of feeble-minded women in the state are today the mothers of feeble-minded children. Illegitimacy must invariably be expected among a large percent of feeble-minded women who become mothers. The presence of a single feeble-minded woman is often sufficient to seriously demoralize the peace and morality of a community. These women, wherever they may be, must be supported by the public. It were better to place them in a carefully managed state institution where they would be safe from the temptations and vice to which they are especially subject, and where their evil influence could not be exerted to injure the morals of others. 10. With the earnest objective to quell the breeding of degeneracy throughout Indiana's populace, Amos Butler, secretary of the BSC from 1898 to 1923, proclaimed that feeble-minded women should be kept separate and apart from the world, forever, prevented from reproducing their kind. 11. Indiana, however, was in no way a pioneer in the segregation of feeble-minded women as a eugenic strategy. In fact, Indiana eugenicists were inspired by other states' established means of isolating feeble-minded women. Butler commended those states for paving the way for Indiana's 1901 segregation law when he wrote the following: a few states have established custodial institutions for the detention and care of feeble-minded women during the reproductive period. Here they have regular habits. Their strength is employed in useful service and their passions are restrained forever. They are separated from the world. One's feelings are those of gratitude to the states which have shown such wisdom. 12. Finally, on March 8, 1901, Indiana Governor Winfield Durbin passed a law making it legal to commit and confine women, exclusively, into a custodial institution for feeble-minded persons. These women were to be committed and confined to the institution for the whole of their childbearing years, from ages 16 to 45, for non-criminal offenses. In fact, all it took to warrant this legal confinement was the accusation of being sexually immoral, rather than being in need of actual long-term custodial care. To have an adult female committed, any person could file a petition with the clerk of their county's circuit court to be placed in a specialized facility for the feeble-minded. The woman could not be insane, pregnant, or helpless. She had to be in good bodily health and could not be afflicted with any chronic or contagious diseases. She must also be a legal resident of the state of Indiana, as well as the county committing her, and be considered a menace to said community. To assess the threat a particular woman posed, the woman in question would be summoned by the court, examined by a physician, and questioned by a judge. The court would then question witnesses, and if the judge deemed her unfit, she would then be forcibly committed to the only custodial institution for the feeble-minded in Indiana at the time, the ISFME in Fort Wayne. 13. Once inside the school, these women stayed imprisoned at the institution until they reached menopause and were no longer in danger of passing on their faulty genes. Beginning in the late 1920s, the practice of sterilization opened the possibility for early release. The 22 adult females initially committed to the ISFME in 1901 resided in the Sunset Cottage, the custodial cottage that housed girls of the upper and older grades who had grown up in the ISFME, until construction of the adult female custodial cottage was completed. A year later, Harper's Lodge opened and interned 70 adult females from 37 counties across Indiana. 14. In 1903, members of the BSC applauded themselves for a job well done. 90 women who are not able to control themselves are there. Before their admission, many of them had been the cause of social troubles and the spread of disease. Others were the mothers of a number of feeble-minded children, most of whom were illegitimate. Some were such depraved creatures that they were terrors to the communities where they had their homes. In their new home, which the state has provided, they are taught cleanliness and regular habits, are trained to work and are given employment. These women do the washing, cleaning, household work and sewing. Yet it costs little if any more to support them here in this manner than to permit them to remain in the poor asylums, where they lack employment and restraint, and are perpetuating other generations of defectives whom we must support. 15. By 1905, the BSC was already requesting more money from the state to expand housing for women at the ISFME. Harper's Lodge had long exceeded its intended capacity. The school had a continuous waiting list. In 1907, the ISFME annual report specified that Harper's Lodge was equipped with 126 beds for the adult females but had 139 women enrolled and 21 applications for adult females on file, pending room. 16. The 25th annual report of the ISFME made clear that these women are not committed with the thought that they at some future time be discharged as persons capable of caring for themselves. 17. In 1909, another $60,000 was appropriated for the erection of another custodial cottage for women at the ISFME. 18. The construction of this cottage was finished in 1911. 19. Despite their declarations that the newest custodial cottage would provide adequate space for feeble-minded adult women for years to come, the Board of Trustees of the ISFME once again complained of overcrowding just 1 year later. In 1912, the board began entreating the state to build an entirely new facility, dedicated solely to the care of feeble-minded women of childbearing age. They claimed that all the beds for adult female residents would be filled within the year and that there were yet more than 500 of this unfortunate class of childbearing age to be found in the county infirmaries and jails of the state. 20. Feeble-minded women at the ISFME were classified into 4 divisions. Division A comprised the brighter and more able-bodied class. Those in Division B were described as a lower mental grade, physically strong, but mentally and morally weak. 16 of the 70 women were placed in Division B. Division C placements were deemed the weaker ones, and Division D was composed of 20 noisy, troublesome, and somewhat offensive adult female inmates who were needing to be kept apart from the rest as much as possible. 21. The descriptive classifiers used for these women by the staff at the ISFMI are very suggestive, with descriptions such as troublesome that might indicate the women's resistance to being held there. Classifying an entire division of women as good workers shows the school's need for and desire to have such a category and implies the intent to benefit from inmates' forced manual labor. In the ISFMI's 24th annual report, board managers gloat that by exploiting the girls' labor, they were able to save 3 employees. Their job was to help and to teach the newly confined feeble-minded women how to do more of their own work. 22. In a 1905 report entitled Manual Training for Feeble-Minded Women, Alexander Johnson gives his account of the first year inside the adult women's custodial cottage. Johnson recalls, when the cottage was completed and the women were received, it was found necessary to send there some of the upper grade girls of the school to do their housework. The girls had been trained from childhood in the school and had grown up capable, happy, industrious, and able-bodied, but the women had had no such training, and could not do even ordinary housework. However, at the end of the year, not only were the women doing their own work, but 4 or 5 were helping out in other places. They began by doing their own laundry work, washing their hosiery and underclothes, and after a while they took up other things. They are also doing a great deal of other work. 23. He goes on to describe the women, so about 1/3 of the feeble-minded women are practically self-supporting. Another third can do some work, such as sweeping, dusting, and perhaps even making the beds, and the other third are helpless, and the others must care for them. 24. This raises the question, did the confined women literally not know how to do ordinary housework? Or did they simply refuse to do it in protest? What are the moral and ethical implications of making women and girls, particularly those with mental health challenges, self-supporting in a captive state? Using the U.S. Census returns from 1910, 1920, and 1930 as an additional means of establishing a profile of the women confined at the ISFMI has provided much insight. For example, from 1901 until 1930 an estimated 1,380 Hussier women were incarcerated at the ISFMI. 25 of these, 1,353 were recorded as white, 24 as black, 2 as mulatto, and 1 was illegible. The average age at the time of committal was between 16 and 23 years old. During the first 30 years of operation, the youngest committed to the adult female custodial department was 16 and the oldest was 59. The marital status of these 1,380 confined women were entered as follows: 1,331 single, 29 married, 6 divorced, and 14 widowed. Under the place of birth category, a miscellany of geographic locations were recorded. This category lists the women forced to live out their lives at the ISFMI in Fort Wayne, Indiana, as originating from 3 different countries and from 27 different U.S. states, including 2 as having been born in Indian territory. However, 27 women were recorded as simply having been born in the United States or unknown. Still, the majority of the 1,380 women were listed as having been born in Indiana, Kentucky, Ohio, and Illinois. Follow Indiana in the succession of states with the highest numbers of women who were born there. 26. It is difficult to give an accurate average of the women's educational levels because of the extremely limited nature of information recorded in the 1930 census. For instance, the 1930 census did not record whether the women spoke English, and the census taker left most of the entries blank in the combined category of able to read and write. However, relying more Heavily on the 1910 and 1920 census data, we can see that 506 women could read and 449 could not, and that for 425 the category was simply left blank. Additionally, 470 are listed as able to write and 485 are listed as unable, and that for 425 the category was left blank. It is unfortunate that roughly one-third of the confined feeble-minded women's scholastic abilities went unrecorded. Without it, it is impossible to discern whether these women were simply uneducated or, as eugenicists alleged, truly mentally deficient. As mentioned, each decade's census has some slight variation in data categories. For example, the 1910 census is the only one of the three with entries recorded in the category labeled mother of how many children. Under this category, only 35 women have comments regarding how many children they had given birth to and how many of those were still living. This section on maternity, along with the responses given in the 1910 census, is full of questionable incongruity. The 35 women who have a documented response in the children category include women from all four marital status options. The fact that this category comprises women with various marital statuses shows that the census taker posed the question of maternity to all the women committed to the school, regardless of marital status. If all 491 women were asked if they had any children, why did only 35 give a response, while the category was left blank? For 456 of the 35 who gave a response, 29 were mothers, though with such inconsistent data collection it is impossible to tell how many of the remaining were as well. This missing data is limiting, especially because the rapid reproduction of illegitimate children was what supposedly necessitated the confinement of Indiana's feeble-minded women. According to the BSC, observation has long ago shown that a large proportion of such females bear children, usually illegitimate and almost invariably deficient mentally. The large number of children born of feeble-minded mothers in the county poor asylums of Indiana proves that those institutions offer slight protection. The BSC proceeds to present its biased observation as factual evidence. There is hardly a poor house in this land where there are not two or more feeble-minded women with from 1 to 4 illegitimate children each. There is every reason in morality, humanity, and public policy that these feeble-minded women should be under permanent and watchful guardianship, especially during the childbearing age. 27. A look at the category titled Occupation in the 1920 U.S. Census reveals 13 different types of designated job assignments that were distributed amongst the 723 women confined at the ISFME that year. According to the job titles registered in this category, 1 woman worked in the clothing room, 1 woman did the darning, 11 women worked in the day room, 53 did dining room work, 46 did dormitory work, 155 performed the house work, 27 did kitchen work, 73 did laundry work, 7 did the mending, 105 did the polishing, 17 did the scrubbing, 14 did the sewing, and 1 did the sweeping. Of the remaining, 210 women were listed as not being assigned an occupation, and 2 women's occupations were illegible. A list of pieces made in the sewing room by the adult females offers some indication of the kind of dress the women were made to wear, along with the types of articles used in Harper's Lodge. Denim aprons, gingham dresses, drawers, underskirts, and white skirts were some of the clothing items sewn by the women delegated to do the sewing. Other piecework included comforts, table and toilet napkins, pillowcases and sheets, tablecloths, bath, kitchen, and roller towels, and union suits. 28. Meanwhile, the state of Indiana continued to facilitate the passage of laws that aligned with the BSC's eugenic agenda. These additional eugenic laws did not target solely women, as the 1901 Custodial Act did, but it shows Indiana's ongoing dedication to securing class and racial purity. In 1905, Indiana was one of the first states to enact a marriage regulation law. 29. This law, enacted by Governor J. Frank Hanley, refused a marriage license to anyone who had been declared an imbecile, epileptic, of unsound mind. A marriage license was also to be refused to any male, within 5 years an inmate of any county asylum or home for indigent persons, as well as to anyone with an incurable or transmissible disease. 30. In 1907, Governor Hanley signed into effect the world's first compulsory sterilization law. This law made it mandatory to surgically sterilize confirmed criminals, idiots, and imbeciles held in state institutions once 2 surgeons, appointed by the institutions, determined that the inmates should not procreate. 31. This first wave of forced sterilization in Indiana was short-lived, however, as Governor Thomas R. Marshall placed a moratorium on institutional eugenic sterilization in 1909. Governor Marshall felt the law was unconstitutional, and he threatened to discontinue funding to any institution that continued to perform the surgeries. In 1919, Governor James P. Goodrich attempted to bring sterilization back to Indiana state institutions, but in 1921 the Indiana Supreme Court officially repealed the original 1907 law, stating that it denied due process and was in fact unconstitutional. 32. After Governor Marshall's 1909 moratorium on involuntary eugenic sterilizations, segregation became the predominantly used eugenic tactic in Indiana facilities like the ISFME. With the 1927 U.S. Supreme Court case Buck v. Bell, which supported states' ability to enact compulsory sterilization of the unfit, sterilization was once again legal in Indiana, and it became the primary eugenic tool of the state. In 1927, Indiana Governor Edward Jackson approved the revamped version of the 1907 sterilization law, which granted the due process of law required by the 14th Amendment, naming the courts as venues for appeal regarding sterilization decisions by the governing board of an institution. 33. Overcrowding and lack of funding called for sterilization as a prerequisite to early release from these facilities of confinement. After the 1927 Sterilization Act was passed, 1,500 sterilizations were performed at the ISFME and another 500 performed at Muscatatuck between the years 1927 and 1974. 34. The American eugenics movement of the early 20th century ended up being a very expensive and life-altering social science experiment, the cost of which was carried by those on whom it was performed. Indiana pioneered and cultivated the state-sanctioned violation of the constitutional and human rights of thousands of American women for over 6 decades. I have focused my research on the state-ordered control placed over female agency in Indiana during the turn of the 20th century. Women deemed fallen, wayward, and feeble-minded were under systematic attack in Indiana during this time period because of their rejection of contemporary norms, their economic and class-based standing in the community, and their heightened sense of feminine agency. Progressive reformers, purity crusaders, and self-proclaimed eugenicists promoted social fears surrounding women's immorality, uncontrolled sexuality, and reproductive capacity to place collective pressure on Indiana lawmakers to categorically target unmanageable Hoosier women for confinement. This history of a negative, gender-specific, legal eugenic tactic in Indiana led me to investigate the ISFME and the women segregated there. Although the ISFME opened in 1890 and did not close until 2007, I focused my attention on the first 3 decades after the 1901 law began to segregate women. Between 1901 and 1927, the permanent custodial confinement of women was the predominant eugenic strategy used in Indiana, despite the spotlight scholars' place on sterilization as the primary tool. I would also argue, drawing from my lived experience of incarceration, that the involuntary, decades-long confinement of these women is just as contemptible as surgical sterilization, with equally traumatic effects. Part 3. Indiana's House of the Good Shepherd. 11. Sisters. Christina Kovacs. As discussed in previous chapters, historians have long considered the Indiana Women's Prison, formerly known as the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, to be the first separate state prison for women in the United States. Thus, my colleagues and I were astonished to discover that there was already a women's prison in Indianapolis when the reformatory opened. Early in our explorations, Michelle Daniel Jones examined the reformatory's original registries and analyzed the crimes for which the women had been convicted in the 19th century. She found that from the time of the prison's founding in 1873 until 1897, not a single woman had been incarcerated for prostitution or any other sex offense. Yet we had come across many accounts suggesting that Indianapolis residents in the 1860s, especially the elites, considered sex workers to be a substantial problem. Our early research seemed to indicate that prostitution was not a serious enough crime to warrant an extended prison sentence but rather a few days' confinement in the local jail. At least, that was our conclusion, until our friends at the Indiana State Library brought to our attention a 1967 article from the Terre Haute Tribune. The article mentioned that a Catholic order of nuns known as the Sisters of the Good Shepherd was leaving Indiana. They had come to Indianapolis nearly a century before to operate a correctional institution for women prisoners. The sisters opened the House of the Good Shepherd in Indianapolis in 1873 as a home for fallen women, and it did confine women convicted of sex offenses. Michelle Daniel Jones and another formerly incarcerated scholar, Laurie Record, wrote an article challenging the idea that the Indiana Women's Prison was the first women's prison in the United States and arguing that houses of the Good Shepherd were indeed prisons masked as convents. 2. They argued that if a prison is defined as a place of confinement for crimes and of forcible restraint, and if the persons committed to these places cannot leave when they want to and are, in fact, confined against their will, it becomes irrelevant whether the place is called a prison or, instead, a refuge, correctional facility, house, penitentiary, or even laundry. If it operates as a prison, it is equally irrelevant if the facility is Catholic or Protestant, private or public. The operations and characteristics define a prison as a prison. 3. According to this analysis, the Indianapolis HGS was, indeed, a prison. Furthermore, the Catholic-run facilities were much more numerous and important than state prisons for women in the 19th century. By 1900, there were only 3 state prisons for women. In Indiana, in Massachusetts, and in New York, whereas U.S. Census data show there were already 39 existing HGSs in the United States, making the amnesia concerning these prisons within American prison history even more egregious. 4. The conditions of confinement women and girls experienced in the laundries were very similar to those of state-run prisons, with the main differences being the type of religious indoctrination and the severity of violence. The Sisters of the Good Shepherd, members of a religious order that originated in France, opened their first HGS in the United States in Louisville, Kentucky, in 1843. The Indianapolis House was the 15th established by the order in the United States, and it opened 5 months before the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls. 5. The origins of the HGS in Indianapolis not only revises our sense of the trajectory of women's prison history but also provides fascinating insights into Catholic and Protestant relationships in postbellum Indiana. The number of Catholics in Indiana, primarily of Irish and German origin, surged during the mid-1800s, though overall numbers remain small. In the 1850 census, only 63 of the 2,032 churches in Indiana were Catholic. 6 in predominantly Protestant territory, Catholics, especially Irish Catholics, faced prejudice, stigma, and hostility. 7 in Indiana, like much of the rest of the United States in the mid-19th century. This antagonism manifested strongly in politics and social reform. Yet Catholics and Protestants in Indianapolis eventually cooperated to address the scourge of prostitution. It is possible that the Sisters of the Good Shepherd's French origin and non-Irish identity served the order in establishing themselves in Indiana and in the United States. 8. The story begins with the smallpox epidemic of 1855, which led to a demand for a city hospital. The city council took a decisive stand for it, and lots were purchased and plans made for a building. 9. But as the epidemic subsided, so did the urgency of this public health measure. The hospital was begun, but with the subsidence of the alarm came indifference. 10. While the partially constructed hospital lay idle, squatters took up residence. Soon the building was occupied by prostitutes and thieves. 11. Numerous ideas were floated about what to do with the uncompleted building, including a proposition from the Catholic Church to conduct it as a hospital was defeated, because of denominational objections. 12. The hospital was finally completed during the Civil War, when the necessities of the troops compelled its restoration to its proper uses. 13. Which involved expelling sex workers from the premises. In 1862, Mayor John Cavan recommended the founding of a house of refuge where prostitutes and abandoned women could be confined alone, and subjected to a discipline impossible in a common jail. 14. The following year, Stoughton A. Fletcher Jr., a wealthy businessman, proposed to donate 7 acres of land to the city if suitable buildings for a house of refuge were put upon it. 15. As a member of one of Indianapolis's leading families, he contributed to the betterment of the city in a number of ways, including promoting the welfare and reformation of the unfortunate and the criminal. 16. Fletcher, a Protestant, initially gave the deed to the city for the Quakers to build the home for friendless women. 17. The property and money donated were to be used both as a refuge and reformatory school, and as a city prison for women. 18. Construction got as far as the foundation, when the contractor broke down under the great advance in the cost of labor and materials, and abandoned it. 19. Catholic efforts to find suitable property to open an asylum for fallen women accelerated after the end of the Civil War. Reverend August Bessones, who was affiliated with both St. Peter's and St. John's Catholic churches, approached the city council in February 1866 and asked that the once again abandoned city hospital be given to the Sisters of the Good Shepherd so they could open an institution for women. 20. He also requested that the House of Refuge, which remained unfinished on the old Stoughton Fletcher property, be given to them after it was completed to be used as a reformatory school for prostitutes. 21. 2 months later, Council member Dr. Patrick H. Jameson argued in favor of Bessones's proposal to take over the House of Refuge and encouraged others to support the house for abandoned females. 22 The Sisters of the Good Shepherd pledged to finish construction and to have the building in full operation by December of that year. Councilman Drive W. Clinton. Thompson strongly opposed the idea and insisted that the home should be completed and used by the city, and not have our city prisoners farmed out to private corporations. 2. Which Dr. Jameson retorted, "It matters little by whom the bad population of the city is taken care of, whether under the name of St. John, the Good Shepherd, John Weasley, or John Knox." 23. Tempers clearly ran high on the issue, so much so that Thompson and Jameson continued their exchange after the meeting. One journalist coyly implied as much by placing in brackets, 24. Another newspaper account was more explicit. "A most disgraceful occurrence took place last night immediately after the adjournment of the council, which calls for the severest reprehension, for the honor of the city is compromised." An unpleasant and hot passage of words took place between Drs. Thompson and Jameson upon the paper presented by Father Bessones, in reference to the home for desolate females, which at the time was thought to be adjusted, but Dr. Thompson did not appear to be satisfied. Immediately upon the adjournment of the council, Dr. Thompson walked to where Dr. Jameson was standing talking with the city attorney, and addressed him. Dr. J supposed he was approaching to have the difficulty amicably adjusted, and such was our opinion, while standing within a yard of both gentlemen. Without any premonition, Dr. Thompson struck Dr. Jameson on the forehead, and both clinched. Jameson, although taken at a disadvantage, soon got his antagonist upon the knee, but they were soon separated by the city marshal and his assistant. Both gentlemen indulged in the grossest abuse, and Dr. Jameson threw an inkstand at Dr. T, who attempted to retaliate by hurling one of the heavy arm chairs, but was prevented. 25. Perhaps because of the volatility of the issue, the city council did not take up the idea of a Catholic-run city prison again until August of 1869. According to press accounts, Councilman John S. Newman expressed reservations because Catholic institutions had refused the right of visitation to officials of the law. Councilman Henry Gimber countered that if the city were to send prisoners to the house of the Good Shepherd, officials would have the right to visit and see how they were treated. 26. Father Bessones was asked to address the council on this matter. His response was surprising to us. He reported that Sarah J. Smith, who at the time was the Quaker leader of the Home for Friendless Women and the soon-to-be first superintendent of the Indiana Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls, had applied to him to send these women to Cincinnati and Louisville, and that he had done so, but that he had been imposing on the institutions there. 27. We were astonished to realize that our Quaker reformers had been effectively cooperating with Catholics for some time, despite the objection of some of the city fathers. Smith's actions forced the hands of the men on the city council, and eventually the following resolution was introduced. Resolved, that the mayor of the city of Indianapolis be directed to make a deed of conveyance to Stoughton A. Fletcher of the 7 acres of land of ground heretofore donated to the city for a home for the friendless, lying south of the city, on condition that he make a conveyance of the same to the Sisters of the Good Shepherd, with the understanding that they construct, within 5 years, a building on the present location, to be used as a home for friendless females, and that such deed of conveyance shall include all improvements made on such land. 28. The Catholics prevailed, and in 1873 Father Bessones announced the opening of the HGS on the land donated by Stoughton Fletcher. 29. The vote was contentious and, as was the case in 1866, there were heated arguments in the chamber. Councilman Thomas Cottrell proclaimed, he did not care whether the Catholics or Protestants got it as long as the public should be benefited. 30 Councilman Gimber agreed, calling the whole business a sectional affair. Noting that certain members had been anxious to get rid of the lewd women who infested the city, but now that the sisters had offered to take them and keep them in prison, they were opposed to it. 31 Mr. Newman objected, voicing fears that it would be difficult for the council to know whether those who were there were kept by authority of law or against their will. 32. As we shall see in the coming chapters, his concerns would prove prophetic. This chapter is based on Indiana's Magdalene Laundry, a paper Christina Kovacs wrote while incarcerated at the Indiana Women's Prison. It won the 2017 Peggy Ziegel Award for Best Undergraduate Paper in the state written on Indiana history. Her paper can be accessed at www.manchester.edu/docs/default-source/academics/by-major/history/KOVATS.pdf?mark/SFVRSN=2. 12. Billy. Natalie Medley. In 1898, the Indianapolis News profiled the local congregation of Our Lady of Charity of the Good Shepherd, also known as the Sisters of the Good Shepherd. The reporter conveyed a brief history of the order and its establishment in Indiana, outlining the sisters' mission to reclaim fallen women, give a home to those who have reformed, and preserve young children, who might, as they grow older, be tempted. Inmates at the House of the Good Shepherd followed a strict daily routine, which included times for prayers, meals, singing of psalms, and sewing and laundry work. The reporter asked one sister, "Can the inmates go away if they wished?" The sister responded, "The only chains we use are chains of kindness." But the inmates were not free to leave the institution. In fact, the House of the Good Shepherd was a private prison that would operate in Indianapolis for nearly a century. In the 1860s, the city of Indianapolis designated a parcel of land to serve as the site of a house of refuge and reform for abandoned females, both prostitutes and those given to intoxication. The city transferred the land to the Sisters of the Good Shepherd in 1873, and sisters soon arrived from Louisville, Kentucky, and Angers, France to found the Indianapolis HGS. The sisters' mission was in exact alignment with the city's intentions for the land. They aimed to create a place of retreat for young women and girls who, having entered a wrong way of living, or who were in some other moral danger, desired to do better and begin a new life. 4. The first of these wards came in March 1873, and county authorities soon certified the house as a suitable place for judges to send females guilty of minor offenses. 5. Newspaper stories reveal that many young women were brought in for immoral behavior or for petty crimes. In 1883, 16-year-old Sadie Griffin was locked up at the request of her friends for safekeeping because she has led a very naughty life for a long time. Sadie associates with worst kind of women, goes in saloons with strange men, and drinks freely, the Richmond item explained. 6. Mississippi Etta Ferry, sentenced by a judge in 1879, had a reputation for kleptomania. 7. Katie Governetta, admitted in 1889, had stolen a handkerchief. Though only 10 years old, the child is well known to the police, and was found some months ago sleeping at 2 o'clock one morning, on the steps of the Capitol Mill. At the time Governetta was placed in the HGS, her father was incarcerated in the Alabama penitentiary, where he was sent several years ago for shooting a woman. 8. One of few black women taken to the house, Ina T. Sparks, was sentenced to the HGS for 30 days in 1880 after assaulting a policeman with a hatchet. According to the newspapers, Sparks attacked the officer after he Scolded her son for throwing red ink from the windows upon passers-by. 9. Gender nonconformity and indigency were also causes for being sentenced to the HGS. In November 1877, a person described in the newspapers as a weazen-faced little tramp, known as Billy, was sent to the HGS. 10. Presenting in court as a tobacco-chewing adolescent boy, this queer fish aroused the suspicion of the prosecutor, who guessed that it was a woman. At the threat of being strip-searched by police and jailed with male offenders, Billy revealed their given name, Ada Goodwin, and that they were nearly 20 years old and biologically female. The Indianapolis News reported that Goodwin, finding she could not make a living, determined to be a man. According to the sisters' records, Billy made their living as a railroad worker and traveled widely. 11. When the sisters asked Billy about their mother, they replied, "I never had a mother, my Aunt Lizzie raised me out in the woods." 12. Agencies that aimed to protect children from neglect or exposure to vice made use of the HGS's services. The Indiana Board of Children's Guardians, for example, committed female juveniles to the institution beginning in 1889. Among the first was Jenny Golden, a buxom lass of about 14 years whose mother ran one of the most notorious and vile houses of ill fame in the city. 13 priests and relatives instigated many commitments of underage children to the house. In 1874, for example, a Father Hamilton came to see a child he had placed under the sisters' care. 14. Soon after the HGS opened, a grandfather placed 3 of his grandchildren there. 2 of the siblings remained in the house as Magdalene sisters after reaching adulthood. 15. The sisters systematically stripped inmates of their former identities through an enforced anonymity, which included the use of uniforms and the substitution of new names. 16. Billy, for example, was given the name Mary Angela, a name it does not seem Billy embraced. They are reported as saying to a priest who asked their name, "I don't know what it is now. When I was in the world they called me Billy. Here they call me Mary Angela." 17. From the very beginning, young people resisted confinement at the HGS. In July 1873, one of the first inmates, Laura Decker, filed an official complaint with the mayor of Indianapolis, accusing 3 police officers of kidnapping her and taking her to the HGS, where she was held against her will. Decker reported she was fed upon stale food, forced to do penance for imaginary sins, and every means tried to extort from her a belief in the Catholic Church. She also described forced labor and witnessing another girl confined in a solitary room with her hands tied behind her, where food was thrown in like it would be to a hog. Father Bessones, a local priest who helped establish the HGS in Indianapolis, stated in the sisters' defense, she was brought to the Good Shepherds, where she was detained not by physical force but by moral suasion, until her mother asked for her release. 18. Laura's case was dismissed after she admitted to spending an evening in the room of a saloon keeper and she was personally reprimanded by the mayor of Indianapolis. 19. Her lawsuit provides a counter-narrative to the sisters' assertions that no one of age was detained against her will and those under age were there by consent of parent or guardian. 20. In their own records, the sisters admitted to operating a prison during a brief span of time. From 1877 to 1881, when they accepted women sentenced by the City Court of Indianapolis. 21. The city allowed the sisters to take over the property with the understanding that the HGS would receive prisoners for half the price that the city was accustomed to pay for them, a measure that saved the city money, while allowing the sisters to establish their institution. 22. To fulfill this contract, the local police made arrangement with the House of the Good Shepherd to board female prisoners for the city at the rate of $2 per week. 23 in August 1877. 5 prostitutes were sent to the establishment, hereafter prisoners of this description, when found guilty, will be given 30 days in this institution. 24 in documents preserved at the Indianapolis Archdiocesan Archives. The sisters described the 398 women who were accepted from the mayor's court during this 4-year period as prisoners, a group they considered distinct from the other inmates at the institution. 25. The sisters recorded in the Annals of the Good Shepherd in Indianapolis, a yearly record of HGS activities. Our dear Lord laid a severe cross on our feeble shoulders in sending us these prisoners, some of whom were colored. 26. The sisters described the black women as angry, threatening, and terrifying. The sisters' racism, as well as repeated acts of resistance from the prisoners, eventually led to the dissolution of the contract. For example, a group of 5 imprisoned black women planned to escape the HGS, but their plan was revealed to the sisters by a white prisoner who overheard them. The sisters sent for the police, who took the conspirators to jail. Soon afterward, another group of prisoners, which included white and black women, were foiled in their plans to kill Mother Ursula and take her keys. A third rebellion was quashed by the sisters' physician, Dr. Brennan, who attacked the women with a horsewhip. 27. Finding the women very troublesome, the sisters terminated the agreement with the city by the end of 1881. 28. It is evident from the sisters' records that they administered the prison at least somewhat separately from the main house. 29. But does that mean HGS inmates were not also, in a very real sense, prisoners as well? True, there are some important distinctions between the two groups. For example, prisoners were taken as payment for the debt incurred by the sisters for the property, whereas the monetary value secured for the inmates was the sisters alone. Some inmates came to the house of their own volition. To further complicate the issue, many of the inmates were sentenced to the house by the courts, just as the prisoners were. Prisoners seem to all have had fixed, relatively short sentences, whereas inmates might be housed for an indeterminate length of time. Regardless of the circumstances of commitment, both inmates and prisoners could be held against their will at the HGS, as is evident in multiple examples of escape both before and after the period between 1877 and 1881, when the city sent its prisoners. Inmates who escaped were subject to arrest and forcible return to the HGS by local or civil authorities. In the first year the house was open, 1873, the sisters and Father Bessones complained that, with no enclosure around the property, the inmates were difficult to keep in custody. 30. According to the sisters' own account, soon after the house opened, a girl named Molly, tired of restraint, jumped from the dormitory, upstairs, breaking several bones. 31. After the house was moved to its permanent residence on Raymond Street and had a fence built around the property, escapes were still commonplace. 32. In 1894, the Mother Superior, Sister Mary of St. Ursula, refuted allegations made by 2 girls who had escaped the house. The HGS was really a prison, with a dungeon and barred windows, the girls said. 33. In 1897, an Indianapolis citizen penned an editorial in the Indianapolis News asking, "Why are those people allowed to hold persons without commitment?" The Sister Superior says that they can leave at will. But if they could, why was it necessary for the girls to plan an escape? 34. The very architecture of the house revealed its carceral nature. The rooms in the Basement had been prepared as cells and the windows were small and barred. 35 These features did not disappear when the contract regarding the city prisoners ended. The design of the HGS incorporated principles of surveillance, classification, separation, isolation, and discipline, all representative of the carceral enthusiasm of the time. 36 Another feature, an on-ground cemetery. 37 was a physical aspect that reinforced the notion that release would take place in the afterlife, not in physical freedom. The sisters' approach to delinquent subjects was carceral, even if their work was spiritually benevolent. For example, while the sisters enforced their spiritual practices and psychology on the prisoners and inmates to ensure the salvation of their souls, they also recognized and supported the state's need to incarcerate and reform female bodies that were excessive to society. Working with the lawmakers who preferred these females to be out of sight, the contract with the city provided the sisters with legal incorporation, police and judicial authority, and the physical structure to incarcerate female delinquents. To understand the sisters' mission, it is important to consider their vocation within the patriarchal church. The opportunities for women in the 19th century were few, and entering religious vocation secured autonomy outside of marriage while embodying the ideal of chastity, piety, and respectable womanhood. 38 Operating the house of the good shepherd was their moral authority, and the sisters enforced the women's subjugation to acceptable female behavior through forced labor and spiritual restructuring. 39. The imprisoned woman would recognize that the power of her labor would reinstate her acceptable place in society. 40 Furthermore, the hierarchical separation of the women and girls by class, determined by moral deviancy and or sexual immorality, and the promise of rising above subaltern standards of living, encouraged obedience. The women were provided fixed hours for work, sleep, meals, prayer, and recreation. They were not supposed to talk to one another, or risk isolation or physical punishment. The indoctrination by the religious overseers forced industry, good manners, and spiritual cognitive restructuring around notions of guilt, servitude, and penitence. The laundry business inside the HGS furthered the sisters' mission of restoring women to assimilation in society while also profiting the order. In 1873, Father Bessones wrote a letter to the editor of the Indianapolis News specifically stating the sisters' purpose. The punishments now for females who are arrested in houses of ill fame is a fine, and, if unable to pay it, as is generally the case, a few days' confinement in the station house. In fact, no punishment at all. Idleness and laziness have led them to a life of shame and disgrace, and they are glad to have a chance to have a few days of rest in a place where they have nothing to do but play, eat, and sleep, and from thence they go with a new vigor to their former dens. They are afraid of being made to work. Let us then punish them in that way, and make them earn their bread by the sweat of their brow. 41. Thus, the sisters' mission was not to alleviate hunger, poverty, or unemployment for women, but rather to take advantage of those conditions. Such treatment over time had debilitating, even disabling, effects. Remember Billy, for example, the young tramp who was brought to the HGS in 1877. The sisters wrote of Billy in the annals, "She was with us for a long time, but in her later years she became feeble-minded." They ascribed Billy's decline to the result of the ill-spent years of her youth, that is, to the fact that, in their words, Billy had once made her way through the world if she were a man. But they also noted that Billy repeatedly expressed a wish to go out into the world again, a desire the sisters wrote off as a mere fancy that would never come to pass. 42 Billy died at the HGS in 1897, after over 20 years of confinement. 13. Poor Stray Sheep. Reen Kelly. After establishing the House of the Good Shepherd in Indianapolis in 1873, the Sisters of the Good Shepherd struggled to make ends meet. Necessity compelled us to practice poverty in the strictest manner, the sisters recorded in the annals of the Indianapolis, Indiana House, their chronicle of yearly activities. 1. The community offered some support, and the sisters collected donations, including cash but also material goods such as kitchen utensils, plows, pews, muslin, a coffee mill, bushels of coal, cords of wood, cows, chickens, hogs, and ducks. The most useful donations were those that afforded the nuns the capacity to sustain themselves financially, such as a sewing machine or the necessaries for laundry work, such as tubs, washboards, and a small mangle. 2. In the early years, the sisters made their own clothes, took in washing, and tried their hands at bleaching hats and bonnets. They had a short-lived chair caning business, did tailoring and clothing altering, and tended their garden. 3. Despite this industriousness, the house remained poor and the conditions of labor were difficult at best. The grounds were under construction for many years, as the sisters moved into one unfinished building and then another, upgrading their lodgings and workplaces. Slowly, construction and renovation were often delayed and utilities sometimes shut off for lack of funds, exacerbating the difficulties and the feeling of precariousness and uncertainty. 4. In the beginning, lacking doors and windows, the many crevices let in the bitter cold, especially in the laundry where the women were worst off. 5. The sisters recorded extremely low temperatures in the laundry during the winter of 1874-75, and they reported that the water freezing in the tubs before the clothes were out of them, the ground floor was a sheet of ice, and the water froze as it dripped from the clothes, or fell from the tubs to the floor. It was noted that a sister, having stood at the wringer while one of the children was turning it, was unable to move, her shoes frozen to the floor. She needed that child to heat a poker and run it around the solace of so that she could get away. 6. Clearly, the sisters' financial needs were as real as their sincere intentions to rescue fallen women and girls. Still, one wonders on balance what this meant for the experiences of the people living and working in the house. Although everybody worked, the labor was not equally distributed, particularly as the population grew. The institution divided its residents into different classes, with the sisters at the top and the others arrayed below them according to age and perceived degree of sinfulness. Some classes were worked harder than others, and those assigned to the hardest labor suffered quite severely. The annals, along with financial records found among the sisters' records in the Archdiocesan Archives of Indianapolis, demonstrate how dependent on outside assistance the Indianapolis HGS was in its early years. 7. Good Shepherd houses in other U.S. cities sent donations to help their newest franchise get on its feet, bedclothes, some cash, and items to be sold at a fundraising bazaar, as well as a chest of tea and bouquets for the altar. A donated piece of property was valuable enough that the sisters sold it to pay the contractor for brickwork. The Chicago House of the Good Shepherd also sent an out sister, someone designated to work outside the convent itself, in the community. The out sister was welcome as the flowers of May because she could be assigned to collect donations for the new building. Still, between the fruits of the out sisters' efforts, the generous donations from benefactors, the sale of the property, and the proceeds from the bazaar, the house took in only $290, an amount that could not, as they had hoped, defray expenses on the building. 8. What would turn out to enable the growth of the institution was monies earned through its residence labor. In this pursuit, the sisters experimented with all sorts of potentially profitable enterprises, ultimately settling on sewing and laundry. The sewing sector began in 1873, the sisters' first year in Indianapolis, with one sewing machine purchased on an installment plan and another donated by a Mrs. Tate. Another machine was donated a few years later, in 1876. Many people in the community commissioned sewing projects in this early period, and most of them were performed by the sisters themselves because at the time they had few children, as they called their wards. 11a. Benefactor commissioned them to sew for his clothing house, gents, providing all the work we could do for the first year. 12. In 1875, they added work from the New York store, a dry goods store in Indianapolis, thanks to which, they noted gratefully, we were liberally supplied with sewing. 13. The sisters noted that they began to make underclothes for ladies and children, which the out-sister traveled the state to sell. 14. The sewing work brought in modest amounts of money at first, allowing them, for example, to turn the gas back on in 1873-15 by 1892. They stayed constantly busy trying to fill all the orders in the laundry department. They also did fine sewing and made shirts for stores. 16. The laundry work also began almost as soon as the sisters set up at their first house in 1873 from the lectern, Father Bessones, the priest who had urged the order to come to Indianapolis, exhorted members of the congregation to help the house by offering the sisters work. 17. A congregant soon obeyed, knocking on the door to offer some hand washing. Another soon followed, bringing 2 wash tubs. 18. Having no facilities early on, the nuns did the washing in an outdoor shed. This would prove to be the beginning of a very profitable operation. 19. The laundry expanded slowly during the first few years. In the first year, a nun from the nearby Sisters of Providence sent all the clothes from their boarders and did all she could to procure washing from others. 20. In 1874, the HGS moved to its new, but still unfinished building, where the workers could do laundry in the basement, hanging the clothes on the rafters to dry. There they began to do washing for a cafe attached to the Union Depot, a busy train station downtown. 21. The proprietor of the cafe helped them acquire tubs, washboards, and other equipment. 22. By 1882, the sisters had constructed a dedicated laundry facility that would eventually include a wash house, ironing room, and packing room. 23. There they continued to do the washing by hand until 1885, when it appears they received their first washing machine. 24. In 1887, they built an additional level onto the laundry and added the highly profitable technology of steam. 25. Once the laundry was set up, it became the basic source of income for the establishment. 26. The division of labor in the HGS was strictly regulated according to the residence status or class. When the Indianapolis House was first founded, there were only 2 classes of residents, sisters and penitents, also referred to as the Grande class. Eventually, a 4-category system emerged, composed of nuns, or virgin sisters, grandes, Magdalens, and preservates. 27. The sisters were the leaders, the decision-makers, and the most privileged of the 4 classes. In the early years of the Indianapolis House, the sisters worked alongside the other women there, as all labor was needed. They performed a range of duties, including the domestic work of cooking, cleaning, and tending the garden and the industrial labors of sewing and laundry. As new classes entered and expanded, the duties shifted. The nuns were able to assume an instructor's position, teaching the others and overseeing the work. By 1874, it was noted that there was one sister caring for the washing and ironing rooms and another was the mistress of sewing. 28 other jobs the sisters retained at this time included baking the altar bread, cooking the meals, serving in the refectory, attending to the farm work, performing general housework, and being mistress of the children. 29 by 1903, a newspaper feature reported that the sisters' duties were entirely that of managing the institution and directing work in the different classes. 30. All the other residents at the house were subordinate to the sisters, as exemplified in the sisters' use of the term children for their charges of all ages. 31. Every child was expected to work, contributing to the development of the house and to the sustenance of the classes. The sisters claimed that talent, or lack thereof, would determine what work a resident was required to perform. 32. The finer tasks were reserved for those the nuns judged worthy. Those who have the aptitude, and are considered deserving, are taught music, singing, stenography, embroidery, etc. 33. This designation of who was deserving indicates that the sisters may have used moral judgment and not an assessment of ability to assign tasks. In fact, in the sources I reviewed, only members of the grande class are ever referenced as working in the laundry, the most grueling of positions. Likewise, members of the Magdalene and Preservate classes are shown to work in fine sewing and embroidery and are never mentioned in conjunction with the laundry. 34. The Grande class, also referred to as the penitent class, consisted of women and girls who had wandered from the path of virtue, and are now trying to reform their characters and fit them for a more successful course in the world when they leave the shelter of the convent. 35. The Grande class toiled in the laundry and with sewing. In 1903, a newspaper reported that the work provided for the penitents is a garment-making factory, which is operated on contract work, and in a laundry, which a great deal of public washing is done. 36. By 1919, the Grande class was making men's union suits in a new sewing room. 37. The new room enclosed everything one could wish for, such as baths, toilets, drinking water, lavatories, brooms, all on the same floor where they work, so that there is no necessity for leaving the sewing room until dinner hour. 38. Working in the laundry was hazardous. In 1888, while the steam laundry was being constructed and new machinery was being put into place, a woman from the Grande class, a child called Colette, put her hand in the mangle just as the steam was turned on. Her screams were dreadful to hear. Her whole hand was caught up above the wrist and had to be amputated with part of her arm. It is unclear why she did not remain in the house long after this accident. Following 2 other accidents, the Mother Superior had all the machinery cased in with wire screens. 39. The sisters anticipated that some of the penitents would stay for the remainder of their life. In 1889, a newspaper stated that for the distressed women of the city, the HGS offered a permanent home, where they may indicate by their future life their sincerity in a desire to lead a higher and nobler life. 40. This perhaps was beneficial to the house in that it secured free labor for the entirety of a woman's life. A third class of women was the Magdalenes. Once a woman had fallen, she could not obtain the spiritually pure and virginal status required to become a sister. Yet some who had sinned, including some HGS residents from the Grande class, decided to devote themselves to the service of God in the religious life. As a compromise, in order that they may become Of service to the Church, the HGS allowed those who had resolved to live a better life to undergo a dedicatory process and become a Magdalene. 41. The consecration process to become a Magdalene was arduous. The Magdalene to be, or postulant, received the holy habit, the black dress of the consecrated children. 42. After 2 years of prayer and penance, a postulant could pronounce her first vows, rendering her dedicated to God by the vows of religion and confirming her as a professed sister. Magdalene. 43. Once she was permitted to take vows, a Magdalene took them yearly until the 10th year, when she could take her final vow, which consecrated her to the cloister for the remainder of her life. 44. Magdalenes labored at difficult but highly valued tasks, always under the immediate direction of one of the sisters of the Good Shepherd. Their lives are devoted to prayer and penance, interspersed with hours of work, mainly embroidery, fine sewing, etc. 45. They made fancy articles and even painted. Their embroidery could be found in the wealthiest homes. 46. According to a 1903 newspaper profile on the house, the Magdalenes, as a rule, are apt in needlework and in painting. Their schedule of hours for the day is much the same as that for the penitents, except that at 3 o'clock they meet in their cloister chapel to repeat their offices, and at 6 o'clock they meet in the cloister for meditation. They do not converse more than is necessary, and they observe the spirit of contemplative service. 47. Finally, the preservate class was made up of younger girls, between the ages of 10 and 15, who were not considered fallen but were in need of protection. They needed, or so the sisters thought, to be raised properly and to be saved from ruin. Preservates came to the house from a range of conditions, taken from the streets, from parents who were not capable of raising them properly, and from other sources of destitution. 48. The sisters prided themselves on the service they could provide to such girls, whose admittance to the HGS, they thought, would make of them virtuous women and would be a sure prevention. 49. The preservates were not expected to remain permanently at the convent, unlike the fallen women. The sisters intended to furnish the preservates a good home for a time, and prepare for them an honorable career. 50. The nuns claimed, therefore, that the preservates attended school in the morning and busied themselves with sewing and other similar handiwork in the afternoon. 51. This class was established in 1889, prior to then, girls younger than 15 years of age were not admitted into the house. 52. Despite the increasing income from the laundry in the last decades of the 19th century, the annals reveal that the house continued to experience a financial roller coaster of borrowing for construction, falling into debt, encountering difficulties, paying the debt, and then securing new loans. The sisters secured various loans over the years as their needs expanded. Their debt rose during developmental stages and fell as they paid off interest and capital with income earned through their work and donations. When they liquidated existing debt, they quickly secured new loans in the pursuit of continued growth. This cycle reveals the logic that guided their institution building, not the devotional duties of charity and austerity but the growth imperatives of capital, yoked to spirituality through a sense of the morality, even the godliness, of labor. In 1885, after 11 years of residence, the sisters commenced their first improvements to the house's physical structure. They took out a loan of $2,000 for the purpose of turning the attic into a sleeping apartment. 53. In 1886, before the debt was paid, the Mother Superior was already planning the erection of another building, a monastery. There are discrepancies in the available records as to the final cost of the monastery, with estimates being between $30,000 and $40,000. 54 The monastery was a tremendous expense for the order. As they admitted in the annals, the mother had to plan and scheme for means to pay the erection of the building. 55. In May 1887, with just $1,000 in hand, the sisters began building their terracotta monastery, which included a wing for the Magdalens. 56 Throughout the following month, the house received pledges amounting to nearly 1/4 of the amount necessary to finish the building. 57 To fund the remaining amount, they took a bank loan of $15,000 at 6%. 58. It was at this time, the sisters noted, that a good benefactor suggested they add another story to the laundry and install a steam plant, in order to accomplish more work, and be in a better position to liquidate our debt. 59 The sisters recognized that this development would improve their ability to do more and better work. 60 The development of the steam laundry at the house began in 1887, while the new monastery was under construction, and was completed in 1888. 61. Construction of the steam laundry required substantial funds. The benefactor who had suggested its erection paid $3,000 for its construction. 62 A $25 monthly contribution from the county commissioners to buy coal also helped. 63 The provincial house in Louisville lent the Indianapolis HGS $10,000 without interest, which the sisters called a great charity. 64 They seem to have used this interest-free $10,000 loan as payment toward the $15,000 loan. Then the sisters borrowed again, mortgaging their property from another lender. Laundry work was central to the liquidation of the debt on their home, the sisters reported in 1887. 65 The steam laundry netted a neat little amount each month, and they soon secured a very profitable trade, allowing them to pay the interest and some small capitals promptly. 66. In 1889, the sisters' monastery, including a chapel and a wing for the use of the Magdalens, was completed. At the dedication ceremony, the sisters held a door collection, charging 10 cents per person and 25 cents per family, plus accepting any other donations people chose to offer. 67 The door collection clearly did not cover the heavy debt on their new building, so the sisters solicited patronage of their needlework, which they planned to continue through all seasons. 68 They also solicited laundry trade for their St. Joseph's Laundry as a means of supporting their many poor children. 69. The sisters built and built. They added an infirmary to the laundry building in 1895 and constructed a new boiler room after the old one was condemned in 1899. 70 Around this time, a third story was added above the laundry for use by the grande class, whose area had been overcrowded. 71 The sisters did not specify the sources of funds for these expenses, but it was surely the same mix of labor, donations, and loans that financed all their projects. In 1900, the house was $30,000 in debt. 72 When Bessones died in 1901, the attention his funeral brought to the house provoked a wave of new customers for laundry work, ensuring the sustenance of all house residents. 73 In 1905, the Mother Superior built an addition to the laundry and felt flush enough to install stained glass windows in the chapels and in the sanctuary. 74. In the spring of 1906, the nuns constructed a new building for the grande class, which was finished by December that same year. 75 In 1908, a permit was issued for a new convent that was to cost $20,000. 76 The sisters had not yet paid off the debt accrued for the grande class building when they decided to defer their current debt and to begin building a 3-story monastery for the Magdalens. 77 In April 1909, the Magdalen Monastery was finished. 78 That same year, to their annoyance, they had to pay $923 for a sewerage tax, spending the nest egg they had hoped to use for another new building. 79. While the HGS managed to expand, competitors in the laundry industry found their businesses in peril. They even adopted some of the abusive practices seen in the HGS in order to maintain profitability. In 1899, the proprietor of a local commercial laundry, who was facing criticism over the treatment of his employees, penned the following letter to the editor of the Indianapolis News. In reference to working, or overworking the girls in the laundries, I wish to say this. How can you expect me to do otherwise? The Sisters of the Good Shepherd come in direct competition with me. They canvass from house to house for laundry work, have a large number of girls to whom they pay nothing whatever, whom they compel to do men's work, and keep them at it all hours. Besides, they pay no taxes on their buildings, machinery, or their business. This is the sort of competition I must meet. If my competitors, the House of the Good Shepherd, are made to pay taxes, I shall feel justified in doing more for our girls. As it is, we must meet pauper labor. 80. The unpaid labor of HGS inmates ensured the house's competitive place in the local laundry business. Women and girls came to the HGS voluntarily and involuntarily and through a multitude of avenues. Some women clearly arrived there voluntarily, showing up at the door needing assistance or riding back with the outsister from her collection tours. The sisters reported that on the very day the order arrived, February 26, 1873, a poor woman, her old shawl dragging in the mud, ran to them, becoming their first sheep of the fold in Indianapolis. 81. Another poor stray sheep, as the sisters characterized her, presented herself at their door in 1874 and remained there until her death a few years later. 82. In 1879, an old lady came to them seeking a quiet home, and as we had no outsister, we were delighted to have her come. She was quite a help. She went to market for us, and did much of the outside work. She went around from door to door, selling fancy and useful articles. She was a very saintly person, inclined to be austere to herself. When she was home she helped in the kitchen. 83. In 1881, a woman claimed that the Virgin Mary appeared to her in a dream and guided her steps to the HGS. The sisters noted that the woman asked to be received into the house, then noticed that one of her hands was crippled. She had been born with one of her hands having no fingers at all. She worked in the laundry, and it was noted that to her we owe the real establishment of the ironing room, and that she was a beautiful ironer, and taught many of the children how to do good work. 84. In 1895, a young girl applied for admission to the Grande class. She was in the last stages of consumption and scarcely able to walk. She was admitted. 85. In 1921, an officer brought a girl to the house. She had gone to him for help, telling him that he could take her to the Good Shepherd. Her mother was a dope fiend. Her father in the penitentiary. She was admitted into the house. 86. These voluntary commitments seem to have been the exception, though they were noted in some detail in the annals. Clearly, favorable details were more interesting to the writers of such reports. Involuntary commitments were more common at the HGS. As Natalie Medley explores in Chapter 12, women were brought to the HGS by police and were sentenced to the house by the courts. Moreover, between the years 1877 and 1881, prisoners were committed by the city of Indianapolis to the HGS. Family members and clergy also placed young women and girls there. To cite just a couple examples, in 1875, a woman was placed there by her father. She escaped and was brought back by city authorities. 87 In 1895, a woman addicted to morphine was brought by her husband to join the Grande class. 88. No matter the mode of entry, a resident's labor and revenue were immensely important to the survival and growth of the house. The sisters sought out new admissions, particularly valuing those who could contribute their labor. While it is apparent that the young women and girls endured extreme working conditions, perhaps more insidious were the manipulations of people and situations that seemingly contradict the moral and religious standard the sisters claim to exemplify. A few examples stand out from the sisters' own records. In 1877, the out sister badly wanted to go to the novitiate in Louisville to prepare for receiving the coveted treasure, the white habit. To appease the out sister, the mother superior of the house told her that she could go only when she would succeed in collecting a certain big sum of money to help us with our work here. The mother, not wanting to lose her services as an out sister, quoted an amount she thought to be so enormous that the out sister, with the means she had of receiving it, would never succeed in collecting it. The mother superior showed unbounded surprise when the sister achieved the required amount and lamented her leaving as an immense sacrifice. 89 Thus, the out sister was only allowed to finish her religious training when her labor and income were no longer critical to the house. Another example is from 1907. When developing the new building for the Magdalens, a city ordinance was passed requiring all large buildings to be fireproof, necessitating the use of steel and the minimal use of wood. Because of an oversight on the part of ordnance officials, the architect commissioned to build the Magdalene Monastery did not receive notice of this ordinance. Since the fault was with the ordnance officials, the HGS did not have to follow the updated codes. Under the new code, requiring a fireproof building, we would have had to expend 4 times the amount that the old way cost us. The sisters were ecstatic. Was this not a miraculous escape for us? That the sisters counted this a very providential matter indicates that they were not interested in safety, only in the development of space for their labor force at minimal expense. For an order supposedly devoted to the protection and preservation of young women and girls, such calculations are striking. 90. Finally, in the spring of 1908, a doctor came to the HGS to treat a child who was ill. He promptly fulfilled his duty and reported a case of diphtheria to the city authorities. With that, the health officer placed a blue card, meaning quarantine, on their front door. This meant ostracism and an immense loss, for the house would not be allowed to traffic there. Laundry. The Mother Superior was panic-stricken and pleaded with the man of law to spare and allow them to resume their business. The health officer, a big-hearted Irishman, whose sister was a superior in a convent in England, was sympathetic to the sisters' plight. Nonetheless, he dutifully refused the sisters' request to reopen. But the sisters were in luck. The annals recorded, fortunately for us, the child had died during the night, and her mother, arriving from a distance, took the body away before morning. They pleaded with the Irish health officer to remove the quarantine, and he reported to the Indianapolis Board of Health that the child was dead and buried, and no symptoms appeared. Perfect isolation, etc. The sisters thought the officer provided an act of charity when he elaborated the circumstances to a degree, in telling the main office that the 6-year-old had been isolated, that the house was reeking with disinfectants, and that the sisters depend on charity, and their daily income of customer work and washing. They and their children would starve if quarantined. The sisters knew the health officer was lying for them. After this they looked on him as a real benefactor. 91. The sisters were less concerned with the child's life than with their income, though they did note that the child had received private baptism, so her soul, presumably, was secured. Indianapolis Star, May 8, 1951. The order claimed to be devoted to the care of desperate women and girls in the community. Their need for profit and expansion was based in the belief that they were the greatest charity of all charities and the desire to succeed at all costs. 92. That is surely why they allowed terrible labor conditions to prevail throughout the institution. It was the extraction of maximum profit from the inmates that allowed the sisters to continuously expand capacity, taking in more and more children. The HGS, including its laundry operations, remained operational until the 1960s. 14. Minnie and Mamie. Laura Campbell. On February 12, 1907, 26-year-old Mamie Smith filed a $25,000 lawsuit against the House of the Good Shepherd in Indianapolis, alleging she was held there against her will for 6 years. One Mamie claimed that the sisters who ran the house prevented her from communicating with friends on the outside and provided her with no education. Further, Mamie's time in the house had transformed the strong and healthy girl into a physical wreck. Too forced to perform unpaid labor in the laundry, she contracted rheumatism working without rest on cold, damp floors. Mamie said she remained in the house so many years only because the walls were too high for her to scale. 3. In 1906, Mamie did manage to escape. She filed her lawsuit against the HGS the following year. In 1925, another former Indianapolis HGS inmate, Minnie Morrison, wrote a memoir titled Awful Revelations of Life in Convent of Good Shepherd. She aimed to enlighten people with facts of what is really going on in our beautiful America today. For born in 1897, her childhood was unstable. From the age of 3 she was raised by her grandmother. But when her grandmother died, the juvenile court placed her in an orphanage, the Indianapolis Children's Guardian Home. She was adopted by several families but was always returned to the Guardian Home. 5. When Minnie was 10, a caseworker took her to the HGS. I will never forget the creepy feeling I had when that door to the convent opened by those unseen hands, Minnie wrote. 6. The girl was stripped of her clothes and, worse, stripped of her real name and identity. A sister told her, "We change all the girls' names here, and so your name will be Teresa Shepherd." 7. Served food with roaches, forced to work in the laundry, and beaten, Minnie soon realized that she was trapped. 8. As my colleagues argue, institutions like the Indianapolis HGS should be considered the first separate prisons for women in the United States. Mamie's and Minnie's stories help us to understand how these prisons affected the young women who were held at these institutions. These narratives provide evidence of abusive conditions inside the institution but also give us examples of young women and girls who refused to conform. Both Minnie and Mamie escaped the convent and made public the horrors they were subjected to inside it. Although both bravely spoke up, their voices have not been properly heard. Their contemporaries and many historians have dismissed their stories as anti-Catholic propaganda. During the opening decades of the 20th century, the United States witnessed a tremendous outpouring of books, pamphlets, journals, and newspapers promoting anti-Catholic themes. 9. Self-proclaimed activists like Louis Joseph King traveled all over the United States to advance conspiracy theories about the takeover of America by Catholic boogeymen. 10 Catholic clerics and lay spokespeople wrote rebuttals to these attacks, waged legal battles charging publishers for slanderous remarks, and produced large sums of money to neutralize anti-Catholic propaganda. 11. Some of this material attacked the houses kept by the Order of the Good Shepherd and similar institutions. Newspapers and magazines ran cartoons depicting girls imprisoned. They also portrayed convents as impenetrable fortresses outside the bounds of the law and American values. They penned grotesque accounts of life within convent walls to fuel charges of Catholic enslavement of innocent girlhood and femininity. In April 1914, for example, the anti-papal newspaper The Menace reported that 2 teenage girls had escaped from a Santa Barbara convent. A 4-day chase by police ended when the fugitives collapsed from exhaustion. 12. The article condemned the torture and suffering inflicting upon innocent girlhood in these hellholes of iniquity. 13. While anti-Catholic sentiment certainly produced exaggerated accounts of the crimes committed in convents and similar places, some of the scandalous tales also harbored truth. Historian James H. Madison describes Minnie Morrison's 1925 memoir as a modest Indiana version of the anti-Catholic stories often appeared in print in the form of lurid escaped nun tales. 14. Although many anti-Catholic narratives were likely fake news, it is important that we do not dismiss all testimonies as mere conspiracy theories. Historians like James Smith and Recrawl have revealed the disturbing histories of Magdalene laundries in multiple countries, including Ireland and Canada. In 2011, the United Nations Committee Against Torture recommended an investigation of the Irish state's responsibility for the wrongful imprisonment and systematic abuse of young women and girls in such facilities. 15. In this light, Minnie's story deserves re-examination. 16. According to her memoir, Minnie arrived at the Indianapolis HGS in 1907 and soon found that her new home was a sweatshop. Not tall enough to see over the ironing board, Minnie had to stand on a wooden box to iron her quota of 500 handkerchiefs a day. 17. The girls received 1 clean dress a month and clean underwear every 2 weeks. They were slapped, punched, and flogged with sewing machine belts. Minnie witnessed many residents beaten so violently they lost consciousness. 18. She recalled a dungeon where the girls were kept for weeks if they disobeyed. 19. Some of Minnie's claims seem improbable. She remembered, for example, catching a glimpse of a man trapped underneath the floor. I was one of the girls who were sent over to clean the parlors. As we were brushing the rugs, we heard what we thought was a groan. We could not think where it came from, but it seemed very plain. All at once, a section of the floor under my feet began to move downward. I jumped back just in time. This trapdoor moved down only just a little way, and we looked through the cracks, and just below I saw a man's head. He looked up and said, "My God, let me out of here." Just then Mother Priscilla came in the door, and said, "What are you girls doing in here?" I said, "Mother, there is a man down there." She called me a little liar, and came over there and boxed my ears. Then she sent me back to the classroom. I was never sent over to help clean the parlors again. I have always thought this man was the one she referred to when she said that the devil had taken him down through the floor. 20. She also claimed that as punishment for wearing rings, a nun strapped her to a water pipe and burned her with a hot poker while the engineer held her down. 4 of her fingers were severely burned where the sister used the poker to melt Minnie's rings. Forced to work. Despite this injury, the wounds did not heal. After 3 weeks, the sisters finally sent Minnie to a hospital where her fingers had to be amputated. Minnie was told to lie and tell the other inmates that her hand had been caught in a machine. 21. While Minnie's claims seem extreme, the sisters' own records corroborate them. According to the HGS Annals of the Indianapolis, Indiana House, in 1916, one of our dear children, through her own fault, had her hand crushed in the mangle of laundry. The sisters performed countless acts of penance and prayer, the nuns reported, but man proposes and God disposes, so several of the girls' fingers had to be amputated. The annals contain an interesting disclaimer. The girl made a written statement acknowledging that she did the deed of her own accord, but we feel that in some years hence she will try to blame the convent for it. This has been our experience of the gratitude for what is done for the uplift of many who are placed under our care. 22. The date of this ghastly trauma suggests that Minnie was the girl whose injury was documented in the annals, as does Minnie's account of an attestation she was forced to sign. While I was so sick that I did not know what I was doing, the sisters from HGS brought me a paper and pencil, and said that I would write on this paper that I would never sue this institution for damages, and that I had run my hand through a mangle by carelessness. While I was half unconscious, I signed this paper. I was so nervous that the sister held paper and helped me to write it. I really did not know what I was signing at the time. 23. After nearly 14 years of psychological, emotional, and physical abuse at the HGS, Minnie escaped in 1920 by taking one of the nuns' keys and jumping over the fence into the path of a policeman, who assisted her with transportation. 24. Newspaper accounts of escape attempts, many of them involving great risk, indicate that the HGS was holding women and girls against their will. On February 17, 1894, according to the Indianapolis News, Grace House and Laurel Hirsch escaped from the HGS in Indianapolis. The girls told of stories of cruelty at the House of the Good Shepherd, said it was really a prison, with a dungeon and barred windows, that inmates were whipped with a strap on the naked flesh and punished in various cruel ways. Sister Vincent, responding to the charges against her, acknowledged having struck Grace House, but denied catching her by the hair. She says that she slapped her because she was impudent one day in the refectory. Sister Angelo claimed amnesia, saying she did not think she had ever struck any one of the girls. She might have done so, but she could not remember. As for the dungeon, the Mother Superior, Sister Mary of St. Ursula, admitted, "This was built for a prison, you know. Some of the cells are down in the basement, but they are not dark and they are seldom used for places of punishment." 25. Perhaps the man whose moans Minnie reported hearing beneath the floorboard was in one of these cells. The escape stories are numerous. Ella Noon, aged 22, tragically died from a fall while trying to escape from the HGS in 1897. She hung from a windowsill by her hands and dropped, striking her spine on the roof. 26. When a journalist from the Indianapolis News investigated, the Mother Superior insisted that no adult was detained against her will, and the underage girls were there by consent of a parent or guardian. Furthermore, she objected to any cross-questioning about the incident. 27. The Pharos Tribune reported that the Mother Superior was reticent, saying little except that Ella's death was a willful accident. 28. In 1906, 16-year-old Mary Burke suffered a compound fracture of her left leg after jumping from a second-story window onto the sidewalk. 29. In 1907, Marie Miller and Ethel Derbyshire, both aged 13, scaled a high fence and then boarded a traction car for Muncie. 30. In 1908, 16-year-old Catherine Nickham apparently judged her only hope to be to plummet 60 feet out of a third-story window. She was found unconscious and suffered a fractured ankle. 31 Stella Nikolic and Helen Chakosky, both aged 14 at the time of their escape attempts, tried to flee the HGS in 1918 and 1926, respectively. That so many young women and girls risked their lives to run from the house makes clear the HGS was not a safe space. 32. Resistance to confinement at the HGS also took the form of lawsuits, as in the Mamie Smith case that opened this chapter. Born Mamie Sullivan in April 1881 in Terre Haute, Indiana, her mother died during her birth, leaving her father to raise her. She was baptized by family friend Reverend Schnell, from St. Patrick's Church. As a teenager, Mamie butted heads with her father. They quarreled about her short-lived marriage at the age of 18. And over an accusation of theft by her employer. Unable to control Mamie, her father brought her to the HGS in Indianapolis in 1899. After her 1906 escape, Mamie took refuge with the Brickert family in Indianapolis and married one of their relatives, Gustav Smith, in 1907. 33. It was around this time that Mamie filed her lawsuit against the HGS. The sisters acted quickly and energetically to refute Mamie's charge of wrongful imprisonment. They hired Sidney B. Davis, an attorney who assured them they were being unduly nervous. 34. He considered Mamie's claims a bluff and predicted she would demand money to settle the issue quietly. The sisters wrote to Mamie's father and stepmother, priest, and associates in an attempt to dig up dirt on her to compel her to drop the claim. 35. As it became clear that the suit would be heard in court, the sisters sought counsel from other houses in the Midwest that had faced similar challenges. A representative of the HGS in Detroit, Michigan, informed the Indianapolis Mother Superior that they had recently been defeated in court regarding a comparable claim of wrongful imprisonment. The lawyers and jurors on the opponent's side were Freemasons, A.P.A.S. and Oddfellows. It is not surprising that God's work should suffer at their hands. 36. The HGS also consulted the attorney for the Louisville Sisters of the Good Shepherd, who assured the Indianapolis HGS that we have had so many suits of this character to defend. 37. In their records, the Sisters of the Good Shepherd dramatically describe the lawsuit and subsequent trials as a heavy shadow. 38. And a laden cross which heaven deigns send us. 39. After many delays, the case finally went to trial in 1910. The sisters lamented that many of them, including the Mother Superior, had to appear in the public court, and listen to the abuse and ridicule of everything sacred to our holy religion. 40. Apparently, the sisters considered testifying in court a fate worse than death. An old outdoor sister had also been summoned, but she had happily gone to her eternal reward. 41. A curious public crowded into Marion Circuit Court to watch the proceedings. The case is attracting much attention, and yesterday afternoon every available chair in the courtroom was occupied and nearly 100 persons were standing in the lobby, a newspaper reported early in the trial. 42. E.W. Brickert, the uncle of Mamie's new husband and a self-proclaimed Baptist preacher, was Mamie's attorney. Brickert was virulently anti-Catholic and believed the church enslaved innocent American girls to enrich some heartless corporation. 43. On May 11, 1910, Brickert called Mamie to the stand. Her testimony focused on the relentless dehumanization and lack of freedom she experienced at the HGS. She recalled that she was not allowed to call herself Mamie during her 6 years inside the house and instead was given the name Clara and the number, X P16, the X P standing for Cross-penitent class. She described her first escape attempt. She fled the HGS through the engine room, wearing the plain and apparently much worn and faded gown of light blue flannel the sisters made her wear. The dress was displayed before the jury. She found refuge in the home of the Brickert family near the convent. They protected her for several days until the police came to retrieve her. 44. Brickert called other witnesses who supported Mamie's narrative. A young woman who had been confined along with her sister at the HGS described the meager food, the long work hours, and the lack of education at the house. She also remembered the nuns' inhumanity. Her sister died at the convent, the witness said, and she was never able to learn where the body was buried. After her marriage, she stated she attempted to find where the body was and was given $10 by a sister. This, she said, she supposed was to keep her quiet. 45. For their part, the HGS lawyers called witnesses who attested that the institution was clean and well run. Among those witnesses was the president of the Marion County Board of State Charities, who said she has visited the home often during the last 10 years and that it has always been properly conducted. 46. Their strongest line of defense was to undercut Mamie's claims that she had been personally mistreated. They argued that Mamie had exhibited no signs of distress and was even trusted around the farm, meaning she had freedom of movement to move about the outside parlors and even deliver messages down the road. 47. No other girl seemed to be as devoted, generous and handy, they affirmed. 48. In a dramatic flourish, the defense lawyers produced a set of letters they claimed Mamie had written to her father while she was confined at the HGS, letters whose existence was a complete surprise to the attorneys for the plaintiff. 49. The letters seemed to be written by a young woman who was content and appreciative, especially of the special events the sisters organized for holidays. 50. Some of Mamie's family members, including her father and stepmother, confirmed the authenticity of the letters and the fact that Mamie had never reported being mistreated in the home and even seemed affectionate toward the sisters at the time she left. 51. Used as exhibits in the trial. These handwritten letters remain among the sisters' preserved files on the case. While the letters appear cheerful, there is an undertone of desperation. The author repeatedly conveyed how much she longed to be with her family. I would give anything in the world to see you. 52. If Mamie did write these letters, interpreting their meaning is far from straightforward, despite the HGS's attempt to do so in court. Under extreme stress, and knowing the sisters would read the letters, she may have been pretending contentment to gain the sisters' trust in the hope they would release her. It is also possible that the sisters told Mamie exactly what to write, as in the case of Minnie Morrison's coerced statement. However, during the trial, Mamie denied having written the letters at all, and her lawyer declared them to be forgeries. 53. While the letters might have sunk Mamie's case, it was the testimony of Father Francis Gavisk, rector of St. John's Catholic Church and vice president of the Society of the Good Shepherd, that would prove most damning for the HGS. Gavisk affirmed that when the inmates entered the HGS, they were stripped of their real names and kept under constant guard. There is a high wall and fence about the grounds and inmates are not permitted to leave. 54. They were not allowed visitors and were not paid for their work. He also admitted there was no education for the inmates and that all mail was subject to the strictest supervision. 55. Father Gavisk was also seen prompting witnesses by shaking or nodding his head as they presented their testimony. Moreover, another witness, an Evansville banker and president of the Vanderburgh County Board of Children's Guardians who had attested to the Cleanliness and well-regulated nature of the home, admitted under cross-examination that the sisters paid him $50 for his testimony. 56. Mamie was vindicated after the 2-week trial. She won her case against the HGS and was awarded $4,000. 57. The HGS sisters and their allies saw the verdict as a product of prejudice, claiming the jurors were bigoted non-Catholics. 58. Mamie did not enjoy her victory for long. The HGS quickly sought and obtained an appeal, citing witnesses who claimed to have seen some of the jury talking to enemies of our cause. 59. The judge granted a new trial. In his view, the preponderance of evidence was against the plaintiff. 60. In response, Mamie's lawyer contacted Father Gavisk, warning him that they plan to pursue the appeal aggressively. You know that it will be much worse than the last time. I know that reporters from some strong religious journals will attend the trial throughout and report it, and editorials will be written on it, which will not injure us in the least. 61. The second trial was held in the Superior Court of Marion County before Judge Vinson Carter in April 1911. Again, crowds gathered to watch the proceedings. One newspaper observed that the number of women among the spectators was noticeable. 62. We have less information about the course of the second trial, but it appears that 2 former inmates testified they had no recollection of mistreatment and they were grateful to the sisters for helping them. 63. The Indianapolis Star reported that on cross-examination the defense compelled Mrs. Smith to go into the details of her past life in an attempt to undermine her credibility as a witness. 64. The jury spent hours deliberating and, after receiving additional instructions from the judge, returned a verdict in favor of the HGS. 65. The Mamie Smith trial demonstrates the tenacity of the sisters' self-preservation. Their seething hatred for anyone they deemed enemies of the house can be seen plainly in the gleeful description of health problems suffered by one of Mamie's attorneys after the trial, which they considered a form of retribution. He gradually became a raving maniac. At first he was not dangerous, and they tried to keep him at his own house, tying him to a chair out on the porch, when he would need air. His tongue would not remain in his mouth, but hung out in a repulsive way. Passers-by would upbraid him, and ask if he remembered how he had used his tongue to revile the sisters of the Good Shepherd. His case was sad in the extreme. Finally, he had to be put away to keep him secure. His tongue, even after his fearful death, hung out of his mouth down on his chest. Does this example not recall the words of Saint Hilary, "Woe to him who lays a finger upon the spotless spouse of Christ"? And another saying, that no one ever yet persecuted the Catholic Church who did not come to a terrible end. 66. The interests of the HGS came before the protection of any individual woman or girl. If the sisters really believed Mamie had fallen into the hands of companions of the worst type, why didn't they express concern for her well-being? Instead, they sought to destroy her credibility and reputation. In the construction of their defense, the sisters presented Mamie in contradictory ways, sometimes as responsible and content and other times as easily manipulated and out of control, according to their own interests in the moment. We have little of Mamie's own words, but the record shows that her testimony remained consistent. Setting her story alongside the stories of other escapees and survivors reveals patterns. As someone with great empathy for Mamie Smith, as someone who knows what it means to have your credibility questioned because of the taint of criminality and incarceration, I wonder how differently history might be written if we take women's claims seriously. Conclusion. Michelle Daniel Jones. This history of women and girls incarcerated in various institutions in the state of Indiana shows the value of excavating subjugated knowledge by those who have the shared experience of incarceration. The women and girls in this book experienced sexual and gendered violence, physical abuse, deprivations, isolation, experimentation, and torture at the hands of religious and secular individuals who believed that homes, laundries, reformatories, prisons, and other carceral institutions were the best options of refuge and reform. These many stories of state-sanctioned violence display how during a time of great precarity for women and girls, reformers legitimate the use of duress and abuse against them in the name better outcomes. The erosion of options for poor women at the close of the Civil War saw the proliferation of various carceral institutions explicitly designed to hold and house women and girls as the primary response to a surplus population problem. Lack of employment, racism, and the sexual and cultural constraints common to all women left some with theft, fraud, and sex work as their only options for survival. The state's response to poor, disenfranchised, disabled women and girls was to incarcerate them. The state and reformers built prisons and other institutions to house women and girls separate from congregate incarceration with men. The taint of criminality from detention in these institutions penalized these captives and limited their possibilities when they got out, compounding the harm already done. Many prison officials directed women into domestic labor, continuous incarceration, and marriage as viable solutions. Others preyed on them for sexual exploitation and profit. Officials in these carceral institutions were constantly burdened with how to make their institutions economically viable and, all too often, they extracted labor from women and girls in order to make their institutions function. Capitalism, religion, gender, and concepts of domesticity further limited their lives and agency. But women and girls met these challenges with resilience and tenacity, as seen in these stories. Reading these stories alongside dominant narratives offers a more complete account of Indiana women's carceral history and a more complex interpretation of white benevolent reformers. As Avery Gordon and Janice Radway said, the power relations that characterize any historically embedded society are never as transparently clear as the names we give them imply. 1. The state works to suppress and make invisible mass torture in carceral institutions like those highlighted in this book. Citizens cooperate with state violence and denials of state violence when we choose not to see and not to believe the stories of incarcerated women. A remaining and urgent question is, how much violence enacted upon incarcerated women is enough for the citizens for whom the system acts to demand and enact change? By the 19th century, the growth of cities, blurred class lines, and personal and political changes in ideological perspectives on crime and criminality changed the state's approaches to social control. Self-policing was a thing of the past. By the late 18th century, old methods of punishment for crime, such as the public viewings of gallows and stocks, were thought barbaric and antiquated. Two sweeping efforts throughout the United States and in Indiana sought to make the punishment for crime humane, and incarceration seemed more humane than hanging and less brutal than whipping. 3. Criminal justice extended beyond merely punishing crimes to include detention as a tool to clean and purify the social order, addressing perceived failings in families and the faulty organization of society. For this new mandate, combined with the state's increasing power for detention and with violence within prison systems to legitimize dehumanization and inequality. 5. We show in this book how religious organizations like the Sisters of the Good Shepherd, who created Magdalene laundries in the United States, and religious leaders like Rhoda Coffin and Sarah Smith, who created Protestant institutions like the Home for Friendless, Women and the Reformatory Institution for Women and Girls ran their facilities similarly. The presence of linen tablecloths and vases with flowers didn't create a safer or more humane prison for women and girls. What the women and girls experienced in these institutions is historically important in shaping attitudes toward female sexuality, identity, and societal reintegration that live on today. These institutions focused on controlling, silencing, and experimenting on the vulnerable and the marginalized. In fact, the initial premise of these institution is false, that to be reformed, redeemed, or helped, especially if labeled fallen or deviant, women must be incarcerated. The premise is false because it rests on the sexist idea that women must be removed from homes and society to prevent them from tainting good soldiers and good men or to keep them from being a burden on others. This premise has no regard for the structural inequities affecting women, especially during the period after the Civil War. This project confirmed in many ways what we were living out in prison ourselves, that gender-responsive carceral systems criminalize the sexuality of women and girls and facilitate their silencing and disappearance, especially when coupled with religion. Operations are often corrupt because these heterotopic spaces of secrecy are without the real oversight and transparency needed to balance the unequal power dynamics. Therefore, what we now know about the first prison for women and what we already know about our own experience is that these spaces proliferate with gendered and sexual violence. This project also affirmed what we also knew intimately: a nonviolent woman-run correctional facility serving women is imaginary. We must be careful, then, with the latest gender-responsive programming. 6. We have to be careful when criminologists, sociologists, and the like focus on reforming or tweaking the existing system, given that gendered and sexual violence is embedded in the ideology and operations of these institutions, and that solutions to address the structural formations in society that feed women into the carceral state are not robust and comprehensive. As this project shows, the building of carceral institutions to house women and girls led to an increase in the number of women and girls imprisoned. These strengthened carceral institutions captured women and girls, criminalizing their bodies and subjecting them to temporal and physical separation, confinement, and violence. 7. Maintaining their bodies in prisons, jails, laundries, and reformatories galvanized capitalism. The captured body requires shelter, food, water, clothing, soap, handcuffs, gates, uniforms, medicine, toilet paper, mattresses, blankets, and more. State institutions needed revenue to maintain the systems of incarceration, and capital markets responded, delivering financing and profits. 8. The symbiosis of profits for capitalists and power for the carceral state continued to adapt and strengthen through the decades examined in this book, and it continues today. Women represent the fastest growing populations in prisons today. In 1978, there were 121 women incarcerated in the entire state of Indiana. In 2015, there were 2,540. 9. Almost all incarcerated women, 90 to 95%, suffer trauma directly related to our charges and convictions. Women suffer without adequate access to health care, programming, and educational opportunities. We are also subjected to epistemic, gendered, and sexualized violence that combines with the ongoing racialized criminalization of who we are. This project demonstrates that this has been the condition of women's lives since the emergence of the carceral state. Any #MeToo movement or any movement for women's justice that does not include incarcerated women and girls is short-sighted and ignorant of history and incarceration's lasting effects on women. In addition to carceral institutions, many ideologies and state practices relating to women and their children derive from carceral logics, including surveillance, classification, and punitive responses for labeled failures. Like carceral institutions, these practices consistently fail the women and children they seek to serve. No matter the progressive legacy of establishing institutions for women, girls, and boys, the legacy of these carceral institutions is tainted at best and corrupt at worst. Not completely benevolent, nor malevolent, reformers calling to save, and the results of their work raise two crucial questions: who is a criminal? And what constitutes a criminal act? In the methodology section, I discuss our approach to excavating this history. Collectively, my colleagues and I centered our experiences of incarceration, using our lived realities as one lens through which to read the archives. By privileging our experiences, we do not mean to suggest that non-incarcerated persons should not do this work. As Professor Ruth Wilson Gilmore has said, geography does not equal consciousness. Just because someone is in prison does not mean they have the capacity or consciousness to reflect on and to mobilize their experience for liberation. Rather, what we mean is that one's positionality, mentally, emotionally, and physically, affects how a person interacts with and gleans understanding from an archive. In the traditional academy, our lived experience of incarceration is not privileged. Often it is suppressed. Nevertheless, as we have shown here, our historical scholarship offers a glimmer of the possibilities for history when subjugated knowledge is centered. As incarcerated and formerly incarcerated scholars, we are just as intensely engaged with the archives, just as theoretically informed, and just as relevant to contemporary issues as any scholar. Our goal for this project is to counter epistemic violence, the violent extinguishment of our right to be knowers of our own lived experience, of our right to our own intimate understanding of the nature of the carceral environments in which we lived, and of our right to mobilize that knowledge for change. In this book, we have mobilized our lived experience of incarceration and our consciousness to counter the dominant narratives of women in Indiana's carceral institutions. Whiteness is not an unnamed category in this volume. In the Victorian mindset, criminality degenerated the white race and stigmatized its members. Often these fallen women and girls were already tainted with poverty or with their immigrant or racial status. In 1870, the U.S. Census reported the female population in Indiana to be composed of 810,530 white women, 11,975 African American women, and less than 1% indigenous women. 10 African American women were incarcerated, nearly 30 times more than their population in the state. 11 Indiana was a state primarily populated with white people, and it created carceral institutions to capture African Americans as well as to police whiteness and to protect the boundaries of white respectability. 12 The primary work of Indiana's women's carceral institutions was to manage the white criminal class and to stave off the degeneration of the white race. State-sanctioned violence was part of the overall methodology for achieving that goal. Nonetheless, the young African American boys and girls in the Quaker-led Indianapolis Asylum for Friendless Colored Children, the first of its kind in the state, had experiences similar to those of the incarcerated women and girls in the reformatory, compelled memorization of scripture, mandated silence during meals, enforced discipline and regimentation, and coerced acceptance of good Christian values, all of which were prioritized over fire protection measures, medical care, play space in an asylum, where rooms for the children were dark and foreboding and unpleasant in every particular, according to the New York Bureau of Research. 13 And like the reformatories' ticket of leave system, the asylum for friendless colored children also instituted a practice of indentured servitude that placed African American children in the home of a master, who agreed to provide clothing, lodging, education and food for the apprentice. Such conditions put some children at greater risk and many were abused. 14 The history of well-intentioned white women and men reformers, even pioneering reformers, must be told as holistically as possible to disrupt narratives that their work was wholly benevolent. Additional critical research on institutions like the Asylum for Friendless Colored Children is urgently needed across the United States. While women and girls of color face more violence, sexual or otherwise, than do their white counterparts, and while their experiences are quantitatively different from those of white women and girls, at the intersection of crime, imprisoned white women experience sexual violence in many of the same ways imprisoned women of color do. Carceral institutions legitimize violence against all women, criminalize their sexuality, rob them of their agency, and declare them, per Andrea Smith, inherently rapeable and inherently violable. Together, both white and African American women and girls found themselves targeted for re-education, religious indoctrination, domestic labor, and marriage through the constant threat of violence, practices that continue to have implications for the present. 15. We hope this research and analysis challenges the systemic separation of incarcerated and non-incarcerated persons. It is a false dichotomy, distinguishing the 70+ million people with criminal records from those without become suspect when those who evade conviction do so largely because of their financial status, race, sex, and class. In addition, in a country marked by extreme economic inequality, who is a criminal and what is a crime are not driven solely by morality or harm but also by financial status, access to resources, race, sex, and class. Finally, incarceration and jailing affects us all, and very few people in the United States have zero connection to the criminal legal system. The current carceral system touches lives in countless, often tragic, ways. It behooves us to dismantle and transform a carceral system that from its origin damages us more than it repairs us. We have to be prepared to tackle and counter dominant narratives that leave us out and make the sufferings of women invisible, the sufferings of the poor invisible, the sufferings of people of color invisible. The stakes are too high because although women represent a small fraction of all incarcerated people, women's prison populations have seen much higher relative growth than men's since 1978. Nationwide, women's state prison populations grew 834% over nearly 40 years, more than double the pace of the growth among men. 16. Further, if efforts don't counter the original purpose, premise, and operations of these facilities, then such efforts simply reinscribe the carceral state. We must be critical, then, when historians and other scholars tout their scholarship as definitive. We as scholars must ask pointed questions of race, sex, gender, and even criminality of the scholarship. We, many of us people of color disenfranchised by race, sex, class, and criminality, must epistemically privilege our lived experiences to solve the challenges we face living in this country. It is on us to critique, analyze, and ultimately rewrite the dominant narratives that have prevailed in leaving out lived experiences of women, girls, people of color, the poor, and the incarcerated. It is in this way that our research can create change, because from the first women's prison to the current state of women's growing incarceration, we have failed to learn the critical lesson that women are best served with structural and community supports and are not ever served by prisons, laundries, reformatories, or other institutions of social control. Afterward. Elizabeth Nelson. There's something alluring about the idea of an all-woman renegade prison history collective writing a book. I admit that allure is part of the reason I find myself here, as co-editor of this collection. Despite having little experience of incarceration myself. As a historian of psychiatry who studies institutions of confinement like mental hospitals, I was thrilled that my expertise allowed me to lend support to a project as exciting as this one. The scholarship in this volume exposes the gendered violence at the origins of the United States system of mass incarceration and represents a vanguard of historical scholarship produced by incarcerated people themselves. It also charts new territory for histories of human subjects research in medicine, as well as histories of eugenics and reproductive justice. This book should prompt readers to consider the symbiotic relations grounding the development of institutions in so-called modern America, the interconnections between the carceral and the medical, for example, and the knitted relationships among a variety of public and private establishments in the late 19th and early 20th centuries, including prisons, poorhouses, brothels, orphanages, asylums, hospitals, and homes for fallen women. I suggest we also take a critical look at how educational institutions such as colleges and universities interact with prisons today, as these relationships can sometimes become too comfortable. In my short time in this field, I've witnessed growing excitement about the possibilities of prison education and have been privy to growing partnerships between prisons and institutions of higher education that are often well-meaning. However, the perceived sexiness of such programming should give us pause. The Indiana Women's Prison History Project is badass. These scholars are badass. But we shouldn't get lost in the word prison. Michelle Daniel Jones presents a new term here, the embodied observer, one who views the archive from the position of the captive, from the inside of their experience. The author's lived experience as prisoners does give them incomparable insight into the history of incarcerating women in Indiana. But that experience belongs to them. Only they can claim it. We must not credit the prison for this book or use it as a defense of prison education. We also shouldn't be so entranced that this book was written by lady murderers and thieves inside the slammer. This isn't Chicago the musical. In addition, while we celebrate the triumph this book represents and the remarkable accomplishments of these scholars, we should remember that writing this book has not set its authors free from stigma, from surveillance, from difficulties accessing housing and employment, from intimate partner violence, from addiction, from post-traumatic prison disorder, from the heartbreak of being separated from and reunited with their children. And of course, for those still inside, writing this book has not freed them from incarceration itself. Higher education in prison uncoupled from the work of abolition is a red herring. Don't get me wrong. I am all for education inside prison, but the meat of it must be separated from the so-called rehabilitative logic of the prison itself. The prison did not provide the foundation for the writing of this book, even if it was possible to negotiate with prison administrators for limited access to necessary resources. The prison did not grant these authors opportunities to pursue higher education after release. These are pathways that these scholars and their allies carved out for themselves. Operating the Indiana Women's Prison History Project as part of the prison's higher education programming was an act of strategy, a shell game that involved certain risks. The writing of this book was at heart a clandestine and subversive operation. In the acts of researching, thinking, and writing, the authors claimed moments of fugitivity that are part of the long game of liberation. This is a book that was created in a prison, but it is not of it. I am not fundamentally opposed to programs that offer opportunities to earn college degrees that can make a real difference in the life trajectories of incarcerated people. But we must remember that any higher education that happens inside a prison happens despite the fact that it is happening inside a prison. That is not to say one doesn't learn something very fundamental and very shocking about the world by being in one, even as a visitor. And there is something about the stillness of the air in a prison and the austerity of it that makes the classroom crackle. I too am tempted to romanticize it. But the fact is this book was an enormous pain in the ass to put together because we had to field each scholar's research requests, ferry in loads of scanned documents from multiple libraries and archives, and then try to keep track of them. This was necessary because the authors of this book were being kept in a cage. An immense pastoral cage with a chapel in the center. What this group of scholars was able to achieve despite such conditions is astonishing. As co-editor, I take responsibility for any mistakes that are bound to be in this volume. Moreover, I am unabashedly proud of this work. Elizabeth Nelson, Ph.D. Paris, France. June 2022.